What Remains. A Suitcase Full of Unfinished Stories. By Adeline Pierce. Copyright 2026 by Adeline Pierce. All rights reserved. Prologue. East London woke slowly in the mornings, as if the sun needed a moment to decide whether it wished to rise at all. The narrow terrace streets, pressed tightly shoulder to shoulder, clung to the night's cold a little longer than the rest of the city. Chimneys exhaled pale threads of smoke. Milk bottles chimed faintly on doorsteps. The first buses groaned into motion like weary giants remembering their routes. In one of those houses, unremarkable from the outside, its bricks softened by rain and years, George Davis pushed open a bedroom window that always stuck in the winter. A breath of chilly air drifted in, carrying the scent of damp pavement and someone frying breakfast 2 streets away. Familiar smells, the kind that reminded him nothing unexpected was likely to happen today. Below, his mother moved softly in the kitchen, humming a tune she didn't know she was humming. Above, the floorboards creaked beneath the impatient footsteps of his younger brother, Tommy, who never seemed fully asleep or fully awake at this hour. Life went on, identical to 100 yesterdays. George rested his arms on the windowsill and watched the street begin to stir, the paperboy wrestling with a sack too heavy for him, Mrs. Pembroke dragging her reluctant terrier along, the lamplighter cycling home after another long night. Nothing unusual, nothing remarkable, just East London breathing the way it always had. He took a slow breath, as if hoping the morning air might give him something he couldn't name. He wasn't unhappy, not exactly. He was simply waiting, though for what, he had no idea. A voice called up from downstairs. "George, love, hurry down. You'll be late again." His mother. And just like that, the day had already begun. George closed the window, pulled on his jacket, and headed down the narrow staircase with the familiar rhythm of someone who had done it every morning of his life. The house was small, lived in, full of comforting sounds. The kettle beginning to whistle, the crackling of an old radio announcing the day's headlines, Tommy zooming through the hallway with a tin toy car. Nothing magical, nothing extraordinary, just a London he knew, his London. And yet that morning, as he tied his shoes near the front door, a stray thought crossed his mind like a whisper he didn't quite recognize. Not every morning begins the same. He dismissed it, opened the door, and stepped into the half-asleep street. Extraordinary things, after all, never announce themselves in advance. Chapter 1. Bread, fog, and the edges of ordinary days. East London woke slowly, as if the city itself needed coaxing. The fog sat heavy over the rooftops, softening the chimneys and washing the world in a pale gray glow. Paperboys cycle along slick roads, dogs bark behind iron gates, and somewhere far off, a train whistled, a reminder that life moved whether anyone felt ready or not. Inside the Davis house, the day began with its usual chorus. The kettle rattled on its stand. The old radio crackled through a half-broken speaker. Tommy's footsteps stormed across the upstairs landing as if he were engaged in a one-boy military operation. George, still fastening the buttons of his shirt, glanced in the mirror. His hair refused to lie flat, a stubborn curl at the front that Aaron once claimed gave him character. He never understood what that meant, but she'd said it with such warmth that he hadn't argued. Downstairs, his mother's voice drifted upward. "George, are you awake or pretending again?" "I'm awake," he called back. "You said that yesterday, and I found you asleep at the table." That was resting. That was snoring. He smiled despite himself and headed down the narrow staircase. Their house was small, but every bit of it held the history of the three of them. Framed school certificates, fading photographs, patches on the wallpaper where Tommy's crayons had triumphed over discipline. His mother stood at the stove, stirring porridge with the determined energy of someone who refused to let life wear her down. Lines of tiredness framed her eyes, but she smiled when she saw him. "There he is," she said. "Eat a little before you go." "I'll grab something at work." "You always say that. And sometimes it's even true." She shook her head, but kissed his cheek anyway. "You work too hard. Someone has to keep this place running. That someone is not meant to be you alone." Tommy barreled into the kitchen, nearly colliding with the table. "George, look what I fixed. It flies again." The airplane, now with a wing reattached by an alarming amount of glue, wobbled dangerously in the child's grip. "Brilliant," George said. "Maybe don't test it indoors this time." Tommy held the plane to his chest and nodded solemnly. "Fine, but later, after school, can we go to Victoria Park?" "We'll see." "That means yes," Tommy declared, triumphant. George ruffled his brother's hair. He wished he had even a fraction of the boy's certainty about the world. After finishing his tea, he grabbed his coat and stepped outside. The cold bit at his skin immediately, the kind of crisp, damp air that belonged only to East London mornings. Neighbors were already beginning their routines. Mr. Harding scraping frost from his car, Mrs. Drummond shaking crumbs onto the pavement for an army of pigeons, old Mr. Keating smoking his first cigarette of the day on the front step, coat unbuttoned as if daring winter to break him. "Morning, George." Mrs. Drummond called. "Morning. Tell your mother I'll bring that casserole dish back this afternoon. She said you can keep it." "Nonsense. A dish is a dish." George continued down the road, past a row of brick houses whose chimneys puffed gently against the brightening skyline. The street gradually widened into the small commercial stretch he walked every morning. Laundrette, tailor, greengrocer, bakery. People moved like threads in a tapestry, weaving the familiar pattern of daily life. He liked it, even if it sometimes felt too quiet, too repetitive, too much like a life paused rather than played. The sign for Whitmore and Sons swung slightly in the breeze. Faded blue paint, gold lettering. He pushed the door open, greeted by a wave of warm air scented with flour, butter, and something sweet in the oven. Mr. Whitmore stood behind the counter with a pencil tucked behind his ear, a man built like a sturdy oak tree, with hands that seemed carved for kneading dough and lifting burdens. "You're late?" Whitmore barked. "It's 6:40. "Exactly. Late." George hung his coat on the hook. "You know I don't start until 7. "Yes, well, being early shows commitment. I've been early every day this week." Whitmore shrugged. "Consistency is admirable." George rolled his eyes and headed to the back, where sacks of flour lined the walls and metal racks waited to be filled with warm bread. The rhythmic task suited him, measuring, kneading, shaping. Bread never argued. Bread never surprised him. Bread rose exactly as much as you treated it. The bell at the front jingled softly. He didn't need to look. He knew that sound by heart. "Morning, George," came Erin's voice. She stepped into the back room with the kind of presence that made the cold outside feel like another world. Her hair was loosely pinned, a few strands escaping to frame her face. She wore a green coat today, the color bringing life into the flour-dusted room. George felt his pulse quicken just a little, but enough. "Morning," he said. Try not to sound too pleased. She set a paper bag on the nearest counter. "Bruised pears. We can't sell them. Thought you might like them." "Thanks. You look tired." "Everyone keeps saying that." "Because it's true." He shaped a loaf with unnecessary focus. "I slept fine." "That's worse. You never sleep fine." Before he could reply, she leaned a little closer. "Do you ever think," she began, then hesitated. "Do you ever think you're meant for something different? Not bigger or better, just different?" He blinked. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," she said with a small laugh. "Just ignore me. I get strange ideas early in the morning." He didn't ignore it. The question stuck to him with a quiet insistence. The front bell jingled violently. "George." Liam's voice bellowed. "Tell Whitmore he charges too much for bread." Mr. Whitmore shouted from the counter. "It's called paying for quality. You remarkable nuisance." Liam burst into the back room like a gust of wind. Greasy jacket, oil-stained hands, hair sticking up in a way that suggested he fought sleep and lost. He pointed dramatically at George. "You. Help me. I need advice." "You always need advice," George said. "Yes, but this time it's real." "What's wrong?" Erin asked. "I fixed a bicycle so well," Liam said gravely, "that the customer accused me of replacing it entirely." "That's good." George said. "No. Now you want me to fix his wife's bicycle too, and she's terrifying." Erin covered her laugh. "You'll survive." Liam sighed loudly. Fine, but if I die, tell everyone I had potential. Whitmore's voice boomed from the front. Out! Liam grabbed a loaf, saluted, and fled. When he was gone, Erin shook her head. You too are hopeless. Only one of us is hopeless, George said. The other is Liam. She smiled again, that soft, warm smile that made him forget the cold mornings, the long shifts, and the quiet ache he sometimes carried. I'll see you later, she said. Yeah, later. When she left, the bakery felt colder for a moment. Hours drifted by. People came and people went. Flour coated George's sleeves. The ovens blazed. The world outside brightened and dulled beneath afternoon clouds. He moved through the motions, steady and reliable, like a cog in a well-built machine. But Erin's question hovered in the back of his mind. Do you ever think you're meant for something different? Different? He didn't dare imagine it. By the end of his shift, the fog had lifted completely. George stepped outside with his coat draped over one arm, breathing in the crisp air that tasted faintly of coal fires and bakery bread drifting down the block. His walk home led past the market stalls being packed away, past a bus queue thick with workers, past a fruit shop where Erin stood sweeping the doorway. She waved at him, and he waved back, feeling unexpectedly lighter. The streets were familiar. The cracked pavement stones, the lampposts that flickered before deciding to stay lit, the children playing football in the narrow alleys. Nothing extraordinary, nothing different. And yet, as he turned onto his street, a chill ran down his spine. Not fear, not cold, something else. Something like the sense that, somewhere, somehow, the threads of his ordinary life were beginning to pull apart. He paused, looking down the quiet row of houses bathed in late afternoon light. Something was coming. He didn't know what. He didn't know when. But something had shifted, and life, as he knew it, would not remain the same for long. Chapter 2. The shape of a life left unchanged. The next morning unraveled much like the ones before it, with the quiet certainty of a routine that had settled into bones of everyday life. East London was draped in another stretch of pale gray sky, the kind that made the houses appear slightly faded, as though the whole neighborhood had been washed too many times and had begun to lose its color. George stepped out of the house just as his mother shooed Tommy off to school with his satchel half open and his scarf trailing behind him. Tommy called back, "George, don't forget the ducks later," before disappearing down the street with the other children. His mother gave George a thin, knowing smile. "He gets that from you, you know, always rushing, never checking where you're going." George adjusted the collar of his coat. "I'll bring him later if it doesn't rain." "It'll rain," she said, glancing at the gray sky as though she'd personally scheduled the forecast. "But go anyway. Children remember the moments you do things despite the weather." He said nothing to that, but the words pressed gently on him for the rest of the walk. The streets were fuller today, market day. Vendors were stacking crates of oranges, apples, onions, and potatoes along the pavement. The greengrocer, Mr. Taylor, barked instructions to two boys unloading a lorry. A little farther, Mrs. Clayton argued with the butcher about the price of lamb ribs. The neighborhood felt busier, more alive, though still wrapped in the thick London atmosphere that insisted on a muted palate. George turned the corner toward Whitmore and Sons, his shoes tapping against the pavement in a familiar rhythm. The bakery windows glowed with warm light, fog with steam, promising the comfort that lay inside. Whitmore was hunched behind the counter again, but this time not over a ledger. He was polishing one of the mixing bowls with seriousness that suggested he was preparing it to meet royalty. "You're early," Whitmore grunted without looking up. "It's 6:30. "Yes, early." "Very suspicious." George smirked. "You complain when I'm late. You complain when I'm early. What do you want from me?" "Consistency, and possibly divine intervention." George tied his apron and moved to the back. The dough from yesterday's fermentation waited in bowls lined neatly on the work table. He pressed his palms into the first mound, and the cool, elastic texture pushed back against his hands. The familiar rhythm took over. Fold, press, turn, fold again. Halfway through a second loaf, the bell above the shop door chimed softly. He didn't need to turn. Some sounds were as familiar as breathing. "Morning, George," Erin said as she stepped into the back room. She carried a wooden crate filled with small, imperfect apples, bruises, odd shapes, slightly soft spots. "We were going to throw these out," she said, "but I told Mr. Taylor that your mom could use them for pies." "She'll appreciate that," George replied. Erin brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, leaving a faint smudge of dust on her cheek. She didn't notice. She never noticed the small things that made her even more endearing. "You look better today," she said. "Do I? Well, you look like someone who slept. That's a start." George wiped his flour-covered hands on his apron. "I always sleep." "Not well," she reminded him. George shrugged because he knew she was right. Erin tapped lightly on the work table. "Oh, I nearly forgot. Mrs. Hartwell said she's making shepherd's pie tonight and wants you to come by. Said she has news from the street. That usually means she's heard someone drop the spoon outside and has built a theory about it." "Exactly," Erin said, laughing. "But you should go. It makes her happy." Before he could answer, a burst of cold air swept into the bakery as the front door swung open violently. "George!" Liam shouted. "Emergency!" Whitmore groaned loud enough to shake the windows. "No emergencies before 8 o'clock. Liam ignored him and appeared in the doorway, hair windblown, scarf hanging off one shoulder like a defeated flag. "George, mate, I swear on my life I've just seen the strangest thing. Is this going to be like the time you said you saw a ghost and it was a curtain? That curtain moved, George." "It was a wind." "No, it was a presence." Whitmore slammed a mixing bowl on the counter. "Out unless you're buying something." Liam raised a finger. "Fine, but listen. There's a man hanging around the square. He's odd." "Odd how?" Erin asked, leaning forward. "I don't know. Odd as in he doesn't fit. He stands like he's lost something. Keeps looking at people too closely. And this is the weird part. He was staring at me like he knew me." Whitmore rolled his eyes. "People stare at you because you talk too loud. That's unfair, but possibly true," Liam muttered. Erin bit her lip. "Maybe he's just new to the area?" "Maybe," Liam said, unconvinced. "But if he's still there later, I'll point him out." George's hands paused over the dough, though no one noticed. Something about Liam's comment tugged at him. Not fear, not curiosity, but that same faint sense he'd felt yesterday. A shift somewhere in the air, subtle but real. Erin left soon after to open the greengrocer's shop. Liam dashed out for another delivery. Whitmore scowled at the world on general principle, and George went back to kneading dough, trying to silence the strange restlessness in his chest. By the time his shift ended, the fog had lifted again, replaced by a clean, bright sky that felt almost unusual for London. George stepped outside, tucking his apron into his bag. He paused in front of the bakery, watching the street as if expecting something to happen. Children ran past him. A woman carried 2 heavy bags across the road. A bus groaned to a stop at the corner. Nothing extraordinary. He started walking, down the street, past the familiar buildings, toward the long road leading home. And yet, as he passed the open square near the tram stop, something caught his eye, or rather, someone. A figure standing alone by the lamppost. Young, still, watching the people around him with a strange, alert intensity. George slowed without meaning to. The man didn't look threatening. He looked misplaced, like someone who had stepped into a painting that wasn't his. But before George could get a second look, a bus pulled up, blocking his view. When it moved again, the man was gone. George exhaled, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. He shook off the feeling and continued to walk home, telling himself it meant nothing, that it was simply another face in the city. But deep inside, something unsettled lingered, the sense of a life left unchanged, an impossible possibility that it soon wouldn't be. Chapter 3. The Boy in the Wrong Place. The rain had been threatening all afternoon, gathering quietly at the edges of the sky, like a secret waiting for its moment. When George stepped out of the bakery at the end of his shift, the first drops were already falling, light, tentative, the kind that clung to the fabric of his coat, rather than soaking it. He tucked his apron into his bag, nodded good night to Whitmore, and began the familiar walk home. Same route, Same streets, same rhythm. But today, something in the air felt different. A hum just beneath the noise of the city. The kind of barely there tension that makes a person glance over his shoulder without knowing why. Market stalls were being hurriedly covered with tarps as the rain began to thicken. Lamps flickered to life in shop windows. Erin, sweeping the step outside the greengrocer's shop, lifted her head as George passed. "Looks like a wet one tonight," she called. "Seems that way. Don't disappear before tomorrow." He smiled faintly. "Planning to go somewhere?" She shrugged. "You never know." He walked on. Her words stuck with him, but he couldn't explain why. The street curved gently to the left, opening into a small square near the tram stop, a place he passed every day without a second thought. But today, the square was louder than usual. A crowd had gathered, pulling in curious pedestrians like a tide. At first, George didn't slow. Crowds in East London usually meant a fruit seller yelling about prices or someone's dog causing a fuss. But this crowd was silent, still, focused on something at its center. George's steps faltered. Two policemen stood in the middle of the square, rain beating on their hats. Between them was a young man, thin, soaked, out of breath, his hands pulled behind his back as they snapped the cuffs around his wrists. George stopped completely. He didn't recognize the man. He was sure of that, and yet there was something unmistakably familiar about him. Not in the face, not in the clothes, in the way he stood, like someone displaced, like someone who didn't belong to the pavement beneath his feet. One officer gripped the boy's arm roughly, said he nicked a cut of beef from the butcher's on Rose Lane. Wouldn't even run, just stood there like he was waiting for someone to catch him. The boy didn't argue, didn't plead, didn't speak at all. He simply lifted his head, slowly, deliberately, and looked toward the crowd. His eyes found George immediately. It wasn't possible. It shouldn't have been possible. There were dozens of people gathered around. But Ian's gaze locked onto George's with the precision of someone who'd been searching for him. George took a step back. Rain dripped from the boy's hair into his eyes, but he didn't blink. He didn't look away. With a small, sharp shake of his head, almost imperceptible, he signaled something. No words, just a gesture. George frowned, unsure what he was seeing. Then Ian nodded once, toward the ground beside him. George followed the motion, and saw it. A suitcase. Old, dark brown leather. Scuff corners. Handle worn from travel. Unremarkable. Ordinary. Completely out of place. Ian's chin lifted again, urging him. "Take it." George shook his head slightly, a silent no. "This isn't for me." But Ian's eyes hardened, not with anger, not with fear, but with urgency, and something else. Trust, recognition, expectation. The policeman began pulling him forward. "Come on, son. Enough standing about." But Ian resisted, not with strength, not with movement, just long enough to look at George one last time. A tiny tilt of the head. "Please." George's heart hammered. The officers dragged him past the suitcase. A few people whispered. A woman tootayed. A man muttered about youth these days. Then the crowd began to disperse. But George didn't move. The rain came harder now, softened the edges of the world around him. The lamplight shimmered on the pavement. The suitcase sat there, abandoned, silent, waiting. His breath misted in the cold air. He looked to where Ian had been taken. The boy had vanished into the street with the officers, swallowed by the blur of rain and people. Only the suitcase remained. George stepped closer. He shouldn't. He knew he shouldn't. This wasn't his business. This wasn't his life. But something in his chest, some quiet instinct he didn't recognize, pushed him forward. When he reached it, he hesitated. Rain pooled on the leather surface. The metal clasps were slightly tarnished. There was no name, no initials, no tag. George knelt and placed his hand on the handle. A strange warmth pulsed beneath his fingertips. Not heat, not electricity. Something softer, like recognition. He swallowed hard, then lifted the suitcase. It was heavier than he expected. He looked once more toward the empty street, where Ian had disappeared. No sign of him. No sign of anyone who might claim the case. George tightened his grip. And then, under gray London rain, he turned toward home, the suitcase hanging at his side, unaware that with each step he was carrying the first thread of a story that would unspool across time itself. Chapter 4. The Weight of Something Unspoken. The rain followed George all the way home, soft at first, then steady, then relentless. By the time he reached the front gate of his house, his coat was soaked at the shoulders, and the leather suitcase in his hand had grown slick beneath his grip. He didn't know why he held it so tightly. Instinct, maybe, or the echo of the boy's silent plea still pulsing somewhere in his chest. He pushed open the door, and a wave of warm air and familiar smells greeted him. Boiled potatoes, laundry drying by the fire, Tommy's crayons scattered across the hallway floor like breadcrumbs leading nowhere. His mother peeked out from the kitchen. "There you are," she said. "You're drenched. Close the door before we all catch our deaths." George stepped inside, kicking the door shut behind him. "What on earth is that?" she asked, eyeing the suitcase. "A bag," he said too quickly. "Yes, love, I can see it's a bag. I'm asking why you brought it home looking like it fell out of a train window." "I found it," he said, though the word felt wrong. He hadn't found it. It had been given to him, or entrusted, or forced into his hands by circumstance he still didn't understand. "Well," she said, wiping her hands on her apron, "put it somewhere it doesn't drip all over my floor." Tommy came barreling down the hallway. George, look at my airplane. It flies better now." He lifted it high in demonstration, nearly smacking George in the chin. "That's wonderful," George said, trying to smile. "Keep it away from the fire this time." But Tommy's eyes were drawn immediately to the suitcase. "What's that?" he asked, reaching for it. George pulled it back gently. "Nothing for you. Just something I need to sort out." The boy frowned. "Looks old." "It is. Can I open it?" "No." Tommy's bottom lip stuck out in protest, but their mother ushered him toward the kitchen. "Leave your brother be. He's had a long day." George carried the suitcase upstairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. In his small bedroom, the one he'd shared with Tommy until a few years ago, he set the suitcase on the bed. Water from the leather left dark patches on the quilt. He stared at it. The house hummed around him. Tommy chattering downstairs, the whistle of the kettle, rain pattering against the window. Ordinary sounds. Sounds he'd heard 1,000 times. But something about this moment wasn't ordinary. The suitcase sat still and silent, but it seemed to occupy the room in a way no object should, as though it wasn't just placed there, but meant to be there. He reached out and traced one of the metal clasps with his thumb. The metal was cold despite the warmth of the room. The case itself felt heavier than when he'd first picked it up, though maybe that was in his mind. He could open it now. He should open it now. But he didn't. Instead, he unbuttoned his wet coat, hung it on the door, and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the suitcase as though waiting for it to speak. A floorboard creaked behind him. Mrs. Hartwell stood in the doorway. No knock, as usual. Her coat was damp, her hair wrapped in a scarf dotted with raindrops. "Evening, dear," she said cheerfully. "Your mother let me in. I brought you some shepherd's pie. Leftovers, but the good kind." George blinked. "Mrs. Hartwell, you didn't have to." She stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing at the suitcase. "What's that?" "Just something someone left behind." She stepped closer, adjusting her spectacles. Looks foreign. Or old. Or both. I don't trust luggage that looks like it has a past." George forced a smile. "It's fine." "Nothing's fine if it arrives in the rain," she said ominously. Before he could respond, she noticed his expression, tight, uncertain. Her tone softened. "You all right, dear?" He hesitated. "Long day." "Aren't they all?" She patted his arm. "Eat something warm and get some rest. Whatever that thing is, you can figure out tomorrow." After she left, George closed the door and returned to the suitcase. Night fell quickly over East London, and the sounds of the street quieted. The patter of rain softened to a whisper. The house settled into the kind of silence that usually lulled him into routine. But not tonight. Something tugged at him. A pull, not physical, not audible, but real. He rested his hand on the top of the suitcase again. The leather felt warmer now. Not warm, alive. He pulled his hand back instinctively and rubbed his fingers together. "What are you?" he whispered, though he didn't expect an answer. He hesitated a long moment before finally slipping the clasps open, just enough for a breath of air to escape from inside. A faint scent hit him. Not mold, not dust, not anything he recognized. A scent that didn't belong to London, didn't belong to this decade, didn't belong to his life. He froze. Inside the narrow gap, something glinted faintly. A corner of paper? A bit of metal? A ribbon? Impossible to tell. He closed the clasps quickly, heart hammering. Not yet. He wasn't ready yet. Not tonight. The rain outside eased into a soft drizzle. The house went completely still. And George sat on the edge of his bed in the dim light, the suitcase beside him like a silent witness, waiting patient, as if it knew exactly who he was and exactly what he would have to do. Chapter 5. What the Suitcase Held. Bethnal Green had settled into its nighttime hush by the time George finally closed the door to his bedroom. The quiet was familiar, yet not comforting tonight. The rain, which had battered the streets all afternoon, now clung to the edges of the window in thin silver trails, collecting in trembling beads that distorted the glow of the street lamps outside. He removed his coat, still slightly damp from the evening air, and hung it carefully on the hook behind the door. A faint ache lingered in his arms from carrying the suitcase home, though he wasn't sure if it came from the weight of the object or from everything that had happened in the square. The boy's face, wet, frightened, strangely calm, still held him in an invisible grip. The suitcase sat on his bed, dark and silent. It hadn't moved, of course, and yet, every time George looked at it, he felt as though something inside had been waiting for that moment, as though it understood it had finally arrived where it needed to be. He stood before it for several long seconds, listening to the muted rhythm of Bethnal Green outside, the soft crackle of carriage wheels on wet cobblestones, a distant dog bark, the low hum of late-night voices drifting from the pub on the corner. Ordinary sounds. The sounds of a neighborhood that had no idea something extraordinary now rested under its roof. He sat on the edge of the bed and ran his thumb along the leather. The suitcase was old, older than Ian had looked, older than anyone George expected to meet on a London street. The leather was cracked, the corners worn to soft, rounded edges. It had lived a life before today. Several lives, perhaps. He unfastened the clasp with a steady hand, though inside he felt anything but steady. The lid lifted with a muted breath. Not dramatic, not magical, but undeniably alive somehow, as though some presence stirred faintly the moment air touched the interior. He leaned forward. Inside, arranged neatly as though someone had taken great care in placing them, rested 6 objects. They were not grand, not glowing with mystery, not elaborate, just things. Everyday things that somehow felt heavier than their shape suggested. The compass. His fingers moved toward the brass compass first. It lay at the top corner, nestled in a small indentation worn into the lining. When he lifted it, it rolled softly into his palm, warm against the skin, as though someone had held it just moments ago. The needle spun, continuously, smoothly, without pause. It didn't flick or hesitate or try to catch north. It simply circled and circled, as if trapped in its own private storm. George tilted it. The needle adjusted, but never sought direction. "What happened to you?" he murmured. There was no answer, just a faint metallic whisper of the needle brushing the glass. The letter. Beneath the compass lay a sealed envelope. He brushed the surface lightly. The paper was thick, textured, strangely untouched by time. The blue wax seal bore a small emblem, an unfamiliar crest with an elegant flourish. The date on the front read 1891. No name, no address, no hint of where it belonged. He held up to the light, hoping for shadows to reveal something inside, but the paper remained opaque, solid, impenetrable. Who had written it? Who had never received it? Why had it been sealed for so long? The bracelet. He reached for a glittering fragment half hidden by the envelope. A silver bracelet, delicate as a whispered secret. It was elegant and beautifully crafted, until the break, which was harsh, clean, almost surgical, as though it had been snapped by force rather than by accident. The engraving at the center was nearly worn away. All he could make out was a suggestion of a name, or perhaps only the ghost of one. He ran his fingers along it. Cold, deeper than metal. Someone had worn this. Someone had loved this. Someone had lost this. The ticket. George's eyes fell next on a small folded card. At first, it looked like a tram stub, the sort his mother collected when she needed to balance the week's budget. But when he opened it, the aged ink told a different story. It was a train ticket, printed neatly. Southampton, New York, April 14th, 1912. George blinked. The date tugged at something in his memory. A ship, a tragedy, a story his mother once mentioned when they passed the cinema. But the stamp in the corner caught his attention. 2 faint letters. T.S. He didn't know why, but cold trickle of unease spread through him, as if someone, somewhere, had wept over this ticket. The music box. Wrapped in a bit of cloth sat a small wooden music box. He held it carefully, admiring the delicate carvings on its surface. Flowers twisting into vines, vines curling into spirals. It was the kind of craftsmanship he had never seen in Bethnal Green. But it wouldn't open. There was no key, no hinge. It was a sealed wooden block, pretending to be a music box. Yet, when he held it close, he could have sworn he heard something, a faint, almost imagined note, a tone that brushed the edge of consciousness. Gone before he could be sure it had been there at all. He set it down slowly, unsettled. The photograph, and then he saw the final object, a photograph. It lay flat at the bottom, almost overlooked. He picked it up, expecting another stranger's face, another forgotten moment of someone else's life. But when he turned it over, time seemed to stop. His throat tightened. His mother, younger, freer, smiling into sun as though the world belonged to her. She stood on a cliff he didn't recognize, wind tugging at her hair, a glimmer of joy in her eyes he had never seen in the present-day woman who sat at their kitchen table each night, tired but trying. He touched the surface lightly, tracing her face with his thumb. She looked so different, not older or younger, just untouched, before responsibility, before hardship, before life had worn her into the version he knew. Why was this here? How did the boy Ian come into possession of a photograph of his mother decades before George was born? He checked the back. Blank. No note, no date, no explanation, just silence. He placed the photograph gently beside the other objects and stepped back. The suitcase was open, but it felt far from empty. The room itself seemed fuller now, as if the 6 objects had expanded to fill every corner with unanswered questions. He sat heavily on the bed, running his hands over his face. The compass that pointed nowhere, the letter sealed for 70 years, the bracelet broken exactly in half, the ticket stamped with sadness, the music box that hummed faint memories, and the photograph that shouldn't exist in this suitcase or in this boy's possession. And there was something else, a bracelet. The clasp snapped clean as a decision, and beneath it, folded small, a letter sealed in dark wax, the date pressed into it in numbers so precise they felt like a warning. 1891. George did not touch these. He did not know why. None of this made sense. None of this belonged to him. And yet, he felt the unmistakable sensation that all of it had been waiting for him. Outside, Bethnal Green's rain softened into a mist. The streetlights flickered. The neighborhood drifted into sleep. And in that small room, the world he knew began to tilt just a little, quietly, irrevocably, toward a story that had already chosen him. Chapter 6. The Objects That Wouldn't Stay Quiet. The night passed in restless fragments. George slept, but not deeply, not fully. Every time he closed his eyes, images floated through his half-dreams. The spinning compass, the sealed letter, the cliff and the photograph, his mother's face smiling at a son that no longer existed. When he woke, the room was washed in the pale, watery light of early morning. Bethnal Green was slowly stirring awake outside. Vendors unlocking their stalls, milk carts clattering, the first bus rumbling down Cambridge Heath Road. For a moment, he forgot everything. Then his gaze fell on the suitcase. He sat up straight. He hadn't left it closed. But now the lid was shut. He stared at it, breath tight in his chest. Did I close it? He tried to remember. He replayed the night before, the way he'd examined the objects, the way of the photograph in his hand. He had been tired, overwhelmed. Maybe he had closed it. Maybe. But something about the neatness of it, the perfect alignment of the clasps, made unease settle under his skin. He swung his legs out of bed, rubbed his face, and stood. The smell of frying bread and tea drifted up from the kitchen. His mother always started breakfast early when she was anxious. Tommy's voice echoed faintly, singing something tuneless but enthusiastic. Life was normal, perfectly normal, except that he didn't feel normal at all. He approached the suitcase and, after a moment's hesitation, opened it again. The objects were exactly where he had left them. Exactly. But something had shifted, not visibly, not to the eye, but felt. The air above the suitcase seemed thicker, as if the space inside contained more than it should, as though the objects themselves had settled into new positions of intention, not merely arrangement. His hand hovered over the compass. He did not touch it. Instead, his fingers drifted toward the photograph. He picked it up carefully, holding it as though it could bruise. His mother's younger face stared back at him, hopeful, joyous, free. A woman untouched by the weight of the years that followed. The thought twisted something inside him. He traced the edge with his thumb. A faint tremor ran through the room. He froze. It wasn't much. Not enough to rattle objects or shake furniture. Just a subtle shift in the air, like distant thunder or a breath drawn too sharply. He set the photograph down immediately. When he reached for the music box next, the room went still, completely still. The box felt heavier than before, the carvings pressing deeper against his palm. He held it up to his ear, waiting, almost expecting that faint impossible note. But there was nothing, not this time. He exhaled slowly. George. His mother called from downstairs. "You're running late, love." He startled, nearly dropping the music box. He placed everything back into the suitcase, carefully, though the care came from uncertainty rather than tidiness, and shut the lid. It clicked closed with a sound far deeper than its size should have produced. He hesitated, staring at it a moment longer, then turned away. Downstairs, life pretended to continue as usual. Tommy sat at the table, making a battlefield out of crumbs. His mother moved between stove and counter with practiced rhythm, humming a tune from years long past. "You're pale," she said when George entered. "Did you sleep at all?" "A bit." "Nightmares." "Something like that." She paused, studying him with the kind of look that could peel back layers. "You'll tell me if something's wrong?" George swallowed. Of course. But he wouldn't. Not yet. How could he explain a suitcase full of impossible things without sounding mad? He walked Tommy to school. He passed Aaron sweeping the doorway of the greengrocer. He traded a wave with Liam, who was trying to repair a bicycle chain using more swear words and tools. Everything looked the same, but George felt different. As he approached Whitmore and Sons, he glanced down the street toward the square where he'd seen the boy, Ian, being arrested. The cobblestones glistened with yesterday's rain. A constable stood on the far corner, chatting with a vendor. No sign of Ian. No sign of anything unusual, except the memory of those eyes locking on his. Inside the bakery, the warmth and familiar smells wrapped around him. He dusted the flour from his sleeves, began kneading dough, tried to lose himself in the rhythm. But it didn't work. The compass, the letter, the bracelet, the ticket, the music box, the photograph. They pushed at the edges of his mind like insistent whispers. At one point, while shaping a loaf, he realized he had kneaded the dough far too aggressively, his frustration, confusion, and fear translating into the movement of his hands. "Easy, boy," Whitmore muttered, watching him. "You're treating that dough like it owes you money." George forced a chuckle. "Long night." "Well, don't take out on the bread. Bread's innocent." He nodded and tried again, gentler this time. But an hour later, while carrying a tray of front, he passed by the bakery window and stopped cold. Across the street, a man stood beneath a lamppost. Not Ian, someone older, well-dressed, but staring at George with the same too intent expression, as though he knew more than he should. The man gave the slightest nod. A chill crawled up George's spine. He blinked, and the man was gone. vanished in the crowd. The tray trembled faintly in George's hands. Something was happening, something subtle, something impossible, and the objects in his room were at the center of it. He didn't know why. He didn't know how. But he knew one thing with startling clarity. The world wasn't going to leave him alone. Not anymore. By the time George left the bakery that evening, the smell of warm bread clung to his coat and hair, a scent that usually comforted him after a long shift. Tonight, it felt like a reminder of a world that was slipping further and further from ordinary. Bethnal Green glowed under the pale winter light. Lamps flickered to life along the narrow streets, stretching long shadows across the pavements. A gentle fog drifted low to ground, thickening the air and softening the outlines of everything it touched. George zipped his coat tighter and began the walk home. At first, he tried to think about nothing at all, but his thoughts circled him like restless birds. The photograph, the music box, the spinning compass, the man watching him that morning, and the boy whose eyes had begged him to take the suitcase. He felt watched, not by people around him, but by the objects themselves, as though they waited for him to understand a language he didn't know how to speak. At the corner near the grocer's, Erin stepped out, rubbing her arms against the cold. "There you are," she said. "Thought you'd gone straight home. I was just heading back." She studied him. "You look tired. It's been a strange day." Her expression softened. "Come in for a moment. Warm up." He followed her inside, where the shop smelled of oranges and fresh greens. She poured him a cup of weak tea from a kettle she kept under the counter. "What's going on with you?" she asked gently. "You're jumpier than Liam when he tries to fix a toaster." George hesitated. He wanted to tell her. Everything in him wanted to tell her. But how could he explain the unexplainable? "Just not sleeping well," he said instead. Erin reached across the counter and squeezed his hand. "Whatever it is, I'm here, you know." He nodded, grateful and guilty all at once. When he stepped back into the cold air, the fog had thickened. The buildings along the street loomed like half-formed memories, and the lamps glowed through the haze like distant stars. His steps quickened. Something inside him urged him home. Not panic, something quieter, deeper. A pull. When he reached the house, Tommy was already in his pajamas, racing toy cars across the hallway floor. Their mother was folding laundry in the kitchen. "You're late," she said. "Got caught at the shop." A lie, but an easy one. He went upstairs, heart pounding for reasons he didn't understand. The suitcase sat exactly where he'd left it, centered on his bed, not pushed aside, not nudged unintentionally, but placed with uncanny precision. George froze. He had left it at the foot of the bed. "I'm imagining things," he whispered to himself. He opened the clasps and lifted the lid. Everything looked the same. The compass, the letter, the bracelet, the ticket, the music box, the photograph. But something was different. The air inside seemed warmer, almost subtly vibrating. Not visually, not audibly, just enough for his heartbeat to sync with it. George leaned closer. The compass was still, completely still. His breath caught. It had never stopped spinning before. He reached out, hesitated, then picked it up. The moment it touched his palm, the needle jolted, then began spinning wildly, faster than ever, as if frantic, desperate, trying to break free of its glass prison. George nearly dropped it. The room dimmed around the edges, just slightly, a soft narrowing reality that made his skin prickle. Something was wrong. Something was happening. He set the compass back quickly. The needle didn't stop spinning. George stood there, hands trembling, staring at the frenzied circle of the needle. The air felt charged, humming faintly beneath the silence of the house. Then the music box clicked. Once, a tiny, impossible sound. George's head snapped toward it. The box, sealed and keyless, gave a soft, delicate tremor. And then, in a room that had no wind, with windows tightly shut, the lid of the music box lifted a fraction of an inch. A single note escaped. Clear, soft, unmistakably alive. George staggered back, breath caught in his throat. The lamplight flickered. The room pulled gently inward, and everything inside the suitcase seemed to shift, leaning toward him. The note from the music box lingered in the air, a whisper of melody calling from somewhere far beyond Bethnal Green. When it faded, The room fell completely silent. George swallowed hard. The objects weren't waiting anymore. They were awakening. Chapter 7. Where Stones Learn to Breathe. Long before the compass lost its north, long before it spun restlessly in George Davis's hands, it belonged to a boy whose life was carved slowly, patiently, by the sea. Edmund Harrow's story began in 1834, inside a small terrace house tucked behind a narrow, sloping lane in Dover. The white cliffs rose not far from his window, towering like ancient watchmen whose shadows stretched across the town at dawn. Their bright faces glowed early each morning, long before sunlight reached the market streets below, and Edmund often woke to the faint hum of gulls sweeping through the cool air. His father, Thomas Harrow, repaired ships with a kind of blunt devotion that left his hands permanently stained with pitch and salt. His mother, Margaret, embroidered sails, humming old coastal songs as she worked. Their home smelled of warm bread, tar, seawater, and wool drying by the fire. Edmund grew up in that blend of scents, quiet and observant, a boy who preferred patterns to noise, shape to chaos, thought to play. While other children raced through alleys shouting, Edmund crouched near walls, studying how stones stacked together refused to fall. He dragged sticks through patches of sand, drawing rectangles and curves, connecting lines until they formed impossible structures he couldn't name. When storms rolled in and the ground shook with the force of crashing waves, he knelt by the window, staring at how rooftops clung stubbornly to their frames. One early morning, after a fierce night storm, he wandered onto the beach and found his carefully built tower of pebbles collapsed into a shapeless mound. The tide had crushed it. Instead of collapsing into tears, Edmund knelt, picked up each stone, and examined their new positions. "Next time," he whispered, "I'll build something the sea can't reach." His mother overheard him and rested her hand on his shoulder. "Then you must learn to build in places the sea cannot touch," she said. He never forgot that line. School did little to interest him, except for geometry lessons that left him buzzing with excitement. He traced shapes in the margins of his notebooks until ink bled through the pages. He often returned home late because he lost track of time examining scaffolds in the shipyard or crude outbuildings built by sailors. His father scolded him at first, then stopped when he realized the boy's hands were always clean, untouched by mischief, stained only with graphite. As Edmund entered his teenage years, the town of Dover seemed to widen around him. He walked farther each day, exploring stone bridges, abandoned sheds, broken fences, staircases carved into the chalk near the cliffs. He studied everything, noticing how beams bent under weight, how moisture crept between stones, how foundations could betray a house if set poorly. He observed the world like a puzzle waiting to be solved. At 14, he apprenticed under Mr. Yates, a builder known for his rigid posture and intolerance for laziness. Yates was not affectionate, but he saw things. He saw the way Edmund's eyes sharpened when examining floor plans, how quickly he absorbed each lesson, how his hands moved with deliberate grace, even when sweeping sawdust. Within weeks, Edmund moved from carrying wood to handling tools, then to shaping joints, then to sketching simple outbuildings. Yates rarely complimented him. But once, late at night, leaning against a workbench, he muttered, "You listen to wood better than most men twice your age." For Edmund, that was equivalent to a medal. Dover continued to shape him. Fog rolled in almost daily, swallowing entire streets and turning lamplight into smudges of gold. People complained. Edmund found it beautiful. Fog hid imperfections and left behind outlines. Half-built ideas the world hadn't finished sculpting. He walked through it imagining rooftops that curved like waves, chimneys shaped to catch the wind, staircases spiraling as if reaching for something unseen. By 17, he could draw structures with uncanny precision, sketching both form and function from memory. By 19, he was supervising small crews. By 23, Yates trusted him with entire projects. Locals began calling him the architect boy, though Edmund still felt like a student of the land rather than a master. Everything changed the day he walked into the print shop on Snargate Street. The shop smelled of ink and warm paper. Sunlight filtered through dusty windows. Behind the counter stood a young woman with chestnut hair and ink-stained fingertips. She lifted Edmund's blueprint, running her gaze over the sweeping curves. "These lines," she murmured, "look like wind trying to escape." Edmund blinked, startled. Most people saw walls. She saw movement. Her name was Lydia Winter. He found himself returning often, sometimes with legitimate work, sometimes with excuses so poor even he struggled to believe them. Lydia saw through all of it, but welcomed him nonetheless. She had a softness in her laughter, but a sharpness in her perception. She noticed if Edmund hesitated before drawing a line. She asked why a window was shaped a certain way. She understood the emotional weight behind the angles he chose. They began walking together after she closed the shop. They wandered to the harbor, past sailmakers singing as they worked, past cobblestones slick with sea mist, up the cliff paths where the world opened into a vast, trembling horizon. Lydia pointed out things Edmund had never bothered to notice. The way the sea changed color when the wind shifted, how the cliffs glowed silver at night, how shadows stretched across the chalk like brushstrokes. One evening, as they watched boats rocking gently in the harbor, Lydia reached into her coat and placed a brass compass in his hand. "It was my father's," she said. "He trusted it. I want you to have it." Edmund shook his head. "I can't." "You must," she insisted. "You build the world as if searching for something. Maybe this will help you find it." The compass trembled faintly in his palm, as though waking. In the weeks that followed, Edmund designed more passionately than he ever had. He sketched early in the morning, late at night, during lunch breaks, while sitting on the cliffs with Lydia beside him. One idea consumed him above all. A house built on the very edge of Dover's cliffs, shaped not against the wind but with it. A structure born from land and air. "This is where we'll live," he said one night, showing Lydia's sketch. She studied the lines, tracing them with her fingertip. "It feels alive," she said. "It should," Edmund replied. A house should breathe. They spent months refining the idea, imagining rooms bathed in dawn light, terraces that listened to the sea, staircases curving like tides. Lydia suggested details Edmund would not have considered. Window heights, the position of the reading nook, the placement of lantern hooks. She balanced his architectural mind with her intuitive warmth, shaping the home into something that felt inevitable. Villagers who saw them on the cliff path together whispered with fond amusement. "Planning a castle, Harrow?" "No," he always answered. A future. These were the golden years. Steady work, steady love, steady dreams. Edmund believed in the path before him. Lydia believed in him. And the compass always pointed north. Nothing had darkened yet. Everything still breathed. The years that followed did not simply pass. They unfolded around Edmund Harrow with the slow, deliberate certainty of a structure being raised brick by brick. Dover was changing, swelling with trade, noise, ambition. On some mornings the harbor was so crowded with incoming vessels that the sea seemed barely visible between the masts and sails. New families arrived from inland towns, seeking opportunity in the growing port. And the result was a constant need for new homes, new workshops, new life carved into the chalk and clay of the coast. Edmund rose with the sun most days, lacing his boots with habitual precision before stepping into the cool morning air. The streets of Dover woke gradually. First a muffled thud of crates being moved at the fish market, then the rattle of wagon wheels on cobblestones, then merchants crying out what they had to sell. Edmund often paused to watch the town stir itself awake. Architecture was not only lines and materials. It was people, patterns, habits. A house or a shop meant little if it did not serve the rhythm of the lives around it. He spent many mornings supervising construction of a new row of houses near the market square. Mothers passed him carrying baskets of laundry. Fishermen tipped their hats, and children occasionally paused to watch him sketch on the spot when a new idea struck him. He welcomed their curiosity. Once, a small girl with missing front teeth tugged on his coat and asked why he bothered drawing so much before hammering a single nail. Edmund crouched at her height and said, "Because buildings need to be dreamed before they can be built." She nodded, though he doubted she fully understood. The houses he designed there became known for their tall windows, which captured sunlight even in winter, and for door frames shaped with subtle curves that softened the otherwise rigid lines of the street. People often stopped to touch the wood, surprised at how warm and inviting it felt. His craftsmanship extended beyond mere structures. Edmund had a talent for incorporating emotion into his designs. A widow once asked him for a reading nook that made her feel less alone. He placed it beneath a window that caught the softest afternoon light. A shopkeeper wanted a door that reminded him of his childhood home. Edmund shaped the archway based on a man's fragmented memories until the shopkeeper's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the result. News of his abilities traveled fast. Even those who had never spoken to him began referring to him as the man who listens to houses. He did not chase work. Work came to him, drawn to the patient certainty of his craft. Despite the growing demand for his skill, Edmund always returned to one place when his days grew heavy: the cliffs. He walked there often after the sun had dipped low. The sky streaked with violet and pale gold. The sea thundered far below, indifferent to human ambition. Yet Edmund felt a strange kinship with its relentless rhythm. Sometimes Lydia walked beside him, her hand tucked into the crook of his arm. Sometimes he went alone, seeking quiet answers that only wind and stone could give him. He was never alone for long, though, because Lydia had become the heartbeat of his days. She had a way of filling silence without speaking, of watching him at work with eyes that understood far more than she let on. When he returned to her after long hours at building sites, she handed him tea warm with clove and said, "Sit, breathe, tell me what made your day heavy." And he did. He told her more than he had ever told anyone. In turn, Lydia shared pieces of her own life. She spoke of her mother, who had passed when she was young, leaving her with a love for books and quiet moments. She spoke of her father, a sailor who trusted the compass she had given Edmund more than he had trusted the changing weather. She spoke of dreams she had never voiced to anyone else: owning a home filled with bookshelves, cultivating a small garden, living a life shaped by wind and light rather than noise and haste. Edmund found himself designing those dreams into the cliffside house before he realized what he was doing. But before the house could become real, he had to contend with Dover's constant demands. The town council commissioned him to expand the harbor storehouses to accommodate larger shipments. The work required not only strength but ingenuity. The land near the water was prone to shifting under heavy weight, so Edmund devised a foundation system that distributed pressure outward rather than downward, reducing the risk of sinking or tilting. Other architects were skeptical until they saw the design withstand its first winter storm. After that, they regarded him with something approaching awe. He also trained 2 apprentices: Caleb Turner, a wiry boy with sharp blue eyes and endless questions, and Samuel Hodge, older, quieter, and stronger than anyone Edmund had ever hired. He taught them not only technique but philosophy. A structure lasts only if every part respects the others. The apprentices absorbed his lessons differently: Caleb with exaggerated enthusiasm and Samuel with steady patience. Edmund cared for them both, though Lydia liked to tease that Samuel had inherited his seriousness, while Caleb had inherited his stubborn streak. Evenings at Lydia's print shop became a cherished ritual. Edmund sat at her counter, revising blueprints, while she prepared ink or sorted sheets of paper. They spoke of plans for the future: furnishing the house, planting herbs in clay pots, inviting Edmund's parents to share dinner on their first night living there. Lydia described where the morning light should fall in the kitchen. Edmund promised to orient the windows accordingly. She described the quiet she wanted near the back of the house. He sketched a sheltered alcove beside the chimney. One evening she surprised him by reaching into a drawer and pulling out a sketch she had made herself: a clumsy but tender drawing of a window seat overlooking the sea. "I want this," she said shyly. Edmund stared at the drawing longer than necessary, touched by the intimacy of it. He folded the paper carefully and slipped it into his coat. "Then you'll have it," he said softly. The villagers grew accustomed to seeing them together. Some spoke kindly of their bond. Others teased Edmund at the pub, asking when he planned to marry her. He never denied it. Instead, he would smile in that quiet way of his and say, "When the cliffs have a house fit for her." During these years, the compass Lydia had given him became a silent companion. Whenever doubt crept into his work, when wood bowed incorrectly, when foundations resisted, when budget strained, he would take it out and watch the needle steady itself. It calmed him. It reassured him that direction was not something found by force, but by patience. His relationship with his parents deepened as well. His mother often cooked stews for him when work became overwhelming. His father visited construction sites and offered unsolicited but heartfelt advice. "Make sure that corner doesn't warp," Thomas would say, tapping a post with the familiarity of a man who had spent decades facing the sea. Edmund always listened. Age had softened his father's voice, but not his wisdom. As the years rolled on, the cliffside house took clearer shape in Edmund's mind. He began saving money. Quietly, methodically, slipping coins into a wooden box at the back of his workshop. Lydia did the same, unknown to him, saving small amount from her earnings at the print shop. They shared dreams more easily than they shared money, yet both invested in the future with the same devotion. One particularly cold winter evening, Edmund and Lydia climbed the cliffs together, carrying a lantern to cut through the mist. They stood on the future side of their home, wind biting at their faces, the lantern's glow flickering over their coats. Edmund placed a hand over the chalk, where he imagined the foundation would begin. "Someday soon," he said, almost to himself. Lydia stepped closer and linked her arm through his. "Someday soon," she echoed. The breeze softened for a moment, as if it, too, were listening. Days like that stretched into months and months into years. Dover continued to expand. Edmund's reputation grew stronger. Lydia's presence in his life deepened into something he could never describe fully, not even on the pages of sketches. His compass never faltered. His hands never trembled. His dreams never wavered. He did not yet know how fragile golden years could be, or how swiftly they could darken. For now, the cliff still waited for his house. Lydia still walked beside him, and the wind still carried promise. Everything in Edmund Harrow's life was building, quietly, steadily, toward a future he believed he could shape. Chapter 8. The Years That Shaped a Legacy. There are changes that arrive like storms, loud and unmistakable, tearing through the world with the force of inevitability. And then there are the quieter ones, gentle, nearly invisible, so subtle that they slip into the edges of life without being noticed until they have already taken root. Edmund Harrow first sensed such a change on a morning that seemed, to everyone else, perfectly ordinary. The sky over Dover was a soft gray blue, clouds floating like drifting sails. Merchants were already shouting their prices near the market, and the air smelled of damp rope tobacco and freshly baked rolls cooling on windowsills. Edmund, on his way to check on construction of a new warehouse, stopped by the print shop as he often did. Lydia was adjusting a stack of parchment on the counter, her brow lightly furrowed. "Morning," he said, leaning against the doorway. She looked up with a smile, warm, familiar, but he noticed a faint tension in her posture, as if she were holding herself a little too upright. "You're early," she said, trying to impress the council again. "Trying to see you before the city steals me for the day." She laughed, but the sound was softer than usual. Edmund stepped closer and noticed a slight tremble in her fingers as she reached for her teacup. He frowned without meaning to. "Did you sleep?" "Well enough," she said. It was the same answer she'd given before, but something about the way she said it absently, as if reciting a line, stirred unease in him. Still, he left her to her work, unwilling to pry. But as the day unfolded, he kept returning to that small tremor in her hands and the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Work was demanding. The East Warehouse's foundation had shifted slightly due to a hidden water pocket beneath the soil, and Edmund spent hours crawling under beams, testing weight distribution, instructing apprentices, explaining his design adjustments to the foreman. But even as he worked, Lydia lingered at the edges of his thoughts. When evening finally came and he returned to the shop, she tried to hide the fatigue in her face. She smiled, but it faltered for a fraction of a second. "Long day?" he asked again. "Yes," she admitted, "but manageable." Her wrist ached again. She tried to mask it, but he saw the way she subtly massaged her palm when she thought he wasn't looking. "Let me help you," he insisted, reaching for the stack of books waiting to be bound. She shook her head, amused. "You're talented, Edmund, but you turn these spines into crooked pretzels." He chuckled, but worry pressed deeper into his chest. The walk home was slower than usual. Lydia's steps were small, measured, and Edmund adjusted his pace to match hers. Street lamps flickered as a breeze picked up, washing the air with the salty scent of the sea. The familiar sounds of Dover in the evening, the closing shutters, distant piano music from the inn, the laughter of children not yet forced indoors, felt strangely muted. The following days revealed a troubling pattern. Lydia would seem perfectly well one morning, then unusually weary the next. Some afternoon she paused mid-task, eyes closed for longer than a blink. Once, while trimming parchment, her hand slipped and the blade grazed her skin. Not deeply, but enough to make her gasp. Edmund reached her side before she could speak. "It's nothing," she whispered, pressing a cloth to the small cut. "It shouldn't have happened," he replied, voice tight. "It happens to everyone." "Not to you." Her eyes softened, but she didn't answer. He joined her more frequently now, under the guise of helping, but really to make sure she wasn't pushing herself beyond her strength. She teased him for his hovering, yet she didn't push him away. Sometimes she rested her head briefly on his shoulder when the shop grew quiet at dusk. Sometimes she allowed him to carry heavy stacks of paper without protest, something she had never allowed before. As summer deepened, the unease around her grew impossible to ignore. One afternoon, climbing the hill toward the cliffs, she stopped mid-step, breath catching. Edmund quickly braced her, feeling how light her weight had become. "Did you trip?" he asked. "No, just dizzy for a moment." He urged her to sit, but she shook her head stubbornly. "I'm fine, truly." But her smile, usually the spark that lit his world, wavered. The next morning, she insisted on opening the shop alone. Edmund found her an hour later sitting behind the counter, staring at an ink page that had dried crooked. Her shoulders were drawn tight, her complexion drained of its usual warmth. "Lydia," he whispered. "You look tired," she finished for him. "Just tired." He knelt before her, taking her hands gently. "This is more than tired." "Maybe," she admitted, eyes glistening faintly. "But I don't want you to worry." "I do worry," he said softly, "because you matter." She pressed her forehead to his for a moment, breathing shakily. "I wish I were as strong as the woman you imagine me to be." "You're stronger than anyone I know." She smiled at that, but grief flickered behind her eyes. So quick, he almost doubted he'd seen it. It was the first time Edmund felt something like fear settle into him. The incident that followed stole all doubt. She collapsed, not dramatically, not with cry, but suddenly, quietly, like a lantern flame snuffed by a draft. One moment she was reaching for a set of bound booklets. The next her knees buckled, and she grasped the counter to keep herself from hitting the floor. Paper scattered. The room spun. Edmund rushed forward, catching her just as she slid into the stool. Her head dropped toward his chest for a brief, terrifying moment before she forced herself upright. "I'm fine," she murmured, breath shallow. "You are not fine," he said, voice trembling with a fear he could no longer mask. She looked up at him, pale, shaken, trying to be brave, and something inside him cracked. That night, the quiet between them felt heavier than silence. Edmund walked her home slowly, one arm around her waist, terrified by how fragile she suddenly seemed. The city sounds felt distant, muffled, as though Dover itself sensed a shift in their world. Even the sea seemed to roar more faintly. Before they parted, Lydia gave him a small, trembling smile. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. But Edmund was. When he returned to his workshop, he set the compass on the table as he always did. The needle pointed north, steady and unwavering, but for the first time in years, the sight failed to comfort him. Something had begun, something small yet unstoppable. A shadow in the brightness, a fracture in the stone. The gravity of it pressed into his chest like the beginning of a storm he could not yet see. In the weeks that followed Lydia's collapse, something in the rhythm of Edmund Harrow's life shifted. Subtly at first, like a thread loosening in the weave of a tapestry. The days continued as they always had. The market bustled. The harbor hummed with the groan of ropes and the distant clatter of pulleys, and craftsmen shouted instructions across construction sites. But for Edmund, the world no longer moved with the clean, reassuring lines he once trusted. There was a small, persistent distortion at the edges, a feeling that something was slipping just out of sight. Lydia insisted she was improving, yet her voice lacked its usual strength when she said it. She walked more slowly now, pausing on the stairs to catch her breath. She smiled often, but her smiles were thinner, like paper worn at the corners. She tried to hide the tremors in her hands by clasping them behind her back or tucking them beneath the folds of her skirt. Yet Edmund noticed. He noticed everything. One late afternoon, while she was preparing labels for a set of books destined for the schoolhouse, her hand slipped again, smearing ink across the page. She stared at it a moment too long, jaw tight, as if willing the mistake to correct itself. Edmund stepped forward, taking the page gently from her hands. "You need rest," he murmured. "I need to work," she replied, though even she did not sound convinced. He wanted to lift her in his arms and carry her away from the shop, hide her from anything that threatened her strength. But Lydia had never been a woman who allowed herself to be protected. She had walked life with quiet determination long before Edmund met her. Still, he could not ignore the faint sheen of sweat on her forehead or the pallor beneath her freckles. "Come outside with me," he said. She hesitated only briefly before nodding. He led her to the harbor, where the wind tasted of salt and the water reflected the late sun in trembling shards. Boats drifted lazily, nets drying along the docks. Lydia leaned against the rail, her breath steadier now, though the strain in her eyes remained. Edmund watched her profile against the shimmering water, feeling the ache of fear twist deeper inside him. "Something's wrong," he whispered. She looked up at him with such tenderness that it almost broke him. "Perhaps," she said softly, "but I'm still here." Still here. The words sounded fragile. He reached for her hand, and she allowed her fingers to twine with his, though he felt their slight tremble even in that gentle hold. Work became harder after that. Edmund's mind, once sharp and orderly, began to wander. He found himself redrawing the same lines 3 or 4 times because he couldn't focus on their symmetry. He miscalculated beam lengths, forgot to bring tools to sites, and once left a meeting with the council halfway through because he suddenly remembered Lydia alone in the shop. Caleb, his younger apprentice, noticed first. "Master Harrow," he said one morning as they examined the framing of a new storage loft, "you marked this beam wrong." Edmund stared at the chalk measurement, confused. The error was glaring, almost amateurish. He erased it quickly, heat rising in his cheeks. "Too little sleep," he muttered. Caleb didn't argue, but his eyes stayed on Edmund a beat longer than usual. Samuel, the older apprentice, was quieter but no less observant. One evening, after the others had left, he approached Edmund with cautious respect. "Sir, forgive me, but is Lydia unwell?" Edmund's hands froze over the blueprint he was rolling. "Why do you ask?" "Because you look changed," Samuel said, not unkindly. "Like you're carrying something you haven't set down in days." Edmund swallowed. For a moment he considered confiding in him, but the words felt too heavy, too real. "I'm fine," he said, but Samuel's eyes said he knew better. Lydia's decline continued its slow course. Her dizzy spells grew more frequent. Sometimes she sat behind the counter and rubbed her temples, unaware that Edmund was watching her from outside the shop window. She lost weight, her cheeks hollowing just slightly, her collarbones more defined. Her once graceful handwriting turned wobbly on uneven lines. One evening, as she lit a lantern, her hand shook so badly the match nearly slipped from her fingers. Edmund caught it just before it fell. The brief flare of flame illuminated her face, and in that second he saw something in her expression. Fear, unguarded and raw. She quickly looked away. He set the lantern down and gently held her arms. "Lydia, we need a doctor." She closed her eyes, leaning into him for a moment. "I don't want bad news," she whispered. "And I don't want to lose you," he replied, his voice cracking with a truth he had tried to swallow for weeks. She exhaled shakily, and though she didn't answer, she nodded. But the next morning she claimed to feel better and avoided the conversation entirely. As the summer deepened, Edmund and Lydia still visited the future site of their home, though less frequently. She moved more slowly, her breath shorter, but she insisted on going. "It reminds me what we're building toward," she said once, placing her palm against the chalky soil. Edmund didn't correct her. He didn't tell her that recently he'd begun to fear the house might outlive the dream behind it. One windy evening, as they stood on the cliff overlooking the restless sea, Lydia grew suddenly unsteady. Her knees buckled, and Edmund caught her just before she slid toward the ground. Her skin was cold despite the warm wind. Her pulse fluttered like a trapped bird. "Edmund," she murmured weakly. "I'm dizzy." He held her tighter, feeling panic roar through him. "We're going home." She nodded, her head against his chest. The walk back was slow, heavy, punctuated by Lydia's soft breaths and Edmund's racing heart. That night, Edmund barely slept. He sat at his drafting table, the compass Lydia had given him lying open beside him. The needle, normally unwavering, quivered faintly, not enough to suggest it was broken, but enough for Edmund to stare at it longer than usual. The next morning, the trembling had stopped. The needle pointed north again. Edmund told himself it had been a trick of the light, a restless hand, anything but a sign. But deep inside, something whispered the truth. Things were moving out of balance. The slow unraveling continued. Lydia began waking in the night, clutching her chest or struggling to breathe. Edmund soothed her until the episodes passed, but each left her weaker. She apologized constantly for worrying him, which only fractured Edmund further. He began avoiding social gatherings, turning down work, arriving late to job sites. He existed in two worlds, the world of stone and structure and the world of Lydia's fading strength. And the second world was the one taking over. His mother noticed immediately. "Your eyes," she said one evening as he visited her, "they're filled with storms." Edmund tried to smile but couldn't. "Is it Lydia?" she asked softly. Emotion caught in his throat. "Yes," he whispered. His mother placed a warm hand on his cheek. "Then you must stay close to her," she said. "People we love are not buildings. We cannot rebuild them once they begin to fall, but we can hold them up while they stand." He left her house with those words echoing painfully inside him. As autumn approached, Lydia grew paler still. She slept more, ate less, and could no longer climb the cliff path. Edmund continued working on the house, but his movements lacked their former certainty. He used to draw with fierce conviction. Now his pencil hovered over the page, hesitant, lines wavering, shapes blurring. The house that once felt inevitable now felt fragile, as if it depended entirely on Lydia's strength. Everything depended on Lydia's strength. One cold morning, as Edmund prepared to leave for the workshop, Lydia reached for his hand. "Don't go yet," she murmured. He sat beside her, heart aching. "What is it?" She looked at him with eyes softer than he had ever seen. "Stay with me a little longer." He stayed. He stayed until the sun had risen fully and the city had awakened without him. He stayed even as work piled up. He stayed because something in her tone, gentle, trembling, told him that time itself had begun to shift beneath their feet. That afternoon, Edmund returned to the workshop. He tossed his coat aside, opened the compass, and froze. The needle was turning, slowly, unsteadily, as if searching for a direction it could not find. He slammed the lid shut. "Not now," he whispered hoarsely. "Please, not now." But something had already begun, deep in the bones of his world. The light had shifted, and Edmund Harrow, once certain of every line he drew, suddenly felt the terrifying truth. He was losing the one thing he couldn't rebuild. Chapter 9. What Time Leaves Behind. Years have a way of moving differently when grief settles into a life. Some pass in heavy silence, dragging their weight like stones pulled through mud. Others slip away too quickly, disappearing before a man can reach out to grasp them. For Edmund Harrow, time became both too slow and too fast all at once after Lydia's illness deepened, after her steps grew faint, after her laughter, once the brightest sound he'd ever known, became something rare and fragile. Her decline was not sudden. It arrived in seasons, each one stealing a little more of her strength. He spent months walking beside her, helping her rise from bed, lifting her when her legs failed, holding her trembling hands until tremors eased. He slept lightly, waking at every sigh, every shift, terrified to find her breath gone. Work fell aside. Commissions waited for months. Apprentices handled tasks he could no longer focus on. The cliffside house, once a shared dream, stood only in its earliest stones, a fragile promise half buried in chalk dust. And then one cold morning, Lydia Winter closed her eyes and did not open them again. The world did not roar or break in half. It simply changed its texture. The air grew heavier. Sound dulled. Light dimmed. Edmund sat beside her bed for hours that felt like days, her hand cooling in his, the compass she had given him resting on the table, its needle trembling faintly as if reacting to the shift inside him. After the burial, Dover continued his life around him. Boats arriving, merchants shouting, children racing down alleys. But Edmund felt as if he had stepped outside of time. He walked through days without speaking much, without eating enough, without noticing the details he once adored. His mother brought him meals that often grew cold on his table. His father tried to pull him back into conversation, but words no longer settled in Edmund's mind the way they once had. Months passed, then years. The house on the cliff stood unfinished. The foundation laid, a few beams rising like ribs of skeleton. The beginning of a dream turned monument to what he had lost. Edmund visited it often, not to work, but simply to sit with his memories. Lydia had once stood where he now stood, imagining light through windows. Sometimes Edmund closed his eyes and pretended she was still beside him, her hand brushing his sleeve. The wind answered for her, lifting dust across the chalk. His apprentices grew older. Caleb matured into a capable designer, bold and impulsive. Samuel became a steady, meticulous craftsman. They both took on responsibilities Edmund no longer could. They tried to pull him back gently, offering new projects, asking for guidance. But Edmund hovered on the edges of his own life, moving through it as a man half-carved by his own grief. His body aged faster than he expected. His hands, once steady as rulers, shook when he tried to draw. His breath shortened on the cliffs. His knees ached in the damp winter months. Yet he held on to the compass Lydia had given him, opening it each morning, letting the needle settle before him. In the first years after her death, it behaved normally, pointing north, unwavering, obedient. But slowly, subtly, something changed. Some mornings the needle quivered before finding its direction. Some days it spun once, just once, before stopping. And once, late at night as Edmund opened it by candlelight, the needle pointed east for a full heartbeat before correcting itself. He frowned, as any man might, but said nothing. He was not ready to believe the world was shifting again. His apprentices grew worried. Caleb noticed that Edmund often left his workshop without remembering why he had gone. Samuel found him sitting in the cliffside house for hours, staring at the unfinished beams with a gaze heavy enough to bow wood. "You should let us finish it," Samuel said quietly one evening as they walked back toward town. Edmund shook his head. "No, it was hers, and mine. It cannot belong to anyone else." Samuel did not argue, but his silence carried its own sorrow. As years turned into a decade, Edmund's life narrowed. His parents passed. His apprentices married, had children, grew into respected builders of Dover. Edmund himself grew frail. His hair whitened. His voice softened. His steps slowed. But every day he visited the house on the cliffs, leaning heavily on his cane, climbing the path as if each ascent fought against time itself. The villagers respected him. Some whispered about the tragedy that had frozen him in place. Others admired the devotion that kept him returning to the same unfinished stones. Children waved when he passed. Older men tipped their hats. He nodded politely but rarely spoke more than a sentence. One autumn morning, when the wind smelled of rain and the sea was restless, Edmund felt weakness in his knees unlike anything before. He reached the unfinished house, but could not fully straighten. His breath came shallow. He lowered himself onto one of the beams and sat with trembling hands. He almost didn't hear Caleb approach from behind. "Master Harrow," Caleb said gently, "you shouldn't be here alone in this cold." "I belong here," Edmund whispered. "You belong with us," Caleb replied, kneeling beside him. "You taught us everything we know." Edmund looked at the boy, no, the man he had once guided. Caleb's eyes were bright with worry. "You've built your own lives," Edmund murmured, "because you showed us how." Samuel arrived moments later. Concern etched across his face. They exchanged glances over their old teacher's bowed head. They knew he was fading. Edmund did too. He reached into his coat and retrieved the compass. Aged now, brass dulled but still gleaming faintly where Lydia's fingers once held it. The needle trembled, then pointed north. "Take it," Edmund said quietly. Both apprentices stared. "I can't," Caleb whispered. "It isn't ours," Samuel added. Edmund closed their hands around it anyway. "It was given to me when I needed direction. Now I give it to you both. Let it guide someone again." "But your house," Caleb began. Edmund shook his head slowly. "The house is not meant to be finished," he said. "Some dreams don't belong in this world. They belong in memory, where they don't decay." Samuel swallowed hard. What should we do with it? Edmund looked toward the sea, his eyes soft and far away. "Keep it safe. Pass it on. It will know where it needs to go." He didn't know how true those words were. Not yet. The apprentices helped him back to town. Edmund walked with difficulty, but he felt strangely lighter, as if releasing the compass had released something inside him as well. That night, he sat at his table and closed his eyes, breathing the quiet air of his modest home. He whispered Lydia's name, barely audible, as if offering it back to the wind. The next morning, Edmund Harrow did not wake. Dover mourned him. The cliffs felt emptier. The half-built house remained untouched, its walls never completed, its windows never framed, its dream forever suspended between beginning and end. But the compass survived. It passed from Caleb to Samuel, from Samuel to a traveler, from a traveler to a distant grandson of a friend, until eventually it found its way into hands of a boy named Ian, and through him toward George Davis. The object had begun its journey, and time, quietly, inevitably, followed. Chapter 10. When the world tilted out of time. George Davis had never feared the silence of his own room until that evening. The suitcase rested at the foot of his bed like something alive, like a creature holding its breath. He had tried not to stare at it during dinner, tried not to think about Ian's frantic eyes or the strange tilt of his head urging George, pleading with him, to take the suitcase before a policeman pulled him away. But now, alone, with the house quiet and the gaslight turned low, George felt the weight of the object pressing against the air itself. He sat on the edge of the mattress, fingers trembling slightly as he loosened the clasps. The metal clicked softly, a sound too sharp in the small room. He opened the lid. Inside, the object stayed where they had been, arranged with impossible care. A compact mirror, a leather-bound diary, a silver ring, a photograph, a strip of embroidered cloth, and the architect's compass. George didn't know why his attention locked onto it. Perhaps it was the way the lamplight glinted along its hinge. Perhaps it was something deeper, quieter, instinctive. He reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the cool brass, the air in the room shifted, not violently, more like a breath held by the world itself. The flame of the gas lamp pulled sideways, as if attracted to something unseen. A faint ringing sound rose in George's ears, like the distant hum of metal being struck gently again and again. The architect's compass warmed in his palm. A pulse, almost like a heartbeat, ran through it. George swallowed hard, blinking as the edges of the room grew soft and unfocused. He set the architect's compass on his knee, exhaling shakily. "Get a grip," he whispered. "It's just old metal." But even as he said it, light flickered at the corner of his vision. A flash, white cliffs, an unfinished beam against a bright sky, a man bending over a table, measuring something with calm precision, wind whipping through scaffolding. George jerked backward, heart racing, but the images vanished as quickly as they had come. He closed the suitcase and pushed it aside, trying to steady his breathing. "Not tonight," he murmured. He wasn't ready. But the architect's compass didn't care if he was ready. That night, sleep came slowly, hesitantly, settling over him in thin layers. His dreams were restless, shadows of places he didn't know, hands that weren't his lifting tools he'd never used, voices murmuring just beyond hearing. He turned in sheets, sweat gathering at his temples. Then the architect's compass moved, not by much, just a small twitch on the bedside table. A metal click. George wasn't fully awake when he reached for it. He was suspended between dream and waking, where the world is soft and the laws of reality haven't yet taken hold. His fingers brushed the brass again. The world responded instantly. The air thickened. The floor beneath his bed tilted, just a fraction, Light rippled like water. George gasped, sitting upright, but his breath didn't reach his lungs. Something was happening. Something vast, something ancient, something that cared nothing for whether he understood it or not. The architect's compass pulsed again. A warm thrum spread into his palm, up his wrist, through his arm. It wasn't painful, just impossibly deep, like a note struck inside his bones. His room blurred. The wallpaper dissolved first, its colors smearing like wet paint. The bed fainted next, sinking into a haze of white. The air filled with a scent of salt, sharp and cold. He reached out blindly, but his hand touched nothing. No wall, no bed frame, no familiar world. Then sound hit him. Wind, strong, alive, roaring through open space. George tried to stand, but there was no floor beneath him, only the sensation of falling without moving. The brass of the architect's compass grew hot, then blisteringly hot, and the world shattered like glass in a whirl of light. He hit ground, not violently, but suddenly. His boots landed on something solid, uneven. He staggered forward, breath ragged, blinking against a brightness that tore at his vision. His heart thundered in his chest. He lifted his head and froze. The cliffs stretched before him, white and enormous, rising like ancient guardians. The wind whipped through wooden scaffolding nearby. The smell of sea and chalk filled the air so strongly it nearly drowned him. In the distance, waves smashed against rocks in rhythmic fury, and men were working. Real men, dressed amid 1800s clothing, carrying planks, lifting beams, shouting instructions over the wind. George stared, wide-eyed, unable to process the enormity of what he was seeing. This was not Bethnal Green. This was not London. This was not his time. A hammer struck wood. A man tightened a rope around a beam. Another smeared lime mortar along a rising wall. And farther ahead, a figure stood at a drafting table set on makeshift legs, head bowed over a delicate sketch. George's breath caught. He knew that posture. He had seen it, in the flash, in the vision. Edmund Harrow, younger, alive, focused on a dream that George knew would one day be left unfinished. George stepped forward, trembling. His voice was barely a whisper against the wind. I've traveled back. It wasn't a question. It was an impossible truth. He clutched the architect's compass to his chest, heart hammering so hard it hurt. This was real. This was happening. And whatever force lived inside the suitcase, whatever power Ian had hinted at with his desperate glance, whatever destiny tied these objects to people across time, had chosen him. George took a shaky breath, steadied himself, and stepped fully into Edmund Harrow's world. The journey had begun. Chapter 11. A man out of his time. The wind along the cliff struck George with force that seemed designed to remind him he was no longer anywhere near his own life. The air tasted different, raw, mineral, heavy with chalk and sea. It filled his lungs with a kind of sharpness he had never breathed in Bethnal Green. For a moment he didn't move. He couldn't. His senses were too full, overwhelmed by a world that had ceased to exist long before he was born. He staggered a few steps, boots crunching on uneven stones. The cliff edge loomed not far ahead, rising and falling in smooth, pale arcs carved by centuries of waves. Below, water crashed in a rhythm that felt ancient, indifferent to the tiny figure who had appeared from nowhere. George pressed a hand against his chest, trying to steady his breath. What have you done to me?" he whispered to the architect's compass burning faintly in his coat. Men shouted nearby, real men, in real voices that belonged to a time he had only seen in drawings and dusty books. A hammer struck wood. A saw ripped through a beam with a deep, gritty rasp. Horses snorted as they hauled a wagon load of stones over packed earth. George turned his head. The construction site spread out before him like a living machine. Scaffolding stretched across the cliff face. Timber frames rose in half-formed skeletons. Ropes creaked as workers hoisted materials upward. Smoke from a distant kiln smeared the air with a warm, clay-scented haze. No modern sound existed anywhere. George swallowed hard. 2 workers walked past him, far too close for comfort. Their coats were thick wool, frayed at the cuffs. Their boots were caked with chalk and mud. One of them glanced at George with momentary curiosity. Nothing suspicious yet, but the look still turned George's stomach cold. He ducked away, stepping behind a stack of timber planks. The world felt too sharp, too bright. Every detail cut into his eyes, the grain of the wood, the fraying ropes, the sweat darkening the collar of a carpenter's shirt. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't a trick. He was really here. The past. 1850s Dover. The architect's compass throbbed once in his pocket, as if confirming it. George risked peeking out again. That was when he saw him. Edmund Harrow. The man stood several yards away, coat whipping the rising wind, hair pulled back, jaw set with focus. He bent over a table anchored with stones, pencil moving with precision over a detailed sketch. Every movement was deliberate and confident. Even from a distance, George felt the quiet authority radiating from him. Young Edmund didn't look anything like the man he would eventually become, broken, grieving, hollowed out after losing Lydia. Here he was vibrant, in command, alive. George felt a pang in his chest. "I shouldn't be here," he whispered. But he was. Time had brought him, and time apparently wanted something from him. He crouched lower, watching Edmund work. Men came to him for instructions, pointing at beams or asking where support should go. Edmund answered calmly, decisively. He wasn't just building a structure. He was shaping the bone of his own future. George tried to steady himself, but something cold slid through his spine. If Edmund saw the architect's compass, recognized it, what then? Would he think George a thief? A lunatic? A danger? George tugged his coat tighter. He had to be careful. One wrong move, and he could start a chain of events that would ruin everything. Someone shouted behind him, startling him. "Hey, you there!" George whipped around, heart nearly stopping, only to see a worker yelling at another man dragging a rope too slowly. Relief washed through him so sharply he nearly collapsed. But the moment of calm didn't last. A gust of wind hit the cliff. It lifted chalk dust into the air, swirling it in pale spirals. George blinked, and that was when he noticed something strange. The architect's compass in his coat vibrated, not strongly, subtly, like a nervous heartbeat. He glanced down. It wasn't glowing, but it felt aware, almost tense. He whispered to it under his breath, "What do you want me to do?" The object didn't answer, but the vibration stopped the very moment Edmund Harrow lifted his head, as if sensing someone was watching him. George ducked instantly. He crawled backward behind a stone crate until he reached a safer shadow. Dust smeared his palms. Sweat rolled down his neck. Every instinct screamed at him to get away from the open space, to think, to breathe. He peeked out again. Two apprentices carried a stack of freshly carved stones toward the foundations, talking loudly. "Master Harrow says the cliff room needs more reinforcement," one said. "He's obsessed with that room," the other replied. "Says it's the heart of the house." The heart. George knew what that meant. It was the room Lydia had dreamed of. Hearing her name, even indirectly, made the air tighten in George's lungs. He turned away, leaning against a cold block of limestone. He needed time. He needed cover. He needed a plan. A wagon rumbled past him, pulled by a sturdy brown mare. The driver, an older man with a pipe clenched between his teeth, glanced at George suspiciously. George instinctively lowered his head, hiding his face. The man kept staring. "Don't recall seeing you here," the driver muttered. George forced a nod, his voice caught in his throat. "Just helping where I can." The driver grunted and urged the horse forward, but George knew he couldn't keep improvising like that. Eventually, someone would question him seriously. He had to get somewhere out of sight. He moved along the rear of the work site, keeping close to half-built structures and stacks of materials. He slipped between two piles of timber and followed a narrow path that curved behind the scaffolding. Here the noise of construction muffled slightly. Here he could breathe again. He exhaled long and slow. Think, George. How do you return something to a man who doesn't know he's lost it yet? He crouched and pulled out the architect's compass. The brass glowed faintly in the shade. Not a bright light, just a warmth, a soft inner hue that pulsed once, twice, as if reacting to his touch. "You recognize him, don't you?" George whispered. You know he's close. For a moment, just a moment, the architect's compass needle twitched on its hinge. Not enough to move, but enough to send a tiny vibration into George's palm. It wanted Edmund. It belonged to Edmund. But approaching him openly was impossible. George tucked the architect's compass away just in time, because heavy footsteps approached. 2 workers rounded the corner, carrying a beam. One squinted at George. "What are you doing back here?" George froze again. His mouth dried. "I was just looking for someone. I was told to. Don't linger. This area is not safe. If that beam swings wrong, you'll lose more than your job." George nodded quickly. Understood. The men moved on, shaking their heads. When they were far enough, George let out a shaky breath. It wasn't going to get easier. Every second he stayed here increased the risk of discovery. Someone would eventually realize he didn't belong. Someone would alert Edmund. Someone might even call the constables. He pressed his back to the wooden crate and stared upward at the unfinished beam silhouetted against the sky. He needed to learn the rhythms of this world. He needed to understand how the men worked, how they spoke, how they moved. He needed to blend in. So he watched. For nearly an hour, he stayed hidden behind the crate, memorizing patterns of movement across the site. Who worked where? Who brought supplies? Who took orders? He noticed that Edmund spent long stretches drawing, then moved among the workers correcting angles. He noticed breaks in the flow of activity, moments when the site quieted just enough for someone to approach unnoticed. Even more important, George saw the path Edmund took whenever he walked alone. A narrow corridor between a stack of barrels and an unfinished outer wall. Always the same route. Always the same moment of solitude. That was his opportunity. George whispered to the architect's compass in his coat. Not yet, but soon. Then he lowered his head, pulled his coat tight, and slipped along the outer edge of the site, searching for a safer vantage point. He needed to prepare, because sooner or later, Edmund Harrow would have to meet him. And when that happened, the world would shift again. George spent the better part of an hour hidden behind the stone crates, watching the worksite rise and fall with the steady pulse of human effort. Every sound seemed magnified. Hammers striking beams, saws ripping through planks, boots stomping chalk into dust. The air smelled of sweat and lime mortar, thick enough to cling to his throat. The danger was everywhere. One wrong look, one wrong answer, and someone might drag him in front of Edmund. Or worse, to whatever passed for police in this era. He had no documents, no identity, no explanation for his presence. But he couldn't hide forever. He had a mission. Slowly, he edged out from behind crates and studied the world not as an intruder, but as someone who needed to blend into it. He watched how the men walked, how they carried their tools, how they spoke to each other in clipped sentences that felt both rough and familiar. He tried mimicking their pace. Shoulders forward, head slightly down, purpose in every step. Even if he didn't know what that purpose was. When 2 workers passed, he nodded at them. One barely noticed him. The other gave him a suspicious squint, but kept walking. Good. Not perfect, but good. He continued along the perimeter until the noise softened. Ahead lay a row of supply sheds built from rough timber, their doors propped open with stones. Stacks of rope hung from hooks. Wooden wheels leaned against walls. Buckets filled with nails and wedges sat in uneven rows. George approached cautiously, pretending to inspect a wagon wheel. A man emerged from inside the nearest shed, short, stocky, mid-50s, with a walking cane and a permanent grimace shaped by years of heavy labor. His coat was thick and patched at the elbows, and he smelled faintly of pipe smoke and sawdust. The man stopped, stared at George. Hard. "You're new," he said, voice gravelly. George froze. 1,000 excuses raced through his mind, each more ridiculous than the last. He forced his voice steady. "I just arrived, looking for work." The man snorted. "You and half the damn county." He limped closer, leaning heavily on his cane as he circled George like an appraiser looking over a horse. "Where are you from?" the man demanded. George's mind blanked. He couldn't say London. He didn't know how the townfolk viewed outsiders here. He couldn't say Dover. Someone would call his bluff. He couldn't stay silent. But the answer came from his mouth before he even knew he'd chosen it. Bethnal Green. The man blinked. Never heard of it. George exhaled quietly, relief and terror merging in equal measure. Good. If the man didn't know it. He couldn't question him about it. The man tapped his cane against George's boot. You look soft for this kind of work. I'm stronger than I look, George said, forcing confidence. Humph. The man's eyes narrowed, but not unkindly. Then, unexpectedly, he extended his hand. Name's Hartley. I keep the supply ledgers and make sure the lads don't steal more nails than they use. George hesitated only a second before shaking his hand. George. Hartley grunted. If you're looking to earn coin, you'll need to prove you're worth the bread you eat. Come with me. Before George could protest, Hartley turned and limped into the supply shed. George followed, pulse racing, adrenaline spiking through his veins. Inside, the air was thick with shavings and dust motes caught in beams of sunlight. Shelves held ropes, chisels, buckets, and lengths of canvas. Hartley pointed at a pile of timber planks. Sort these by size. Then take the knots out of those ropes. If you can manage that without making a mess, we'll see if Edmund's willing to give you a day's wage. George's blood froze. Edmund? Edmund would have to prove him? He tried not to panic. Hartley grumbled. Don't worry. He won't bite. Not unless you insult his drawings. George nodded, pretending to laugh. Inside, he felt sick. But this was his opportunity. A way in. A way to belong, even temporarily. He set to work. The planks were heavier than anything he handled in his own time. His hands burned. His breath grew fast. Sweat soaked the collar of his shirt. But he forced himself to continue. He couldn't afford to look weak or inexperienced. Workers passed by the shed door occasionally. Most ignored him. A few glanced in, curiosity flickering in their eyes, but not enough to stop and question him. Good. Very good. As he worked the knots out of the ropes, struggling more than he would have liked, Hartley grunted approvingly. At least you're not lazy, Hartley said. That's better than most lads. George offered a tired smile. Try my best. Hartley leaned against a crate. You'll need pay, I assume. George nodded quickly. You'll have to speak with Edmund directly. He decides who stays on. George nearly dropped the rope. No, not yet. Not like this. Hartley noticed his hesitation. What's wrong? Nothing, George lied. Just didn't expect to meet him so soon. Hartley let out a bark of laughter. No one expects anything with Edmund Harrow. He's his own storm. George swallowed. He knew that better than anyone. As he continued working, voices outside grew louder. The shift was changing. Men were finishing tasks. Hartley straightened with effort. Come on then, he said. Let's introduce you. George's heart pounded. Not yet. I'm not ready. The moment's wrong. The architect's compass doesn't want it yet. He discreetly pressed his hand against his coat pocket. The architect's compass was cool. Still, silent. A bad sign. He took a step back. I'm not done with the knots yet. Hartley frowned. Finish later. Edmund won't wait. George shook his head quickly. Please, I want to finish properly. First impressions matter. Hartley grunted, unimpressed but not angry. Fine. Finish half and we'll go. He limped away. George exhaled sharply, adrenaline rushing through him. He had bought himself time. Not much, but enough. He watched Edmund from the crack between the shed's boards. The architect walked along the scaffolding, examining the beams, brushing dust from his drawings, giving instructions with calm authority. Every inch of him radiated intelligence and purpose. George whispered to himself, How do I approach a man like that? No answer came, but one thing was clear. He would have to start by earning a place in this world, or he would never get close enough to return the architect's compass. The sun dipped lower. Shadows stretched. The sight quieted. George worked steadily, heart pounding, waiting for the moment when fate and the compass would allow him to cross paths with Edmund Harrow for real. Chapter 12. Into the Heart of the Past. George woke before dawn, though he wasn't sure he had slept at all. The faint light creeping through the window slit supply shed gave the world a bluish tint, the kind of color that belonged to early winter mornings. Cold clung to him more sharply here than in Bethnal Green. The air smelled of damp timber, chalk, and something faintly metallic, almost like the scent the architect's compass released when it warmed in his hand. He pushed himself upright on the pile of old sacks Hartley had grudgingly allowed him to use as a makeshift bed. His body ached. His clothes were stiff with dust. His throat tasted of yesterday's fear. But he was still here. He had survived his first full night out of time. The worksite was already stirring. Men shouted greetings. Hammers began striking. Someone cursed as they spilled a bucket of nails. The rhythm of the 1850s came alive faster than George expected. He stepped outside into the cold morning, rubbing his arms for warmth. Hartley stood by a wagon, inspecting the wheels. He glanced at George briefly. "You sleep?" "Not really," George answered. "Good. Means you'll work harder." Hartley smirked, then tossed him a small rag. "Clean yourself up. You look like a chimney sweep dragged backward through a storm." George laughed softly despite himself and wiped the chalk from his face. "Right." Hartley said, "Cane tapping against a wagon. If you want to stay on this site, even for a day, you'll need to pull your weight. And Edmund won't tolerate idlers." At the mention of Edmund's name, George's stomach tightened. He felt the architect's compass pulse faintly in his pocket, as if acknowledging its rightful owner's presence somewhere nearby. "I understand," George said. "Good. Start by fetching nails from the second shed." Hartley gestured vaguely. "The younger lad should be there sorting the good ones from the bent rubbish." George nodded and headed off. The morning was colder than before. A thin mist draped itself over the worksite, muting the sounds of construction. George walked carefully, trying to mimic the confident stride of the workers. He passed a group of apprentices struggling to lift a beam into place. One of them, a boy no older than 16, glanced at George. "You knew?" the boy asked. George forced a steady breath. "Something like that. Well, if you see Master Harrow today, keep your head down. He's in one of his moods." George nodded and moved on, though a strange curiosity circled his thoughts. What did Edmund look like when he was angry, when he was frustrated, when he was human, not the tragic figure he would later become? He reached the second shed and found two lads sorting through piles of nails. One of them waved without looking up. "Take what you need. Hartley said a new fellow might come by." George grabbed a bucket and helped him for a few minutes, his hands gradually adjusting to the rough rhythm of the work. It felt oddly grounding, repetitive, almost meditative, like kneading dough back in London, only sharper, harder, more dangerous. When he finished, he lifted the bucket and headed back toward Hartley. He was halfway there when he stopped. Edmund Harrow stood only a few meters away. Not far, not unreachable. Close enough for George to see the faint lines of concentration between his brows, the firm set of his jaw, the small smudge of chalk across one cheek from an early sketch session. Edmund was speaking to two workers, gesturing toward a beam with slow, precise movements. His voice carried even over the clamor of tools. No. This angle will collapse under the wind pressure. Reinforce it here, not there. The cliff will not forgive imprecision." George froze, the bucket of nails suddenly too heavy. The architect's compass in his pocket warmed, almost urgently, not glowing, but alive. George swallowed. He didn't know what to do. Approach? Wait? Pretend he belonged? He tried to breathe, but the moment was too large. Edmund turned suddenly. His eyes landed on George. For an instant neither moved. Edmund studied him with a steady, discerning gaze, as if evaluating a column, or the joints of a beam, or the weight of a stone. "You," Edmund said. George nearly dropped the bucket. "Why, yes." Edmund stepped closer, boots crunching in the chalk. His presence felt enormous, not loud, but centered, focused, as if he existed in a sharper reality than everyone else. "You were here yesterday," Edmund said, "by the stone crates." George's pulse hammered. "Ah, yes." "You ran," Edmund added calmly. "Why?" George's throat went dry. He opened his mouth. No words came out. Edmund waited, patient but not indulgent. George forced a breath. "I thought I'd gotten in the way." A slight tilt of Edmund's head, not fully convinced. but not dismissive either. "What is your role here?" Edmund asked. George froze again. He had no role, no identity. Hartley's voice cut in like a lifeline. "He's with me, Mr. Harrow. New lad. Quick worker." Edmund's eyes shifted to Hartley, then back to George. "Is that true?" he asked. George nodded a fraction too quickly. "Yes, sir." Edmund studied him for a long moment, the kind of moment that could tip either into acceptance or disaster. Finally, he nodded once. "Very well. We need hands." His gaze flicked briefly to George's coat pocket. The compass pulsed. Edmund seemed to sense something, though he couldn't name it. "See that you work properly." George exhaled, weak with relief. Edmund turned away, returning to his drawings. But just before he reached the table, he paused, slightly, almost imperceptibly, and looked over his shoulder. Not at George, at the architect's compass hidden in George's pocket, as if something in the world had tugged lightly at the edges of his mind. George swallowed. He had been noticed, not understood, but noticed, and that was the first step toward everything that would come next. Chapter 13. The Weight of Borrowed Days. George spent the rest of the morning working as steadily as he could, though every movement felt doubled. The work in front of him and the fear behind him, pressing at his thoughts, sorting planks, carrying nails, holding rope steady while two men cut a beam into shape. He did everything quickly enough to avoid suspicion, but slowly enough not to reveal that he had no idea what he was doing. He watched. He listened. He repeated motions until they looked natural, until the apprentices stopped glancing at him with narrowed eyes. The architect's compass rested against his thigh like a secret heartbeat, warm, then still, then warm again, never painful, never glowing, but always present. A reminder that every step he took here was borrowed time, that he was walking in a world he was not meant to touch. By midday, the mist had thinned, giving way to a sharper light. Edmund Harrow spent most of the morning climbing scaffolds, examining joints, pointing out flaws the rest hadn't noticed. When Edmund worked, the entire site seemed to adjust around him. Conversation softened, tools halted, men straightened their shoulders. Even the sea, George thought, seemed to crash with more rhythm when Edmund looked toward it. George kept his distance, but fate, or something like fate, didn't. While carrying a bucket of wedges across the site, George slipped on a patch of chalk. The bucket flew out of his hands, wedges scattering everywhere. Before he could regain his balance, a strong hand grabbed his arm and pulled him upright. It was Edmund. George's breath vanished. "You should watch the ground," Edmund said, voice calm but firm. "The chalk here is treacherous." I'm sorry," George muttered, cheeks burning. Edmund bent to pick up a fallen wedge. George tried to kneel too, but stopped immediately when he felt the compass vibrate sharply in his pocket. Edmund's eyes flicked toward the movement, not the object itself, but the shift in George's coat. "What do you have there?" Edmund asked. George froze. His fingers clenched around the fabric instinctively. "It's nothing, sir. Just personal." Edmund studied him in silence. Not suspicion, assessment. George could almost hear the architect's thoughts measuring him. His posture, his clothes, his accent, every detail that didn't quite fit. Finally, Edmund said, "If you are to remain on this site, you must learn to move with intention. Accidents cause more damage than poor craftsmanship." George nodded quickly. "Yes, sir." Edmund straightened, dusting chalk from his coat. "But you work hard," he added almost reluctantly. "Hartley seems to think well of you." "That is rare." The words, simple as they were, hit George harder than he expected. Approval, from the man whose whole life would someday collapse in grief, fell heavier than the bucket he'd dropped. "Thank you," George whispered. Edmund gave a slight nod and turned away, but again, just like the previous day, he paused before walking off. His eyes lingered on George's pocket, as if something tugged at him from that direction. A faint crease appeared between his brows. Then he walked back to the scaffolding. George let out a shaky breath. He finished gathering the wedges and returned to work. But the compass had grown warmer, almost insistent, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his racing heartbeat. Hours passed. The afternoon deepened. The tide began to shift. Toward the end of the day, Hartley approached with his cane tapping against the stones. "You did well today," Hartley said. "Edmund didn't throw you off the cliff. That's practically a compliment." George laughed softly, exhausted. "I'll take it." Hartley smirked. "Come, help me move these beams before sunset." They worked side by side. Hartley wasn't as fast as the younger men, but he was precise, methodical. George followed his lead, grateful for the older man's quiet presence. There was something grounding about him, something that made George feel less like a foreign body in this world. As they worked, Hartley said, "Edmund rarely speaks to new lads. You should take it as good fortune." George glanced toward the scaffolding, where Edmund stood in deep conversation with two skilled masons. "Does he always carry himself like that?" George asked quietly. "So certain?" Hartley chuckled. "Edmund was born certain. He sees lines where others see chaos, angles where others see stone. Some say it's a gift from God." "And you?" George asked. Hartley lifted a brow. "I say some men just have a fire in their bones. If they're lucky, it builds something instead of burning them alive." George swallowed. He knew how Edmund's life would burn later, how Lydia's death would hollow him, how the architect's compass would pass from hand to hand after his downfall. But here, now, Edmund Harrow was a storm contained only by purpose. Work slowed as sunset neared. Men gathered tools, rolled up ropes, and covered unfinished sections with canvas. George carried a final stack of planks toward the supply sheds. As he set them down, the compass vibrated again, stronger this time. He froze. The vibration continued, more urgent now, as if responding to something unseen. George's gaze lifted instinctively, and saw Edmund standing alone near the cliff's edge, staring at the sea with a look that was both fierce and far away. Not commanding, not instructing, just human. George stepped closer, not enough to be noticed, but enough to feel the air shift around him. The compass pulsed harder, as though its longing for its rightful owner filled the space between them. He whispered to himself, "Not yet. I know, not yet." But the moment carved itself into him. For the first time, George understood that returning the architect's compass wasn't just a task. It was a responsibility, a promise, a thread tying one life to another across a century. As the sun dipped behind the cliffs, casting long shadows across the worksite, George knew that his next step would bring him closer to Edmund Harrow than ever before, and it terrified him, and thrilled him, and pulled him forward all at once. Chapter 14. Fractures in the Lines. The next morning broke with a sharp wind that sliced through the worksite like a warning. The sky hung low, heavy with clouds the color of hammered iron. George stepped out of the shed, rubbing the stiffness from his arms, the chill biting straight through his coat. He had barely slept. Every time he drifted toward rest, the architect's compass pulsed faintly against his chest, as if reminding him that his purpose in this world wasn't rest at all. Work began earlier than usual. Men rushed across the site, carrying beams and tools, muttering about an incoming storm that might halt construction if they didn't reinforce the scaffolding in time. Hartley spotted George and waved him over. "You're with me today." Harrow wanted a new frame delivered up the ridge path. George blinked. "Up the ridge? The narrow one?" Hartley's smirk deepened. "Aye, don't fall." George did not find the joke comforting. He followed Hartley toward a stack of freshly cut timbers, lifting one end of a long beam, while two apprentices handled the rest. The wood was heavy, rough, cold against his palms. He gritted his teeth and pushed upward, forcing his muscles to cooperate. As they carried the beam along the ridge path, the wind whipped across the cliff, tugging at George's coat. The ground beneath him crumbled slightly with each step. The compass pulsed again, sharper this time, like a heartbeat spiking in fear or anticipation. The apprentices grumbled under their breath. "This job's cursed," one muttered. "It's the cliff," the other replied. "Nothing stays steady on it." Then, suddenly, the boy in front stumbled. The beam jerked violently. George reacted before thinking. He lunged sideways, using all his strength to keep the timber from tipping off the cliff edge. His boots scraped desperately against the chalk, barely holding. "Hold it, hold it!" Hartley barked. The apprentices scrambled to regain their balance. The boy who had slipped pushed himself upright, pale and shaking. "That was close," he whispered. George nodded, breathless. "Too close." But the moment wasn't over. A sharp voice sliced through the wind. "What happened here?" Edmund Harrow stood a few feet away, coat whipping dramatically behind him, eyes narrowed in concern more than anger. His gaze swept the beam, the edge of the cliff, the trembling apprentices, and landed last on George. "You reacted quickly," Edmund said. George didn't know what to say. His breath still shook in his lungs. Edmund stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You've worked on a cliff before?" "No, sir." "Then your instincts are remarkable." Edmund paused. "Or unusual." The compass in George's pocket grew warm. Too warm. Edmund's eyes moved downward, toward the source of the heat, almost unconsciously, as though something invisible pulled his attention there. George shifted, covering the pocket with his hand. Edmund's gaze rose again, meeting George's directly. There was no suspicion in it now, only curiosity. Deep, unsettling curiosity. "You interest me, George," Edmund said simply. The words hit George harder than the near fall had. They sank under his skin, heavy with meaning Edmund himself didn't understand. Before George could reply, Hartley cleared his throat. "Sir, we should get the beam secured before the storm hits." Edmund nodded. "Yes." But afterward, his eyes held George's for a heartbeat longer. "I want to speak with you." Then he walked away, coat snapping in the wind like a banner. George exhaled shakily. The apprentices looked at him with a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment. Hartley gave him a firm clap on the shoulder. "You may have just saved that lad's life," Hartley said. "Harrow won't forget that." But George wasn't thinking about heroism. He was thinking about the way Edmund's eyes had shifted toward the compass, the way the compass had responded, the way every day here seemed to draw them closer into the same orbit. He swallowed hard. Soon, too soon, he would have to make a choice. Approach Edmund openly. Tell him something. Risk everything. The wind picked up, scattering chalk dust across the path. The storm crept closer, the sea tossing violently below. And George Davis knew with a certainty that tightened his chest. The moment of truth was coming, and it would not wait much longer. By midday, the storm had fully arrived. Wind howled across the cliffs, flattening the tall grass into trembling waves and sending bursts of dust spiraling through a construction site. Workers shouted to be heard over roar, their voices sharp with urgency. Ropes snapped against wooden beams. Tools clattered to the ground. The smell of rain mingled with the chalky scent of the stone. George tightened his coat as he fought his way across the site, following Hartley toward the scaffolding. The architect's compass pulsed against his ribs in a slow, heavy rhythm, steady but tense, as if the object itself feared something was coming. He wasn't wrong. The wind slammed into the outer frame of the construction, making it shudder. Men cursed, gripping support poles, trying to reinforce the structure before the storm knocked something loose. "Hurry, George!" Hartley barked. "We need these beams secured." George lifted a long iron bracket, nearly losing his grip as a gust struck him sideways. The ground beneath his feet felt unsteady, the chalk shifting like loose powder. "You shouldn't work in this weather." George shouted over the wind. Hartley snorted. "Try telling that to Harrow." George glanced toward the upper level of the scaffolding. Edmund Harrow stood at the highest platform, coat snapping like a flag, hair whipping across his forehead. He was shouting orders, pointing to areas where the frame risked collapse. He looked like a man fighting nature itself. George swallowed hard. He couldn't explain why, but he felt drawn to Edmund in that moment, not by duty, not by the compass, but by a strange, powerful sense that the architect stood at the edge of something dangerous, and that George needed to be nearby. He forced himself to focus, helping secure the lower beams while the wind shook the site with increasing violence. The compass throbbed more insistently, sending faint waves of warmth through George's coat. Then a crack split the air. One of the high support beams buckled sideways. "Beam down!" someone screamed. Workers scattered, shouting warnings. George looked up, and terror seized his chest. A massive timber, loosened by the storm, slid off the upper platform and plummeted toward the ground, toward Edmund. George dropped everything. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He simply moved. His boots skidded across the chalk as he sprinted up the lower ramp, heart slamming against his ribs. The compass burned hot now, almost searing. Edmund was below the falling beam, unaware, focused on shouting directions to stabilize a different section. "Edmund!" George screamed. The architect turned, not quickly enough. George lunged, throwing himself into Edmund's path. He caught the architect by the shoulders and shoved him backward just as the beam crashed down where Edmund had been standing. Dust exploded around them. Men shouted. The platform shook. George and Edmund tumbled across the boards, rolling until they slammed against the railing. Edmund gasped, breath knocked from his lungs. George lay half on top of him, chest heaving, ears ringing. For a moment, just a moment, there was no storm, no shouting, no danger. Only Edmund's shocked eyes staring into George's. "What?" Edmund whispered hoarsely. "What did you just—" The world snapped back in a violent rush. Men crowded around them. "Is he hurt?" "Master Harrow. Someone get him up." "Is the new lad all right?" George pushed himself upright, shaking. Edmund sat up slowly, hand pressed to his ribs, stunned but alive. Hartley forced his way through the crowd. "George, are you mad? You could have been killed." "He saved him," one of the masons said quietly. The words hung in the air. Edmund lifted his gaze toward George, an expression unlike any George had seen from him. Not authority, not irritation, something closer to awe. "You risked your life," Edmund said softly. George swallowed, throat dry. "I just reacted." Edmund's eyes flicked to the pocket where the compass lay hidden. The heat from the object radiated outward, almost palpable in the cold storm air. For the first time, Edmund didn't look away. He stared directly at the pocket. "What are you carrying?" Edmund asked, voice low. George felt the breath leave his lungs. Not suspicion, not accusation, but something much more dangerous. Recognition. Before George could answer, another shout tore through the wind. "The south scaffold is collapsing." Chaos erupted again. Workers scattered. Edmund snapped back into command mode instantly, rising to his feet with a grimace of pain. "Everyone clear the lower levels," he shouted. "Now!" He turned toward George one last time. "This isn't finished," Edmund said. Then he ran toward the collapsing section. George stood frozen, heart pounding, wind tearing at his coat. The architect's compass throbbed against his ribs like a trapped star. Something had shifted, something irreversible. And George knew he was closer than ever to the moment everything would break open. Chapter 15. Cracks in stone and silence. The south scaffold groaned like a wounded animal as George ran toward the commotion. Rain hammered the planks now, the storm finally unleashing its full force. The air tasted of wet chalk and fear. Men scrambled down ladders, some slipping, some shouting warnings, some simply running for their lives. The entire structure shuddered. George reached the lower platform just as Edmund vaulted down from the upper level with a practiced agility that surprised him. The architect landed, grimaced, and immediately pushed forward to help the men still trapped on the swaying structure. "Reinforce the joints. Secure that beam before the whole frame gives way," Edmund shouted. His voice somehow cut through the storm, commanding, sharp, impossible to ignore. George grabbed a rope and pulled as two workers tried to stabilize a buckling support. The timber groaned, bending under the weight of the wind. A man near George slipped on the wet boards, screaming as he careened toward the edge. George lunged and caught him by the coat, dragging him backward with a burst of strength he didn't know he had. "Stay low," George yelled. The man nodded shakily and crawled off the platform. Lightning cracked somewhere above the cliff. The thunder hit a second later, shaking the very air. The scaffold jolted violently. "Everyone down. Now!" Edmund roared. Workers obeyed instantly. Hartley shouted orders from below. Cane raised like a staff. George waited for Edmund to descend, but Edmund didn't move. He was examining a joint high up on the frame, rain pouring over his coat, chalk streaking down his face. "Edmund!" George shouted. "You have to get down." Edmund didn't react, or didn't care. or didn't hear. The wooden joints creaked louder. George felt it before he heard it. A pulse, urgent and hot, from the architect's compass. It vibrated so violently, it almost leapt from his pocket. He looked at Edmund, looked at the compass, looked at the shaking scaffold. There wasn't time to think. George charged up the last short ladder, heart slamming his chest, fingers grasping for any handhold he could find. His boots slid on the soaked planks, but he pushed on, driven by a force deeper than instinct. "Edmund, move!" he shouted as he reached the top. Edmund whipped around. Their eyes met. Fear in Edmund's for the first time, determination in George's. The scaffold lurched. Edmund slipped. George threw himself forward, catching him around the shoulders and dragging him toward the ladder. Edmund clung to a beam to steady himself. Below them, the workers shouted, the storm screamed, the wood splintered. "Go!" George pushed him. Edmund climbed down, shaken, breath ragged. George followed, slipping twice but never losing grip. When his boots finally hit solid ground, the entire scaffold gave one last agonized groan, and half of it collapsed sideways, crashing into the cliff face. Silence swallowed the sight for a heartbeat, just a heartbeat. Then men erupted in cries, rushing to check on others, to count, to breathe. George stood trembling, soaked to bone, the compass scorching hot against his ribs. Edmund turned to him. His expression was unreadable, shock, gratitude, confusion, something deeper he didn't understand. "You saved my life," Edmund said quietly. George shook his head. "No, I saw the structure failing. Anyone would have done the same." "No," Edmund stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "Not like you did." The compass pulsed again. Edmund's gaze dropped slowly to George's pocket. "What are you carrying?" Edmund whispered. "It reacted when the scaffold moved. I saw it. You hit it, but I saw it." George's breath caught. Edmund, he didn't even know what he intended to say. An excuse? A lie? The truth? He never got the chance. Hartley limped toward them, rain plastering his hair to his forehead. "Both of you, enough. We need to assess the damage." "Harrow, you're bleeding." Edmund touched his forehead. When he pulled his hand back, there was a thin streak of blood. He seemed surprised, almost annoyed, that he hadn't noticed sooner. "I'm fine," he said. "You're not," Hartley insisted. "Come, sit." Reluctantly, Edmund followed him, but not before casting one last look at George. A long, searching look full of questions neither man was ready to face. George felt his stomach twist. The architect's compass burned with a steady, insistent heat. It was calling for the moment, but George wasn't ready. Not yet. Not like this. Not while Edmund was bleeding, exhausted, shaken. George turned away as the workers gathered around Edmund. He walked toward the edge of the site, rain pelting his face. His hands shook. His pulse wouldn't slow, because he understood what today had changed. The architect's compass wasn't simply reacting to Edmund. Edmund was reacting to him. The truth was pressing inward from all sides, tightening around George like the wind on the cliffs. He wouldn't be able to hide much longer, and the next chapter of their story would demand something even harder than saving a life, telling Edmund Harrow a truth that should be impossible. Chapter 16. The Truth That Demands a Voice. Night settled over the cliffs in a heavy shroud, dim and oppressive, as if the storm had wrung the world dry. Lanterns swung from crooked nails, their flames trembling in the wind like frightened hearts. The sea below crashed in a slower, heavier rhythm, as if even the tide had grown weary. George walked alone across the battered construction site, boots splashing through puddles of rainwater and fragmented chalk. The wreckage of the collapsed scaffold loomed like a skeleton in the lantern glow, sharp beams jutting from the ground at odd angles. He stopped beside the shattered frame and stared at it. He shouldn't have been alive. Edmund shouldn't have been alive. Everything felt suspended, too quiet, too still. He touched his coat, felt the architect's compass beneath the fabric, warm and pulsing against his chest. It was calling, steadily, patiently, but unmistakably calling. Footsteps approached, slow, measured, intentional. George didn't turn. He felt Edmund's presence behind him before he saw it. Something subtle but unmistakable, a stillness that contrasted with the storm-torn world around them. "You stayed," Edmund said quietly. George turned now. Edmund stood a few paces away, lantern in one hand, his injured forehead wrapped in a strip of clean cloth. His coat was damp, but his posture steady, too steady given the chaos of the day. His expression, however, betrayed none of that steadiness. He looked like a man split open. George swallowed. I needed to think. Edmund stepped closer, lantern casting soft gold along his jaw and over the dried chalk streaks on his coat. "No," he said. "You needed to avoid me." George exhaled slowly. Edmund looked back at the ruined scaffold. A man should have died there today. I should have died. His gaze returned to George, sharper now. "And yet you moved before the beam even fell." "I reacted," George whispered. "No," Edmund said, voice low but unwavering. "You anticipated. There is a difference." The lantern between them flickered violently in a sudden gust. George's heartbeat quickened. He had known this moment would come, but not how to face it. Edmund stepped closer. "You hesitated yesterday," Edmund said. "You ran. You hid. Today you risked your life twice. You saved a man who would not have survived that fall. And you saved me." His voice softened, strained in a way George had never heard. "I don't understand you." George looked down, unable to hold Edmund's gaze. But Edmund continued, quietly, insistently. "There is something you carry, something you protect, something that reacts to this place and to me." The compass throbbed in George's pocket. Edmund took a step nearer, enough that George could feel the warmth from the lantern and the faint trace of soap on Edmund's clothes. "Show me," Edmund whispered. "Please." The "please" undid George. His hand trembled as he reached into his coat. The compass responded instantly, its warmth rising, its hinge vibrating like a heartbeat. When George lifted it into the lantern light, Edmund inhaled sharply. The architect's compass glowed softly, a warm gold radiance that seemed alive. Edmund froze. "That," his voice broke, "that is my compass." George held it carefully, palms open, as though offering something sacred. "I know," he whispered. Edmund stepped forward until lantern light brushed both their faces. "It's identical. Every scratch, every notch, even the misaligned hinge from when I repaired it years ago." He stopped, staring. "But it cannot be mine. I have not lost it." The confusion in his eyes was painful to witness. "Where did you find it?" Edmund asked. "Who gave it to you? How is this possible?" George's throat tightened. He had never spoken these words aloud, not even to himself. "Edmund," he met the architect's eyes. "I didn't find it here. I found it in my own time." Edmund blinked. "Your what?" "My time," George repeated, voice breaking with both fear and relief. "I'm not from this century." The wind paused. The sea quieted. The entire cliff seemed to lean closer. Edmund's breath shook. "You expect me to believe—" "I don't expect anything," George interrupted, but gently. "I'm just telling you the truth." Edmund's voice dropped to a whisper. "Then tell me all of it." George looked down at the glowing compass. "I come from a future you'll never see. This compass traveled. Somehow, it came to me, and when I touched it, it brought me here." Silence. Raw, deep silence. Edmund stared at the compass, at George, at the lantern light trembling between them, and George knew the architect was fighting every instinct in his mind, logic, structure, mathematics, trying to reconcile them with the impossible truth before him. "You said it belongs to me," Edmund murmured at last. "It does." Edmund's jaw tensed. "And if I take it?" George swallowed. "Then something will happen. I don't know exactly what, but it belongs to you, and it wants a return." Edmund reached out, not touching the compass yet, but close enough that the air between skin and metal hummed with tension. His voice lowered to something fragile. "Why me? Why my tool? Why my hands?" George didn't know how to answer, so he said the only thing that felt true. "Maybe because your work matters more than you know. Maybe because time wanted to give you another chance. Maybe because some objects choose their owner." A breath left Edmund's lips, half disbelief, half wonder. Then, slowly, carefully, he extended his hand, not with fear, not with disbelief, with intention. George lifted the compass slightly, letting the glow spill across their joined shadows. And Edmund reached for it, not toward the object, but toward the meaning it carried. Chapter 17. When the needle finds its true north. The lantern flickered as Edmund's hand hovered above the glowing compass. The light between their fingers trembled, warm and golden, as though the object recognized its rightful owner and strained toward him like a long-lost memory. George felt his pulse hammer in his throat. "Take it," he whispered. Edmund drew in a breath, sharp, unsteady, and at last let his fingers close around the compass. The moment he touched it fully, the glow flared, bright enough to cast long shadows across the broken scaffold. Edmund's eyes widened, pupils dilating in shock as a vibration rippled through the metal and into his skin. "What?" His voice broke as a wave of warmth traveled up his arm, settling in his chest like a heartbeat not his own. The compass glowed brighter, then dimmed, then settled. Quiet, complete, home. George stepped back. His chest tightened, a strange ache spreading beneath his ribs. He had prepared for this moment, but not for Edmund's expression. Edmund looked undone, not frightened, not overwhelmed, moved. "George." He lifted the compass, his hand trembling. This feels like it remembers me." "It does," George said softly. "It waited." The wind shifted around them, carrying the cold bite of the sea. Edmund looked from the compass to George, eyes searching, absorbing, trying to understand the immensity of what had just happened. "You said you came from another time," Edmund murmured. "Will you stay now?" George's breath caught. "I can't," he said quietly. "The compass chose you, and when it returns to its owner, my place here ends." Edmund's face tightened, pain flickering beneath the surface. He stepped closer, close enough that George could see every line of exhaustion and awe drawn across his features. "I don't want you to vanish," Edmund said, barely above a whisper. George smiled sadly. "You won't remember me as a stranger. You'll remember what matters, your work, your future, your purpose. You'll finish your design. You'll live what you were meant to live." Edmund shook his head once, fiercely. "And what of you?" George swallowed. "I'll keep moving. That's my path." The compass pulsed faintly in Edmund's hand, as though confirming the truth. A hush fell over the world, deep and unnatural. Even the sea seemed to pause. George felt it then, a pull, gentle but insistent, tightening around his spine, urging him backward, toward the shadows, toward the moment when time would reclaim him. Edmund sensed it too. "George, wait." He took another step, lantern swinging. "Tell me something real. Something only you can say." George hesitated. Then he said the only thing he truly believed. "You deserved another chance." Time agreed. Edmund's breath trembled. The pull grew stronger. George felt the edges of the world blurring, softening, dissolving into drifting fragments of light and shadow. He stepped back, then another step. His outline flickered. Panic flared in Edmund's eyes. Don't disappear like this." George forced a steady breath. "I'm not disappearing," he said. "I'm going home." The compass pulsed once, bright, final, resolute, and the world cracked open. A burst of light expanded from the compass, surging outward in a slow, beautiful tide. Edmund shielded his face, lantern clattering to the ground, flames sputtering out. George felt weightless, airless, unmoored. He lifted his gaze one last time, and there was Edmund reaching toward him through the golden haze, fingers stretched, eyes wide, mouth forming words that could no longer reach him. "George." Then everything dissolved. Light, wind, silence, a heartbeat, another heartbeat, and then he stood in his bedroom, breathless, dizzy, alive. The room was dim, lit only by the soft orange glow of the street lamp outside his window. The air smelled of home, bread from the bakery below, dust from the hallway, Aaron's lavender perfume lingering faintly on his coat. George grabbed the edge of his desk, steadying himself. He had been gone for days, worked, bled, survived, changed. But when he glanced at the clock on his bedside table, the truth hit him. He'd been gone less than 2 hours. Footsteps approached in the hall. His mother's voice drifted through the door. "George?" Dinner's almost ready, love. His throat tightened. I'll be right there. He managed. He slid onto the bed and drew a shaky breath. The suitcase sat at the foot of his bed, exactly where he'd left it. Silent, closed. But something inside glowed faintly through the seams. A new pulse, a new beacon for the next journey. Edmund was gone. The compass was gone. But something warm remained in George's chest. A sense of meaning, of connection, of purpose. This had been only the first story, and the suitcase was already calling him toward the next. Chapter 18. The morning after the impossible. George woke before dawn, disoriented for a moment by the quiet. The crash of waves was gone. The sting of rain, the groaning scaffold, Edmund's lantern-lit face. Everything dissolved the instant he opened his eyes. Only the soft stillness of his bedroom remained. He lay there breathing slowly, waiting for his mind to accept the idea that he was home, that the strange gravity of the cliffside belonged to another century once more. The ceiling above him felt unfamiliar, as if it returned wearing a different version of himself. With a long exhale, he sat up and rubbed his face. At the foot of the bed rested the suitcase, closed, motionless, yet a faint blue shimmer pulsed from the seam, a quiet heartbeat of light, as if the magic inside were stretching in its sleep. Not now, he thought. Let me have today. He swung his legs out of bed, stood and dressed in a slow, deliberate rhythm, grounding himself in each ordinary motion. Shirt, trousers, socks. Things the world had never asked him to think about before. The hallway smelled of tea and toasted bread. Normal, comforting, steady. He needed that. When he entered the kitchen, his mother was already pouring tea into the 3 mismatched cups they used every morning. "You're up early," she said with a gentle smile. "Thought I'd have to wake you." George tried to match her tone. "Didn't sleep much." "I can see that." She reached out, brushing a thumb beneath his eye. "Long week at the bakery." "Eh?" He nodded, grateful for the explanation she supplied for him. Tommy wandered in next, still half asleep, hair sticking up at odd angles. "George, can I borrow your jacket?" "My jacket?" "Yeah, mine smells strange. Think I left it near Dad's old paint tins." "Sure," George said. "It's on the chair." As Tommy left, their mother leaned closer. "You're trembling." "It's nothing," he murmured. "Really?" She cupped his cheek, warmth grounding him in a way nothing else could. "You should rest today. I'll speak to Mr. Whitmore, if you want." "I'll manage," George said softly, though he wasn't sure it was true. He stayed there a moment longer, hands wrapped around the warm teacup, letting the heat travel through his fingers. Everything was familiar, yet he felt like a visitor in his own life, someone who had gone too far and come back changed. Later that morning, he walked Erin toward the fruit shop where she worked. The fog hung low over Bethnal Green, softening the street lamps into pale halos. Crates of oranges and apples had been arranged outside the shop, their colors glowing faintly in the muted air. Erin stepped out, tying her apron as she spotted him. "You look different," she said quietly. He lowered his gaze. "Can we talk?" Somewhere quieter. They walked around the corner to a narrow side street where the morning felt paused, the noise of London still distant and sleepy. Erin leaned against the red brick wall, arms folded more from uncertainty than cold. "All right," she said. "What's wrong?" George swallowed. Everything he had rehearsed vanished. "I'm going to say something difficult," he murmured. "And I need you to believe that I'm telling you the truth." Her expression softened with worry. "You're scaring me, George." "I don't want to. I'm just out of my depth." He took a breath. "Do you remember the boy who got arrested last week?" "Ian? The one with the suitcase." "Yes. I took that case home." He hesitated. It wasn't a normal case. A crease formed between her brows. "What do you mean?" "There are objects inside it. Strange objects." He looked at her directly now, afraid but steady. "One of them sent me somewhere else." Erin's lips parted, but no sound came. "Not a dream," George said quickly. "Not a blackout. I lived there. Days. Maybe more. I worked with people. I fought to stay alive. I saved a man's life." His voice dropped. "Twice." She stared at him, breath trembling. "I know how it sounds," George whispered, "but I swear on everything, I'm telling you the truth." The silence stretched, heavy and fragile. At last, Erin stepped forward. "Show me the suitcase," she said softly. "If something is happening to you, I need to see it with my own eyes." Her steadiness nearly broke him. "You will," he said. "I promise." Erin reached for his hand and squeezed it. "Whatever this is, you're not going through it alone." He closed his eyes briefly, overwhelmed by relief, and pulled her into an embrace. Her warmth, her familiar scent, the sure way she held him, everything rooted him again, reminding him who he was before time itself decided otherwise. That evening, George sat alone in his bedroom. The room was dim, lit only by the street lamp outside that painted a quiet amber glow across the walls. The suitcase waited at the foot of the bed. When he touched the worn leather lid, the faint blue shimmer brightened, gentle, patient, as if acknowledging him. "Tomorrow," he whispered. "Not tonight." The light softened, almost as if the suitcase understood. George leaned back on his bed, breathing slowly, letting the quiet of his own time settle around him. The next story was waiting, but tonight he was home. Chapter 19. Echoes in Silver. The day passed in a strange haze for George. He went through his usual motions, walking home from the bakery, greeting Mrs. Porter from downstairs, listening to the radio with Tommy, but everything felt faint, as if he were moving through another dream layered over reality. His mind drifted back again and again to the cliffs, to Edmund's hand reaching toward him through the storm's golden glow. But the world around him was calm now, predictable, ordinary, too ordinary. By late afternoon, he was in his room, the fading light slipping across the wallpaper in soft ribbons. The suitcase rested on the bed, closed and quiet, as if pretending to be nothing more than an old piece of luggage. But George felt it, a tension, a hum beneath the surface, a breath waiting to be exhaled. Someone knocked gently on his door. "George." Erin's voice. "Can I come in?" He stood quickly and let her inside. She entered quietly, her coat still damp from a light drizzle outside, curls sticking slightly to her forehead. She looked at him, not afraid, not uncertain, simply searching. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm trying to be." Erin nodded, then looked past him, at the suitcase on the bed. "I want to see it," she said. George hesitated only a second. After everything he had told her, after all the fear in her eyes that morning, she was still here. That mattered more than he could say. He sat on the edge of the bed and motioned her closer. Erin approached slowly, as though nearing something sacred or dangerous. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles pale. George rested his fingers on the suitcase's worn leather lid. It was warm. "Ready?" he asked. "No," she whispered. Then, firmer, "Yes." George unlatched the buckles. The suitcase opened with a soft click. Inside, nestled carefully beneath a folded piece of deep blue cloth, lay the 5 remaining objects, each simple, each unassuming, each carrying a story George couldn't yet see. For a moment, nothing happened. Erin exhaled shakily. "It looks normal." "It did last time, too," George said quietly, "until it didn't." As if the suitcase had heard him, a faint shimmer spread beneath the objects, subtle, like moonlight underwater. Erin gasped and stepped back, hand flying to her mouth. George reached toward the shimmering cloth. The light pulsed once, twice, and then one object began to glow. A small silver hair clip, delicate, beautiful, shaped like a leaf of pure moonlight, with tiny engravings only visible when the glow intensified. "George!" Erin whispered, breathless. "It's alive." George felt the same pull he had felt with the compass, the soft tug behind his ribs, the sense of a door opening somewhere unseen. He picked up the hair clip. The glow warmed his palm, gentle but insistent. Erin reached toward it, but stopped just shy of touching the object. "May I?" she asked. George nodded. She brushed a fingertip against the metal. A spark of pale silver shot across the hair clip, subtle but clear. Erin jerked her hand back. "It reacted to me." George swallowed. It reacted to the presence of people connected to its story. That happened with the compass, too. "Does that mean I'm part of the story?" Aaron asked softly. I think it means you're close enough to feel it. Aaron's gaze softened. Does it hurt? No, George said, but his voice sounded far away. Just calls. The hair clip brightened again, silver light tracing the engravings like veins awakening after a long sleep. George stared at it, mesmerized. Aaron stared at him. It's happening again, she whispered. Isn't it? He nodded. I think it's choosing me for another journey. Aaron took a shaky breath, stepped closer, and placed her hand on top of his. I won't stop you, she said, but promise me something. George met her eyes. Come back, Aaron said. Every time. Don't leave me behind. His throat tightened. I'll always come back, he whispered. She squeezed his hand, and for a moment, in the fading twilight, with the hair clip glowing between them, George felt ready, afraid, yes, but ready, to follow the next thread of the suitcase's strange magic. The silver glow pulsed again, stronger, brighter, calling, waiting, and George Davis knew a new life, a new story, a new era was waiting for him, right there in the palm of his hand. George barely slept. Every time he closed his eyes, fragments of the cliffside returned in disjointed flashes. The sway of the scaffold, Edmund's breathless stare, the golden burst of light when the compass left his hand forever. He felt suspended between two lives, unable to fall back fully into rhythm of his own century. When morning came, the world outside his window glowed faintly with the muted brightness of a cloudy London day. The fog had slipped low across Bethnal Green, softening rooftops and chimneys into blurred silhouettes. George sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the silver hair clip resting on the table. The faint shimmer around it seemed brighter after a night of quiet. He lifted it, warm, not urgent like the compass had been, but undeniably alive. This was the beginning of another story. He closed his fingers gently around the clip, then slipped it into his pocket before heading to the kitchen. His mother was already busy preparing breakfast, humming one of the old songs she liked to play on the record player on weekends. The smell of frying onions and warm bread filled the air, grounding him in a reality he had almost forgotten how to inhabit. You're up early again, she remarked, turning with a wooden spoon in hand. Are you sure you're feeling well? George forced a small smile. Just thinking too much. Well, that's no good, she said, waving her spoon lightly. Too much thinking rattles the bones. Eat! He sat at the tiny kitchen table. Tommy burst in moments later, half awake, shirt buttoned wrong. George, that jacket, can I still use it? George nodded. It's on the hook. Tommy ran off with a muffled thank you. His mother watched him. You're quiet. Just tired. Her gaze softened. If something's wrong, you know you can talk to me. For a moment, he almost told her about Edmund, the cliffs, the suitcase, the way time itself felt like a living thing now. But the words stuck. She wouldn't believe him. She would worry. And George could not bear the thought of frightening her. I'll be fine, he said gently. She accepted the answer, though not without a lingering look of concern. George stepped out into the street late in the morning. Bethnal Green was alive in its usual way. Old men setting up their stalls, women arguing amiably over fruit prices, bicycles clattering over uneven paving stones. A small dog barked at nothing in particular. It felt comforting and alien all at once. He reached the bakery early and helped Mr. Whitmore reorganize crates of bread. His hands moved automatically, but his mind stayed tethered to the hair clip in his pocket. Slender, engraved, silver, dancing with faint warmth. He couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in London, somewhere in time, someone was waiting for this object's return. Erin found him during her break. She approached the bakery counter almost shyly, though her eyes carried quiet determination. Her hair was pinned differently today, curled back from her face, giving her an elegant look reminiscent of the very era George suspected the clip belonged to. When she stepped aside with him into the alley, she scanned his face. You've barely slept, she murmured. Have you been thinking about it? He nodded. I can't seem to stop. Then let me think with you. She held out her hand, and George placed a hair clip gently into her palm. Erin examined it closely, turning it under the light, filtering into a narrow alleyway. It's beautiful, she said softly. The engravings, the style is definitely early Art Deco. Maybe even 1920, 1921. Look, see the geometric pattern? It's subtle, but it's there. George leaned closer. How do you know so much about this? My grandmother kept a box of old accessories, she said. Some came from France, some from London. She taught me a little about the designs. Her thumb brushed the edge of the clip, and for a moment the metal brightened under her touch. Aaron's eyes widened. George, it reacted again. It's remembering something, he murmured. Or someone. Aaron looked up at him. Do you think belonged to a dancer? Maybe, George said softly. Or someone who wanted to be. Aaron returned the clip to him, but not before lingering on it for a moment longer. Be careful, she whispered. This one feels sadder than the compass. Sadder, George repeated. What do you mean? I don't know, Aaron admitted. It's just a feeling. George tucked the clip away, unsettled by her words. That evening, George took the hair clip out again and laid it on his desk beneath a small lamp. He spread a few books in front of him. Old reference text Tommy had borrowed from school, maps of London from decades past. Anything that might give him an anchor for the next journey. He traced a finger along a map of 1920s London. Music halls, theaters, ballrooms, hotels with sweeping staircases, underground jazz clubs, women with short hair and silver accessories dancing beneath chandeliers. The hair clip glowed faintly in agreement. George leaned back, breathing out slowly. He could almost hear faint music, the echo of a distant piano drifting through time. The era was calling. He wasn't ready tonight, but he would be soon. As he gathered the maps and placed the clip back into the suitcase, the blue cloth beneath it shimmered once. Soft, encouraging, patient. Another life waited for him. Another story. Another person who needed closure. George closed the suitcase gently. Tomorrow, he whispered, and across the room, the silver hair clip offered a final, delicate pulse of light. Chapter 20. The Woman Who Wouldn't Dance. The night was quiet, unusually so. George sat on the edge of his bed with the suitcase open before him, the soft silver glow from the hair clip washing gently over the room. The blue cloth beneath it pulsed like a slow heartbeat, steady and patient. He had tried to sleep. He had tried to wait. But the pull grew stronger with every passing hour. Aaron's voice lingered in his mind. Come back. Every time. He touched the clip carefully. It warmed instantly under his fingers. A soft vibration rippled through his hand, then traveled up his arm. The air around him thickened, as though the room itself were taking a breath. The walls trembled faintly, or maybe it was just his heartbeat pounding in his ears. All right, he whispered, I'm ready. And the world changed. It happened more gently than his first journey. No violent tearing, no blinding burst, just a slow unfurling of silver light that wrapped around him like fog. The air hummed, warm and soft, and the ground beneath him dissolved into nothingness. For a moment he floated, weightless, drifting, as if time itself had loosened. Then sound returned, distant laughter, a piano, the faint echo of a trumpet playing something lively and bright. A gust of colder air swept against his face, carrying scents he didn't recognize. Perfume, tobacco, polish. Something sweet and sharp like citrus. His feet touched solid ground. The silver light faded, and George found himself standing in a narrow brick alleyway lit by a single gas lamp flickering overhead. The ground was slick with rain. Voices drifted from somewhere beyond the alley, muffled but alive. He stepped forward. The street opened into a scene that stole his breath. Electric bulbs glowed in long rows above a theater entrance. Posters adorned the walls. Women in shimmering dresses, performers mid-leap, bold letters advertising music halls and cabarets. Men in tailored coats and bowler hats passed by. Women in sleek dresses and short hair glided through the street with elegance and certainty. The year was unmistakable. London, 1921. George stood still for a moment, absorbing the beauty, the noise, the scent of a decade he had only ever seen in sepia pictures. Everything was sharper, brighter, more alive than he imagined. A car rolled past, long, polished, loud. Two young women laughed loudly as they hurried across the street, heels tapping briskly on the pavement. A man handed out small paper leaflets for an evening performance at the Regency Hall Theater. George's pulse quickened. This world was dazzling and overwhelming. He glanced down at his clothes. They had changed again, just as they had during the compass journey. He now wore a brown tweed jacket, a slightly frayed white shirt, dark trousers, and polished shoes that didn't belong to 1960. The suitcase was gone. The hair clip rested warm in his pocket. The magic knew how to disguise him. A voice jolted him from his thoughts. "You there? You lost." George turned to see a man leaning against a wall, smoking a cigarette. Sharp jawline, slick hair, a confident smirk. Someone who belonged here. "I just arrived," George said cautiously. "First night in Soho, eh?" The man chuckled. "Don't worry. You'll get used to the noise." George forced a polite smile. "I'm sure I will." The man flicked ash onto the ground. "If you're looking for excitement, the Regency Hall is open tonight. New performance. People say it's cursed, but you didn't hear that from me." "Cursed." George felt a chill. The man tilted his head toward the glowing theater entrance. "You going, or you just standing around?" Before George could answer, a door nearby slammed open. A young woman rushed out, slender, breathless, pale from worry, carrying an armful of fabric and ribbon. Her dark hair was pinned in a style only half holding together. She nearly collided with George. "Oh, sorry," she gasped, stepping back. "It's all right," George said quickly, but she hardly heard him. She was scanning the street with frantic eyes. "Have you seen my sister?" she asked the man with the cigarette. "Eleanor was supposed to be back an hour ago." "Not my problem, Rose," the man replied casually. "Rose." The name hit George like a drumbeat. Eleanor Whitmore's younger sister. The girl turned to George next, desperation pushing past embarrassment. "Have you seen a woman? Dark hair, bob cut, pale dress, walks like she's floating but looks like she's breaking? That's how people describe her." George swallowed. "No," he said gently, "but I can help you look." Rose blinked in surprise. "You would? I don't even know your name." "George," he said. "George Davis." She hesitated for only a second before nodding. "Please, something's wrong. I can feel it." George touched the hair clip through his pocket. It pulsed once, warm, purposeful, as if saying, "You're close." Rose looked at him with wide, worried eyes. "Come with me," she said. "If Eleanor's in trouble, we don't have much time." George followed her into the glowing streets of Soho, the silver clip guiding him toward the woman whose life waited, quietly, painfully, on the other side of time. The fog in Soho had thickened by the time Rose pulled George along the narrow street, her breath uneven and her hands tightening around a bundle of ribbons she carried. The city pulsed with Friday night life, music drifting from open doorways, cars rattling past with impatient horns, the glitter of theater bulbs reflecting on damp pavement. Yet all of it felt distant, muffled under Rose's rising panic. "Eleanor never disappears," she said, her voice trembling. "Not without telling me. Not without someone seeing her leave. Even after the accident, even when she couldn't face anyone, she always came home." George kept pace beside her, listening, observing. Each detail she offered painted a clearer picture of the woman he had come here to find. He let the rhythm of Rose's words guide him, not pushing, not questioning too quickly. People revealed their truths in fragments, and tonight those pieces mattered more than anything. They turned the corner, and the Regency Hall Theater rose before them like a palace of light. Golden bulbs lined its facade, flickering slightly in the cold air. Posters covered the entrance, framed under glass. Elegant dancers mid-spin, orchestras frozen mid-note, dramatic silhouettes promising magic. But the real magic, the one that had pulled George across time, throbbed faintly in his pocket. Rose stopped beneath the marquee and looked around helplessly. "She was here," she insisted. "Samuel said he saw her leave to the back, but she didn't go home. And she wouldn't have gone far, not with her leg hurting again." Her voice cracked on the last word. George placed a steady hand on the cold metal rail beside him. "We'll find her," he said quietly. "Show me where she might go." Rose swallowed hard, then gave a tiny nod and led him toward the alley that ran along the side of the theater. It was darker here. Lampposts were sparse, the hum of the street fading into a stillness tinged with something colder. She used to love the stage, Rose whispered as they walked. Even when she wasn't performing, she would sit in the wings or on the empty floor and just breathe. She said the stage never lies, that it accepts whatever you bring to it, joy, fear, heartbreak. Rose's eyes shone with a mix of admiration and sorrow. But after the accident, everything changed. Percival took over her rehearsals. Mrs. Wetmore refused to keep her on staff. And Oliver... She stopped abruptly. George didn't speak. He let the silence offer her space. Oliver thinks he's helping, Rose continued, her voice low. But he only makes her feel trapped. He doesn't understand her, not the real her. George felt something twist inside him. He already sensed the truth. Eleanor's story wasn't just artistic loss. It was a life suffocating under expectations she never chose. The alley opened onto a small courtyard behind the theater. The back entrance loomed ahead, a heavy metal door beneath a flickering red light. Crates and discarded props lined the walls. A feathered costume, soaked by the afternoon rain, lay crumpled in a corner like a fallen bird. Rose hurried to the door and knocked. 1 time, 2, 3. Silence answered. She pressed her forehead against the cold metal, fighting tears. George touched her shoulder gently. "Let me try." He pushed lightly, and to their surprise, the door creaked open. A gust of chilly air brushed their faces, carrying with it the scent of old curtains, powder, and stale perfume. Rose gasped. She must be inside. She never locks it properly. George stepped in first. The backstage area was dim, lit only by scattered lamps and the faint spill of light from the stage beyond. Shadows stretched across the narrow corridor, long and uneasy. Ropes hung from the rafters, swaying slightly as if touched by unseen hands. A veil of dust floated in the air, catching the stray beams like drifting stars. A piano played somewhere deep in the building, slow scales, hesitant, uncertain. Samuel, George guessed. The sound added weight to the silence, echoing off the walls like a haunting memory. "Eleanor?" Rose called, her voice small. No answer. They moved together through the labyrinth of backstage hallways, their footsteps muted on the worn floorboards. George could feel the hair clip warming with every step, its pulse steady and sure. He knew then Eleanor was very close. They rounded a final corner that opened onto the stage, and she was there. Eleanor Whitmore sat alone near the edge of the stage, one leg stretched forward, the other bent awkwardly, her hand massaging a knee that never fully healed. She wore a soft cream dress that fell beautifully around her, simple yet elegant, the kind of garment that caught and reflected every hint of light. The stage lights were off, yet she glowed faintly in the dimness, like a memory refusing to fade. Her gaze was fixed ahead, lost in the empty rows of seats. Her face carried a stillness, so profound it hurt to look at. There was no anger there, no fear, just resignation, and beneath it, the faintest flicker of something unbroken. Rose choked on a breath and ran toward her. "Eleanor, why didn't you come home? You frightened me." Eleanor turned her head slowly. No alarm, no surprise, just a tired, fragile recognition. "Rose," she murmured, "I needed time." Her voice had the softness of something that once sang. Rose knelt beside her. "Then tell me next time. You can't disappear like that, especially now." Eleanor lifted her hand and brushed her sister's cheek. "I'm sorry, truly." George remained a few steps back, unable to pull his eyes from her. He had imagined many things on his way here. Her beauty, her sadness, her strength. But nothing had prepared him for the real woman before him. She was breathtaking, not because of perfection, but because of the cracks she carried with such grace. Eleanor finally looked at him. Her gaze lingered longer than he expected. "And you are—" "George Davis," he said softly. "Rose asked me to help." Eleanor studied him with eyes sharp enough to slice through secrets. "You're not from here," she said. George felt the world pause. "No," he answered. "Not exactly." Something like understanding flickered across her face. Impossible, and yet there. She shifted to stand, but pain shot through her leg. Her breath hitched. She faltered. George moved without thinking, stepping forward before she fell. She stiffened, instinctively resisting help. "I can manage," she whispered. Her hands trembled. Rose stood quickly. "Eleanor, let him help. Please." For the first time, Eleanor looked truly shaken. Not by pain, but by the idea that someone had seen it. George extended his hand, slowly, gently, giving her the chance to refuse. She didn't. Their hands touched. A spark, not of magic, but of recognition, passed between them. She allowed him to steady her. "Thank you," she said quietly. Just 2 words, but the weight behind them could have filled an entire book. George felt the hair clip pulse in his pocket, warm, insistent, alive. It recognized its owner, but the story wasn't ready to close yet. Not until he understood who Eleanor Whitmore truly was, and what she needed to heal. Chapter 21. A House of Quiet Echoes. The walk from the theater to the Whitmore home took longer than Rose expected. Eleanor insisted she could manage, even though every few steps her gait faltered, pain flickering across her face like a shadow crossing a window pane. George kept close but didn't hover. He understood she was the sort of woman who accepted help only when it was offered with dignity, not pity. So he let his presence be steady, understated, a reassurance without weight. Soho's brightness dimmed as they moved toward quieter streets, lamps farther apart, houses older, shadows longer. The distant music of jazz clubs faded, replaced by the soft hum of the night and the occasional rattle of a passing car. Eleanor spoke little. Rose spoke too much, filling the silence with nervous chatter, clearly trying to mask her worry. George said nothing unless spoken to. He watched Eleanor instead, the way she touched her leg, almost without noticing, the way she glanced up at the sky now and then, as if asking a question, the way she kept adjusting the sleeve of her dress, a small habitual gesture of someone used to performing even when no audience remained. When they reached the Whitmore house, a tall, elegant building with aging brickwork and ivy curled around the windows, Eleanor paused on the step. The light above the door flickered weakly, fighting to stay alive. Rose opened the door and ushered them inside. "Father, we're home." No answer. Eleanor sighed. He must be asleep, or pretending. George stepped in behind them, taking in the space. High ceilings, fine wallpaper, dust gathering along crown moldings. The grandeur of the past lingered, but its shine had dimmed. A family of former wealth, now held together by grace more than money. Eleanor removed her coat slowly, carefully, as if every movement had to be negotiated with her leg. Rose pulled George aside. "Please don't mention the theater incident to Father," she whispered. "He worries enough." George nodded. "Of course." Just then, a soft tapping echoed from the far end of the hallway, a cane gently knocking against the floor. Henry Whitmore emerged from his study, gray hair untidy, glasses slipping down his nose, tired eyes still filled with faded brilliance. He leaned on the cane with one hand and held a small architectural drawing in the other. A faint scent of ink drifted from him. "Eleanor," he murmured, blinking as though forcing the world into focus. "Where have you?" His gaze fell on George. Henry stilled. Something like a shiver, recognition, memory, passed across his features. "Do I know you?" he asked quietly. George froze. Eleanor stepped forward. "Father, this is George Davis. He helped Rose find me." Henry nodded slowly, eyes locked on George as if searching some distant corridor of his mind. "You look familiar," he said. "Strange. As if we've spoken before." George swallowed. He had seen this expression once before, with Edmund's father, decades in the future. Time left footprints, even when it shouldn't. "It's the lighting," George said softly. "I get that sometimes." Henry didn't argue. He simply nodded again, though his brow stayed furrowed long after he looked away. Eleanor touched her father's arm affectionately. "I'm fine, truly. I just stayed at the theater a bit longer." Henry studied her face. "You've been crying." "I haven't." "You have," he said gently. Eleanor's jaw tightened, and for a moment she looked as though she might collapse. Not from her leg, but from the weight of being seen too clearly. George felt something twist in his chest. Henry noticed a shift in balance and moved closer. You should be sitting. Come, the settee is warmer than the hallway. Eleanor shook her head. I'm all right. Henry frowned. Eleanor, you do not have to pretend in this house. Something shuddered behind her eyes. Something that had been shuttered for a very long time. She turned away, unwilling to break in front of her father. George shifted subtly toward her. May I help? It was a small question, offered quietly. She looked at him, truly looked, as if weighing the safety of letting someone see her with her guard down. Then she nodded. George held her arm, not tightly, not guiding her, simply offering steady presence. She let him. That alone felt monumental. They settled in the living room, where the faint warmth of a barely lit fireplace flickered across worn furniture. Rose brought tea. Henry sat in his armchair, rubbing his temples, as though thinking were physically exhausting. Once they were all seated, Eleanor spoke first. This is unnecessary, she said sharply. I'm not ill. No, Henry replied softly. You're hurt. That is not the same thing. She flinched. George saw her throat tighten. Rose tried to steer the moment toward safety. Eleanor, tell father about your new routine, the one you're working on. Eleanor shifted uncomfortably. It isn't ready. Henry leaned forward. May I see it? No. The word cracked like glass, too abrupt, too rigid. Regret flashed across Eleanor's face, but she didn't take it back. Henry sank quietly into his chair again. Silence spread through the room like smoke. George watched all of it. The fractures, the shadows, the unspoken grief. And suddenly, he understood more about Eleanor than Rose had ever told him. She wasn't afraid of failure. She was afraid of letting people witness her brokenness. His hand drifted to his pocket. The hair clip pulsed warm. Not urgently, just enough to tell him, this is the moment. Listen, learn her, see her. And he did. He saw everything. Her pain, her pride, her longing, her loneliness. He saw a woman trapped between who she once was and who she feared she had become. Their eyes met for a second, brief, fragile, unguarded. In that moment, Eleanor Whitmore looked at George Davis with a kind of quiet vulnerability, as if she sensed, without knowing why, that he might be the first person in years who saw her not as a dancer or a disappointment or a duty, but as a woman trying desperately to hold herself together. She blinked, looked away, and the mask slid back into place. Rose set her cup down. George, would you like to stay for dinner? You've done so much already. Eleanor stiffened, not with anger, but with apprehension at letting a stranger stay. George answered gently. If it's not a bother, I'd like to. I don't want to leave while things still feel unsettled. Eleanor's expression flickered. Surprise, resistance, gratitude, all in one breath. No one said more, but something had shifted. The story of the silver hair clip had truly begun. Dinner at the Whitmore house was nothing like the warm, bustling meals George knew from home. Here, the dining room felt too large for the 4 people sitting around a polished table. The chandelier hummed faintly above them, casting a soft golden glow on plates of roasted chicken, buttered carrots, and steaming potatoes. Rose tried to fill the silence with cheerful conversation, but her voice bounced strangely in the cavernous room, as if the walls themselves hadn't heard laughter in years. Henry whispered grace with a quiet devotion, and ate sparingly, lost in thought. He kept glancing at Eleanor, subtle, almost invisible gestures of a father worrying without wanting to intrude. Eleanor, meanwhile, ate slowly, carefully, as if her thoughts were elsewhere entirely. Her posture held a dancer's elegance, but there was a stiffness beneath it, something practiced, not natural. George watched her without staring. Every movement she made seemed deliberate, hiding the tremor of pain in her leg and the storm in her mind. Halfway through dinner, the front door opened. Rose straightened immediately. Henry froze. Eleanor's fork hovered above her plate, mid-air. Footsteps approached down the hall, measured, confident, expensive footsteps. And then the man appeared. Oliver Dane, dressed immaculately in a charcoal gray suit, stepped into the light with the certainty of someone who expected every room to bend around him. His hair was slicked neatly, and a faint scent of cologne followed him like a signature. "Good evening," he announced. His eyes scanned the table, Eleanor first, then Rose and Henry, lingering last on George. Rose blinked. Oliver? We weren't expecting. I know, he replied smoothly. But when I was informed that Eleanor had returned home on time, I thought it best to check on her personally. Eleanor's jaw tightened. A flicker of shame, irritation, and exhaustion crossed her face. I'm fine, she said firmly, though her voice lacked its usual resolve. Oliver took the seat beside her, without waiting for an invitation. I'm relieved to hear that. You gave us quite a fright. Us, as if he were already part of the family, as if Eleanor belonged to him. George kept his expression neutral, but the shift in the room was unmistakable. Henry cleared his throat. Oliver, this is George Davis. He helped the girls earlier. Oliver offered a polite but vaguely dismissive nod. Ah, thank you for assisting my fiancée. The word struck Eleanor like a blow. Her hands folded tightly on her lap, knuckles whitening. My fiancée, Oliver repeated, turning to her with a soft, controlled smile. Should not be walking alone after dark. You know the city isn't safe. I wasn't alone, Eleanor muttered. I was thinking. Thinking to be done at home, he replied lightly. The silence that followed was heavy enough to bend metal. George breathed slowly. This wasn't his world, not his time, but he had seen enough human hearts to recognize a fault line when he stood on one. Oliver continued eating, oblivious or uncaring of the tension he created. So, George, he said, as if indulging conversation he didn't value. What is it you do? George hesitated. His real life, a bakery in 1960s Bethnal Green, was not a story he could tell in this century. I'm between occupations at the moment, George said. Oliver raised a brow. Ah, I see. Eleanor shot George an apologetic glance, as if silently saying, I know. I'm sorry for him. Rose stepped in quickly. George is helping Samuel with some set work at the theater. He's very capable. George blinked. He hadn't expected the lie, but it was a lifeline and oddly fitting. Eleanor looked at Rose with gratitude. Oliver didn't. Well, he said with a crisp tone, the arts do attract many colorful personalities. Eleanor's fork clattered against her plate. The smallest rebellion, but one that sent a quiet shock through the room. Oliver, she said softly but sharply, please. Oliver paused. I didn't mean yes, she interrupted gently. You did. Rose stared. Henry's eyes widened. George watched her. It was the first time he had seen Eleanor push back, not with anger, but with a weary kind of strength, like someone finally tired of carrying a weight no one else acknowledged. Oliver softened his tone immediately. Eleanor, you misunderstand. I only worry for you. The apology was smooth, polished, insincere. Eleanor stood abruptly. Her chair scraped softly against the floor. I need some air, she murmured. Excuse me. She didn't wait for permission. She didn't look back. She left the dining room with a quiet, heavy grace. Oliver sighed, rubbing his temples. Her mood has been unpredictable of late. Henry shot him a sharp, rare look, a brief flare of anger that surprised everyone, including himself. Rose whispered, Maybe she's just tired. George set down his utensils. I'll check on her. Oliver raised a hand. That won't be necessary. George ignored him, calmly, respectfully, but with a steadiness that made Rose's eyes widen. He stood and followed Eleanor into the dim hallway. He found her near the bottom of the stairs, one hand resting lightly on the banister, the other pressed to her forehead. She didn't turn when he approached. After a long moment, she spoke quietly. You shouldn't have come after me. Do you want me to go back? George asked. She closed her eyes. No, a breath, a crack in the armor. George stepped closer, enough to be near, but not looming. Dinner looked difficult, he said carefully. Eleanor let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. Dinner is always difficult. Oliver means well, but he doesn't understand people like me. He doesn't understand how silence can be louder than words. Her fingers tightened on the banister. The truth is, I don't know what I want anymore. Everyone tells me who I should be, what I should do, who I should marry, how I should walk, how I should smile. Her voice trembled softly. And I don't have the strength to fight all of them at once. A long silence. George reached gently into his pocket. The hair clip glowed faintly, silver light pulsing to the fabric of his jacket. Eleanor noticed the glow, her brows tightening with confusion. "What is that?" she whispered. George hesitated. Then, slowly, he lifted the hair clip into the dim golden hallway light. The glow intensified, soft, warm, alive. Eleanor stared, breath caught in her throat, eyes widening as if seeing a ghost. "That," she whispered, voice cracking, "that belonged to my mother." George held out to her, not offering yet, not returning it, simply showing her that her past, her memory, her story had finally found her again. Eleanor lifted a trembling hand toward the clip. The silver light brightened. A pulse, a connection, a truth awakening. She gasped. George whispered softly, "Eleanor, it's calling you back." Chapter 22. What Remains in the Morning. Eleanor stood frozen, her hand hovering inches from the glowing hair clip, as if afraid that touching would cause the entire house to crumble beneath her feet. The faint silver light reflected in her eyes, softening the shadows that exhaustion had carved into her features. "It shouldn't be here," she whispered. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with a kind of yearning that made George's chest tighten. "You recognize it," he said quietly. Eleanor nodded, swallowing. "My mother wore it nearly every day. She gave it to me when I was 15. I've kept it in a wooden box ever since she passed." She blinked slowly, voice cracking. "I thought I'd lost it last winter. I looked everywhere." George's fingers tightened around the clip. The warmth pulsed again, stronger now, as if the object were leaning toward its rightful owner. "It found its way back to you," he said. Eleanor shook her head softly. "Nothing finds its way back. Things only leave." Her words floated in the dim hallway like dust caught in late afternoon light. Behind them, the quiet murmur of dinner continued, muffled by walls now thick with unspoken tension. Eleanor stepped away from the staircase. "Come with me," she said. She led him through the hallway, past framed paintings and forgotten statues, until she reached a small room near the far end of the house. She opened the door carefully, almost protectively, and gestured for him to enter. It was her room, a perfectly kept space. Delicate fabrics, muted cream tones, a vanity mirror lined with small bottles of perfume, the faint scent of lavender wrapping the air. A stack of notebooks sat neatly beside her bed, along with a pair of worn ballet slippers tied together with a ribbon. George inhaled slowly. He could feel her life here, her dreams, her loss, her unfinished music. Eleanor closed the door behind them. Not fully, just enough to create a fragile pocket of privacy. She moved toward the vanity table and sat down, resting her hands in her lap. The lamplight played along her cheekbones, illuminating the vulnerability she usually hid beneath elegance. "May I see it again?" she asked. George stepped closer and placed the hair clip gently into her waiting hands. The object brightened instantly. Eleanor gasped, not from pain, but recognition. The glow spread across her palms, pulsing like a memory made visible. "It feels warm," she whispered, "like she's here, like Mother is sitting beside me." Her voice broke. George looked away briefly, giving her the space to let tears fall without audience. When Eleanor finally lifted her gaze, her eyes were glassy but steady. "I don't understand," she said. "How did you find it?" George sat on the small chair opposite her. The room shrank around them, quiet and intimate. "I didn't find it," he said. "It found me." She frowned, her breath catching as if she sensed the truth before hearing it. George exhaled. "I don't know how to explain this easily," he began. "But I'm not from here. Not from this time." Eleanor laughed softly, a tired, disbelieving sound. But the light from the hair clip glowed stronger still, flickering with a steady rhythm. She looked at it, looked back at him, and the disbelief faded. "Say it," she whispered. George held her gaze. Firm, true, unshaken. "I came from another time. The hair clip led me here." Eleanor didn't move, didn't blink. The room felt suspended, as if even the dust motes in the air were listening. "You came for this," she said quietly, holding the glowing clip. "For me?" George didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure how much she was ready to hear, but the truth sat warm in his chest, undeniable. I came because something in your story isn't finished, he said. And this clip wants to go back to the person who needs it most. Eleanor lowered her eyes to the object. It used to give me courage, she murmured. Mother said it would remind me who I was when the world tried to make me forget. Her fingers traced the engraved silver leaf. When the light pulsed again, it illuminated the corners of her room, casting shadows that seemed to move with the glow. George felt the pull inside him strengthening. He wasn't just here to return an object. He was here to return something else. Something Eleanor had lost long before her routine collapsed and her leg was injured. Her voice broke the silence. George, she looked at him again, unmasked, unguarded. What does this mean for me? George stepped closer, drawn by the weight of her question. It means, he said softly, that your story isn't over. Not yet. Her breath hitched. A single tear escaped, sliding down her cheek. For the first time since he arrived in 1921, George reached out, not to help her stand, not to steady her, but to offer presence. Eleanor didn't flinch. She let him rest his hand gently over hers. The hair clip glowed brighter beneath their joined hands, silver light spilling over their skin like warm moonlight. Then the doorknob rattled. George and Eleanor jumped apart just as the door opened. Oliver stood there. His expression was calm. Too calm. I thought you might be here, he said. His eyes flicked from Eleanor's flushed cheeks to George's posture, then to the clip glowing faintly in her hand. Eleanor, Oliver continued, voice too soft. May I speak with you alone? Her breath faltered. George stepped back, not wanting to escalate the tension. But the hair clip pulsed again, whispering that his presence mattered more than appeared. Eleanor looked from Oliver to George. For the first time, she hesitated. That hesitation meant everything. Oliver filled the doorway like a wall. Impeccable, posture perfect, an expression carefully molded into calm concern. But George saw the tension around the man's jaw, the flicker of irritation in his eyes when they landed on Eleanor's hand, still trembling from the glow of the hair clip. Eleanor, Oliver said, voice low and polished. We need to speak. Privately. It wasn't a request. Not really. Eleanor straightened slightly, her fingers tightening around the clip, as if afraid it would vanish again as she loosened her grip. The glow had dimmed but not disappeared. Faint silver light still traced her knuckles. George took a step back, allowing her space, watching the way her breath slowed and deepened, preparing herself. Oliver, she said quietly. Not now. A subtle shock passed through Oliver's face. He was not accustomed to being told no. Not now, he repeated, his voice still soft but sharpened at the edges. Eleanor, I'm trying to help you. I didn't ask for help. Silence folded into the room like a heavy curtain. Oliver's gaze flicked again to George. This is a family matter, he muttered. George stayed still, hands at his sides. I'll step out if Eleanor wants me to. Eleanor looked at him, really looked, and for a moment the world narrowed around her. In George's presence, she didn't feel pressured. She didn't feel small. She felt seen. No, Eleanor said. You can stay. Oliver inhaled sharply, as if absorbing a blow. Rose and Henry must have heard the tension from the hallway. But neither came. The house itself felt breathless. Oliver's mask slipped for just an instant. Eleanor, he said, his tone turning gently scolding. You're not yourself tonight. That's the point, she whispered. George's heart tightened. Oliver stepped forward, lowering his voice. We have responsibilities, plans, expectations. You cannot abandon all that because you had a difficult evening. Eleanor's eyes glistened, not with tears, but with a growing fire. I lost more than an evening, Oliver, she said. I lost my place, my career, my voice, and you keep pretending I can simply continue. You can, Oliver said, firmly now. You must. Eleanor recoiled slightly, not physically, but inside. It was as if his words were a lock, snapping closed. She looked at George again, her expression raw, asking silently for truth in a world that didn't allow her any. George didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence was permission enough. Eleanor drew a slow breath, then said with fragile courage, I need space. Oliver blinked. Space. Yes. For how long? I don't know. A silence stretched between them. Oliver's next words were ice wrapped in silk. I care for you, Eleanor, but I cannot spend my life chasing after a woman who refuses to stand still long enough to be helped. George saw her flinch. Oliver did too, and for the first time, uncertainty flickered in the depths of his eyes. But instead of softening, he stepped back, straightened his cuffs, and forced calm into his voice. Very well. I will speak with you tomorrow. He nodded stiffly at George. It was not a gesture of respect. Oliver left the room without another word. The door clicked shut. Eleanor stood perfectly still, her breath shaky, her shoulders trembling with the effort of remaining upright. George had moved until she did, sinking slowly onto the edge of her bed, the hair clip lying in her open palm like a fallen star. For a long time, neither spoke. Then Eleanor whispered, I've never told him no. George sat beside her, not too close, but close enough for her to feel anchored. You did tonight. It felt like breaking something, she murmured. Maybe it was something that needed a break. Eleanor stared at the glowing clip. This shouldn't be possible. This light, this feeling, I haven't felt anything like this since. She stopped. George waited, since before my fall. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her leg, fingertips brushing the place where her life had cracked open. That was the day everything ended, she whispered. George leaned in slightly. Tell me? Eleanor shook her head. Not yet. I can't go back there. Not tonight. The silver glow pulsed once, soft, encouraging. George nodded. Whenever you're ready. I'm not going anywhere. Her eyes softened, tired but grateful. You keep saying that, she murmured, because it's true. A faint smile flickered across her lips. Then suddenly the hair clip warmed sharply in her hand, sending a soft shock through her fingers. Eleanor gasped and almost dropped it. The light flared, brighter than before, silver spilling across her skin and the bedspread, casting shimmering shapes across the walls. What's happening? She whispered. George leaned closer. It's responding to you, to your truth, to your courage. The glow formed a pattern for a moment, an outline, faint and trembling, a silhouette of a dancer mid-turn. Eleanor stared, breathless. George swallowed. Eleanor, I think the clip is showing you who you are, or who you're meant to be. Her eyes filled, not with sorrow, but with an ache so deep it bordered on hope. That woman is gone, she whispered. No, George said gently. She's waiting. The light dimmed slowly, settling into a soft heartbeat glow. Eleanor closed her fingers around it. Thank you, she said. For what? George asked. For believing in someone who doesn't remember how to believe in herself. George looked at her, for a moment, allowing himself to feel the weight of her words, the fragile strength beneath them. You don't have to do this alone, he said quietly. A beat, Eleanor whispered. Stay just a little longer. George nodded, and for the first time since arriving in 1921, he felt not just like a traveler, but like someone who had arrived where he was meant to be. The house had fallen, quiet by the time Eleanor and George returned downstairs. Rose had gone to her room. Henry's study door was half closed, faint lamplight seeping under it like a thin ribbon of gold. Oliver was gone. The absence felt heavier than his presence. Eleanor sank onto the sofa with a slow breath, as if each exhale untangled a thread she'd been holding too tightly for too long. She placed a hair clip beside her, watching the silver metal pulse with faint, soft light, steady, patient, alive. George sat across from her, hands on his knees, waiting, not pushing, not questioning, just being there. Eleanor finally spoke. You asked me earlier about the night everything changed. George nodded. You don't have to tell me if it hurts too much. Eleanor let out a small laugh, brittle, exhausted. It hurts either way. Silence is not kinder than the truth. She looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers as though trying to remember a movement long forgotten. It happened during a performance, a new piece, a solo. Her voice thinned. I choreographed it myself. George leaned forward slightly, sensing the tremor beneath her calm. I wanted it to be perfect, Eleanor continued, because it was the first time they were trusting me with a solo. Percival said my lines were too emotional, too uncontrolled. He hated everything that wasn't academic discipline. George had pictured him, the rigid, traditional master who worshipped technique above soul. So I rehearsed until my feet bled. I stayed after hours, practicing the final sequence over and over, chasing a feeling I couldn't describe. She inhaled shakily. And then, the night of performance, her words trailed off. George waited. The hair clip glowed warmer, as if listening too. Eleanor's eyes focused on something far away. I leaped, she whispered. A turn, then a landing, one I had done 1,000 times. A pause. But that night, something felt wrong. She touched her leg. The scar beneath the fabric pulsed with old memory. I came down just slightly off balance, just a fraction, and I heard it. Her voice broke. The crack. George's breath caught. Eleanor blinked rapidly. It wasn't the pain that destroyed me. It was a moment after, when I looked at the audience and realized the music kept going without me. My world stopped. Theirs didn't. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. The company said I should focus on choreography. Oliver said he always suspected I was pushing myself too hard. Mrs. Wentmore replaced me the next morning. Henry tried to fight for me, but the board wouldn't listen. Her voice grew quieter. I disappeared on that stage long before I ever fell. George felt a sharp ache in his chest. Eleanor rubbed her temples, exhausted. I try not to relive it, but some nights I hear the music ending without me. I see the spotlight searching for a dancer who can't move anymore. She closed her eyes, and suddenly the hair clip flashed. Not bright, but sharp. A quick pulse. The glow spilled across Eleanor's lap, then across the floor. George leaned closer. Eleanor, something's happening. Before either of them could react, the silver light formed a flicker, a shape, the outline of a falling dancer. Eleanor gasped and reached for George instinctively. George took her hand, steadying her. The vision lasted only a moment. Then the light faded back into a gentle pulse. Eleanor stared at the clip, trembling. "It remembers," she whispered. George squeezed her hand once, grounding her. "No," he said softly. "It's helping you remember safely this time." Her breath shuddered. She looked at George, really looked, and something unspoken passed between them. Gratitude, fear, hope, all tangled together. "It hurts," she admitted. "I know." George's voice was quiet, steady. "But you're not alone." She hesitated. Then she rested her head lightly against the back of the sofa, letting the weight of the memory settle, but not crush her. For the first time since he met her, she didn't try to hold herself rigid. George reached out and set the hair clip gently into her palm. "You don't have to tell me everything tonight," he said, "but I'll be here when you're ready." Eleanor closed her fingers around it, drawing strength from its warmth. "George," her voice softened, "I don't know why you remind me of someone I haven't met yet." George froze, but Eleanor didn't seem to realize what she'd said. She sighed, leaning back, eyes half closed. "I just feel safe." George swallowed hard. The hair clip pulsed. And somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked, a reminder that the past, the present, and the truth were moving steadily toward each other. Eleanor remained seated for a long moment after the light faded. Her fingers still curled around the hair clip, as if letting go might cause a memory to collapse back into darkness. The room felt different now. Thicker, heavier, as though something long buried had been lifted just enough to let air reach it. George stayed where he was. He didn't rush to speak. He had learned that some moments needed silence more than comfort. Outside, a distant car passed, its engine echoing briefly through the street. Somewhere nearby, a radio played softly, muted jazz drifting through an open window in another house. Life continuing, unaware. Eleanor finally broke the quiet. "After the fall," she said slowly, "everyone kept telling me how lucky I was." George looked at her. "They said I was lucky it wasn't worse. Lucky I could still walk. Lucky I still had my mind." Her lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. "But no one asked me what it felt like to lose the thing that made me me." She shifted slightly, adjusting her leg. George noticed how carefully she moved, how every action was measured, negotiated with pain that never fully left. They took away my place on the stage before the cast was even cleared, she continued. By the next morning, my name was gone from the board. Another girl was rehearsing my choreography. Her voice remained calm, but something hollow echoed beneath it. I stood in the back of the theater and watched her dance. Eleanor said. She wasn't bad. She was very good, actually, and that hurt more than if she'd been terrible. George understood instantly. She finished the piece, Eleanor whispered, the one I created, and everyone applauded. She closed her eyes. That applause was never meant for her, but it wasn't meant for me anymore either. The hair clip warmed again, subtly this time, as if responding to the honesty of her words. George leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You didn't disappear because you fell, he said quietly. You disappeared because no one waited for you to stand back up. Eleanor looked at him sharply. Yes, she said, exactly that. Her breath hitched, not in pain, but in recognition, as if someone had finally named the wound correctly. I tried to reinvent myself, she went on. Choreography, teaching, anything that didn't require my body to betray me. But every time I entered the theater, it felt like walking into a life that refused to recognize me. She laughed softly, humorless, so I stayed away. And the more I stayed away, the easier it became for everyone else to forget. George felt the weight of it settle inside him. The silver hair clip pulsed once brighter. Eleanor noticed and turned it in her palm, studying the engraved leaf along its edge. My mother used to say that some objects remember things we're too afraid to hold on to ourselves, she murmured. She believed memories needed somewhere to rest. George's voice was low. Your mother was right. Eleanor hesitated, then asked the question that had been circling her since the first glow. How did this come back to me? George drew a slow breath. I don't think it ever left you, he said. Not really. I think it was waiting for the moment you were ready to face what you lost without letting it destroy you. She looked up at him, searching his face. And you, she asked, why are you here? The question was gentle, but dangerous. George considered how much truth she could carry tonight. I think, he said carefully, that I'm here to return things to where they belong. Not just objects, stories, paths that were interrupted. Eleanor absorbed this quietly. Do you know how rare it is, she said slowly, to meet someone who doesn't try to fix you? George didn't answer. You don't tell me to be strong, she continued. You don't tell me I'll dance again someday. You don't pretend everything will be all right. She met his eyes. You just stay. George nodded once. Sometimes that's enough. Eleanor leaned back against the sofa, exhaustion finally overtaking the tension, holding her upright. Her shoulders softened. Her breathing slowed. The hair clip dimmed to a faint, steady glow. She closed her eyes. Promise me something, she said quietly. Yes. Don't rush this. Whatever this is. A pause. Don't turn it into a solution. Let it be the process. George felt something settle firmly into place inside him. I promise. Eleanor exhaled long and deep, as if releasing a weight she'd carried for years. For a few moments, they sat in silence again, this time not heavy but calm. Outside, the city breathed on, and for the first time since the night she fell, Eleanor Whitmore allowed herself to exist in the present without fighting it. Chapter 23. The Weight of Staying. Morning arrived quietly at the Whitmore house, not with urgency, not with revelation, just light, pale and hesitant, slipping through lace curtains and settling on furniture that had known better days. The city outside stirred slowly, as if reluctant to wake fully. George had not slept much. He sat by the window in the small guest room Rose had insisted he take, watching the street below come to life. A milk cart rattling past, a woman sweeping her doorstep, the distant call of a vendor already working ahead of the day. Ordinary life, intact and indifferent, yet inside him, nothing felt ordinary. The hair clip rested on the bedside table, no longer glowing, no longer warm, just silver now, inert, almost innocent. Almost, George knew better. A soft knock came at the door. "George." Rose's voice. "Breakfast is ready." He rose, smoothing his jacket, and followed her downstairs. Eleanor was already in the dining room. She sat near the window, a cup of tea cradled between her hands, her posture careful but less rigid than the night before. Her face looked paler in the morning light, stripped of shadow and theater glow, but there was something else there too. Presence. She looked up when George entered. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was steady. George felt a small, private relief he hadn't expected. "Good morning." Henry sat at the head of the table, reading the paper, glasses perched low on his nose. Oliver's chair was empty. No one mentioned it. Breakfast passed in near silence. Comfortable, not strained. Rose spoke about trivial things, deliberately ordinary ones. Henry listened more than he spoke, occasionally glancing at Eleanor as if confirming she was truly there. Halfway through the meal, Eleanor winced slightly as she shifted her leg. George noticed. "So," Henry said, folding his paper at last, "will you be going to the theater today?" The question was gentle, dangerous. Eleanor paused, then shook her head. "No," she said, "not today." Henry nodded. No disappointment. No argument. "Very well," he said, "then rest." Eleanor looked faintly surprised. After Henry left the room, Rose excused herself as well, leaving George and Eleanor alone with cooling tea and the quiet ticking of a clock that had likely been there longer than either of them. Eleanor broke the silence. "I slept," she said. "Not well, but I slept. That matters," George replied. She nodded, fingers tightening briefly around the cup. "Last night stirred things I keep buried," she continued. "I feel raw, like I've been open and not yet closed again." George considered her carefully. "Raw doesn't mean broken," he said. "It means something is still alive." She looked at him, then away. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that." "You don't have to decide yet." Eleanor hesitated. "You keep saying that," she said quietly. George met her gaze. "And I'll keep meaning it." Later, they walked. Not far, just a few streets, slow and measured. Eleanor leaned lightly on a cane she disliked using but accepted today. The air was crisp, the sky low and gray, the city softened by the hour. They stopped near a small square where pigeons gathered, and children passed on their way to school. Eleanor watched them for a moment. "I used to come here before rehearsals," she said, "to feel unobserved, like I belonged to myself." She glanced at George. "Do you ever feel like that? Out of place even when everything looks right?" "All the time," he answered honestly. She smiled faintly. They sat on a bench. George reached into his coat and removed the hair clip, but did not give it to her. Eleanor noticed immediately. "It doesn't glow today," she said. "No," George replied, "because it isn't time yet." Her brow furrowed. "Time for what?" George looked down at the object, weighing his words. "Returning it doesn't just mean placing it in your hands," he said. "It means returning it to the version of you that needs it." Eleanor absorbed this slowly. "And you think I'm not there yet?" "I think," George said gently, "that if I give it back now, it will only remind you of what you lost, not of what's still possible." She didn't argue. That, more than anything, told George he was right. A sudden chill ran through him, sharp, disorienting. The street blurred for half a second, colors dulling, sounds flattening. Eleanor noticed immediately. "George," she said, "are you all right?" He steadied himself, forcing the world back into focus. "Yes," he lied, but inside, something had shifted. The pull, subtle, persistent, the sense that his presence here was beginning to strain the fabric of the moment. The hair clip grew warm in his palm. Not bright, not urgent, warning. George closed his fingers around it. Time, he realized, was not patient forever. They returned to the house as the morning deepened. At the door, Eleanor stopped. "You won't leave without telling me," she said. George met her eyes. "No," a pause. "And you won't disappear," she added, softer. George didn't answer immediately. Then, carefully, "Not yet." Eleanor nodded, as if that was enough for now. Inside, as George stepped back into quiet of the house, He understood something clearly for the first time. This story was not about returning an object. It was about deciding when a life was ready to continue. And time, real time, was beginning to push back. The afternoon settled into the Whitmore house with a stillness that felt earned rather than imposed. Light drifted across the parquet floors in slow bands, revealing the quiet life of dust and shadow that only appeared when no one was trying to impress the day. George sat at the small writing desk in the guest room, a notebook open before him, empty. He had brought it with the intention of writing. Anything, even lists, but the words refused to come. His thoughts kept returning to the same place. The way Eleanor had stood in the doorway that morning, steady and unsure at once, as if choosing herself required a strength she was only beginning to remember. The hair clip lay beside the notebook, still silver, still quiet. He turned it once between his fingers. No warmth, no glow, only weight. A knock came, light, hesitant. "George!" Eleanor's voice. "May I come in?" He rose immediately. "Of course." She stepped inside slowly, leaning on the cane she still disliked but did not apologize for using. Today she wore a simple blue dress, unadorned, her hair pinned back with nothing but patience. She looked less like someone preparing for a stage and more like someone preparing for honesty. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," she said. "Not at all." She glanced at the notebook. "You look like a man waiting for something to arrive." George smiled faintly. "Or leave." That earned a small, knowing smile from her in return. She moved to the chair by the window and sat carefully. Outside, a delivery boy cycled past, whistling. The ordinary sound felt almost intrusive. "I spoke to Father," Eleanor said. "About Oliver." George said nothing, but he listened with his whole body. He accepted it. Eleanor said, after a moment, "Oliver, I mean." He was not happy, but he left. She paused, as if testing how the words felt now that they were out in the air. I think, in the end, he understood that there was nothing left to hold on to. Not really. He didn't defend him, she continued, surprised by her own words. He didn't defend me either. He just listened. That might have hurt more if I'm honest. Or helped. I haven't decided. That sounds like a beginning, George said. She nodded. It felt like one. Silence returned, this time thoughtful, not heavy. Then Eleanor looked at the hair clip on the desk. "It doesn't respond anymore," she said. Not accusing. Observant. "No," George replied. "Not while we're forcing answers." She considered that. So it responds to truth. To readiness, he said. They're not always the same thing. She breathed out slowly. "I keep wondering what would have happened if I'd never fallen." George didn't answer right away. "That question can eat years," he said finally. "I know." She studied him, sensing the truth beneath the words. "You don't talk about yourself much. Some stories don't belong to the time they're told in," he said gently. Eleanor accepted that, surprisingly easily. "I walked past the theater today," she said. "Didn't go in, just stood across the street, watched the doors open and close. And..." George asked. "I didn't feel anger," she said, quietly amazed. "Or jealousy. Just distance. Like watching a life I used to live." "That matters," he said. She smiled faintly. "You always say that." "Because it does." She shifted in her chair, fingers curling and uncurling. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Not of pain, of choosing wrong again, of believing I can still be something and finding out I can't." George leaned back against the desk, careful not to crowd her. "What if," he said slowly, "this isn't about becoming what you were, but allowing yourself to become something adjacent to it?" Her brow furrowed. "Adjacent? Close enough to recognize yourself," he said. "Different enough to breathe." The words settled. Eleanor looked out the window for a long moment. "I don't want to be brave," she said at last. "I'm tired of bravery. I just want to be allowed." George felt the truth of that sentence land heavily. "You are," he said. "At least here. At least now." A faint tremor passed through the room. Not physical, not visible. George felt it anyway, like a pressure change before a storm. The hair clip warmed. Not bright, not glowing. Aware. Eleanor noticed it too. It's changing. Yes, George said quietly, because staying has a cost. Her eyes widened slightly. To you. He nodded. Time isn't meant to hold still, he continued. When it does, it starts to push back. Eleanor stood carefully, moving closer to the desk. She didn't touch the clip, but she stood near it, as if proximity alone mattered. And when it pushes back, she asked, What happens to you? George met her gaze. Honest now, I don't know, but I know I won't be able to choose forever. She swallowed. Then we're both on borrowed ground. Yes. They stood there together, not touching, not retreating. Finally, Eleanor spoke, quiet, resolved. Then don't give it to me yet. George felt a small, private relief. I won't, he said. But when you do, she added, I want it to mean something forward, not backward. It will, he promised. Outside, the light shifted. Afternoon edged toward evening. And somewhere, unseen and patient, time leaned closer, listening. The evening settled more decisively after that. Dinner passed quietly. Oliver did not return. Henry read by the fire, occasionally glancing at Eleanor without comment. Rose hummed softly while clearing the table, grateful, perhaps without fully knowing why, for the calm that had replaced tension. Later, Eleanor and George found themselves alone again, this time in the small sitting room near the back of the house. A single lamp burned low, casting long shadows along the walls. Outside, rain had begun to fall, soft at first, then steady, tapping against the windows like a patient question. Eleanor stood near the mantelpiece, looking at an old photograph in a silver frame. It showed her younger, poised mid-turn, captured in motion she could no longer fully inhabit. I used to hate this picture, she said quietly. It felt like evidence, like proof of something I couldn't return to. George leaned against the doorway. And now, she set the frame down. Now it feels unfinished. She turned toward him. I don't think the hair clip is meant to take me back, Eleanor said. Not to that stage. Not to that life. George said nothing, but his chest tightened. I think it's meant to remind me, she continued, that movement doesn't end when one path closes. It changes direction. The hair clip, still on the small table between them, began to warm. Not suddenly, not dramatically. Gradually. George felt it before he saw it. It's time, he said. Eleanor nodded. She didn't look afraid. If anything, she looked steady, anchored in a way she hadn't been days before. George picked up the hair clip. The silver light bloomed, not blinding, not violent, but deep, full, as if something had finally aligned. The room seemed to soften around them, edges blurring just enough to remind George of every other threshold he had crossed. He held it out to her. This time, it was not tentative. Eleanor took it. The moment her fingers closed around the clip, the light expanded, filling the room, brushing against the walls, the ceiling, the very air. It did not show her the past. It did not replay the fall. Instead, she saw herself standing in an empty studio, not dancing, not performing, but guiding, teaching, creating movement that belonged to others as much as to herself. She gasped softly. I see it, she whispered. Not what I was, but what I can still give. George smiled, though his vision was already beginning to waver. The pull came swiftly now. Not painful. Final. Eleanor felt it too. She stepped closer, instinctively reaching for him, her hand brushing his sleeve. You're leaving, she said. Yes. When? George swallowed. Now. The light folded inward suddenly, collapsing into the hair clip. Now ordinary silver once more. George took a step back. The room tilted. Eleanor reached for him again, but her hand passed through nothing but air. George. The last thing he saw was her standing upright, unafraid, the hair clip clasped in her hand like a promise kept. Then the world broke gently apart. George woke with a sharp intake of breath. He was in his bed, in his time. Rain tapped against the window. Different rain, different city. The suitcase stood at the foot of the bed, open. One space inside it was now empty. George sat up slowly, heart pounding, not with fear, but with a strange ache of completion. He reached into his pocket. Nothing. No warmth. No silver, just a memory of a woman who had learned how to move forward again. Outside, the city carried on, and George knew without doubt that the first story was complete. Chapter 24. The Weight of Leather. George woke before dawn, not because of the suitcase, not because of a dream, because his body remembered early hours. The street outside was still dark, the city quiet in that rare way that only existed before work began. He dressed without turning on the light, pulled on his jacket, and moved toward the kitchen out of habit more than intention. Erin was already there. She stood at the counter with a mug of tea between her hands, hair loosely tied back, eyes tired but alert. She looked up when he entered, not startled. She had heard him coming. "You too?" she asked. George nodded. "Couldn't sleep?" She studied his face for a moment, then glanced toward the living room, where the suitcase rested against the wall, closed but unmistakably present. "It's quiet," Erin said. "After something like that, I expected it to feel louder." George leaned against the doorway. "It always feels like this after one ends, like the world pretending nothing happened." Erin took a slow sip of tea. "And something did happen." "Yes." They stood in silence for a moment, the kettle ticking softly as it cooled. Finally, Erin spoke again. "How many are left?" George hesitated. "Not many," he said, "but enough." She nodded, accepting the non-answer. Then she surprised him. "I want to see the next one." George turned to her. "Erin, I don't mean hear about it after," she continued. "I mean go with you." The words hung in the air, solid and deliberate. "You don't know what that means," George said carefully. "I know exactly what it means," she replied. "It means you disappear for hours and come back carrying lives that aren't yours. It means you wake up different. It means you keep deciding things alone that affect us both." She set the mug down. "I'm not asking to lead," Erin said. "I'm asking not to be left behind." George looked at her, really looked at her, and understood something he had wanted to name. This wasn't curiosity. It was trust. He exhaled slowly. "It isn't always safe." Erin's mouth curved into a tired half-smile. "Neither is staying." The suitcase shifted, not opened, not glowing, but heavier. George walked toward it and knelt, unlatching it carefully. Erin moved closer, crouching beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Inside, the remaining objects lay exactly as before, still patient. George reached in and stopped. His fingers closed around something rough. Leather. He lifted them out slowly. A pair of boxing gloves, darkened with age, the surface cracked and softened by years of use. The smell was unmistakable. Old leather, sweat, something metallic beneath it all. Erin recoiled slightly. "Jesus." George turned them over in his hands. The laces were frayed. One glove bore a faint split along the seam, repaired long ago with uneven stitching. "These don't belong to a champion," Erin said quietly. "No," George replied. "They belong to someone who stopped." The gloves grew warm, not glowing, not pulling, waiting. Erin reached out, hesitated, then touched one glove with her fingertips. She pulled back almost immediately. "They're heavy," she said. "Not physically, just heavy." George nodded. "They carry a choice." Erin looked at him. "Whose?" "I don't know yet." The room seemed to tilt, not violently, not suddenly, but enough that Erin grabbed the edge of the counter to steady herself. George looked up sharply. "Did you feel that?" "Yes," she said, breath shallow, like the floor forgot where it was. The gloves pulsed once. The air tightened. Erin straightened, fear flickering across her face. But she didn't step away. "So this is it," she said. "This is the one you weren't going to tell me about." George met her gaze. "You don't have to come." She didn't even consider it. "You're not going alone." The warmth intensified. George closed the suitcase, heart pounding now. Not with dread, but with a strange certainty that something irreversible had just been set in motion. He took Erin's hand. "For the record," he said quietly, "I don't know what this one will cost." Erin squeezed his fingers. "Neither do I." The world bent, not yet breaking, but preparing to. And somewhere, someone, a man was waking in the dark to knead dough with hands that remembered how to fight. Before dawn, the bakery breathed. It was not a quiet place, just a careful one. The kind of silence that held heat and habit instead of peace. Thomas Hale moved through it, without turning on the main lights, guided by memory more than sight. Flour dusted the air in pale ghosts as he dragged sacks across the floor, the scrape of canvas soft but insistent. 3 o'clock. Always 3. He rolled his shoulders once before lifting the first sack. The left one complained. The right answered. Old conversations between bone and muscle, neither willing to concede. Thomas poured flour into mixer, measured water by feel, salt by instinct. His hands were broad, scarred, steady. They knew weight. They knew resistance. They knew when to push and when to wait. The mixer hummed. The room warmed. Above the workbench, the gloves hung on a single nail, dark leather. Crack seams. The left glove drooped lower, heavier, as if remembering more. Thomas did not look at them. He never did. Not first thing. Looking gave them permission. He kneaded by hand anyway, folding dough into itself, pressing with the heel of his palm, turning, repeating. The rhythm matched something older than baking, something he had promised himself he would forget. Behind him, a door creaked. "Dad!" His daughter stood there, wrapped in a coat too big for her, hair still half asleep. 12, but already carried herself like someone older. "Morning," Thomas said, without turning. She yawned. "Mum's loading the van. Says we're short 2 crates." "I'll finish these," he replied. "Tell her 10 minutes. She nodded and lingered, eyes drifting, inevitably, to the gloves. "Coach Peters came by yesterday," she said. Thomas's hands didn't stop. "Did he?" "Said there's a fight on Friday. Big crowd. Cash up front." Silence stretched. The mixer clicked off. Thomas wiped his hands on his apron slowly, deliberately, as if speed might betray him. "What did you say?" he asked. She shrugged. "Said you're not fighting anymore." A small pause. "He laughed," she added. Thomas turned then. Not angry, just tired. "He can laugh," he said. "Laughter's cheaper than bread." She smiled, faintly, then grew serious again. "Mum's worried." "I know." "Are we okay?" she asked. Thomas met her eyes. He didn't lie. He also didn't surrender. "We will be," he said. "Get your coat. You're riding with me today." She nodded, relieved, and disappeared back into mourning. Thomas turned back to the bench. The dough had risen slightly already, impatient. He punched it down, not hard, just enough. Control mattered. His gaze lifted despite himself. The gloves waited, not accusing, not forgiving, just present. Thomas crossed the room and took them down. The leather creaked softly in his hands. He weighed them, one after the other, as if balance could still be found. "I stopped," he murmured, to no one. "I chose." The words felt thinner than they used to. Outside, a van door slammed. A voice called his name. Thomas hung the gloves back up, this time higher, further from reach. He washed his hands and went to work, unaware that somewhere, far from flour and ovens, a suitcase had opened, and the weight he carried was no longer his alone. The shop opened just after 6. The bell above the door rang with a tired note that had not been replaced in years. Thomas wiped his hands on his apron and turned as the first customers drifted in. Faces he knew, orders he could predict before they spoke. "Morning, Tom." "Same as always." "Put on the slate." He nodded, wrapped loaves in paper, slid them across the counter. Money changed hands slowly. Not enough. Never enough. By 6:30, the children arrived. His son carried crates with more pride than strength. His daughter kept a ledger, careful and precise, correcting figures that never quite added up. Thomas watched them work and felt a familiar tightening in his chest. Not regret exactly, but something adjacent to it. The door opened again. 2 strangers stepped inside. They didn't look lost. They didn't look curious either. They looked attentive. The man first, early 30s, broad hands, posture shaped by work rather than confidence. The woman just behind him, eyes sharp, scanning the room like she was reading a story written in dust and flour. "Morning," the man said. "Morning," Thomas replied. They stood for a moment, taking the shelves, the counter, the children working without being asked. "Smells good," the woman said. "Bread should," Thomas answered. The man smiled faintly at that. "2 loaves, please." Thomas wrapped them, slid them forward. The man paid. Exact change. No one moved to leave. Aaron was the first to look up, really look, at the gloves. They hung high on the wall behind Thomas, darker than the wood around them, like an old bruise that refused to fade. She didn't point, didn't ask, but Thomas noticed her eyes linger. "You make this every night?" the man asked. Thomas nodded. "Every morning." "Hard work," the woman said. Thomas shrugged. "It keeps the lights on." She glanced around again at the cracked tiles, the uneven shelves, the way the children moved like they'd been doing this all their lives. "Does it?" she asked softly. The question wasn't rude. It wasn't accusing. It was honest. Thomas felt something shift, just slightly. "Most days," he said. The man hesitated, then spoke again. "You ever miss something you were good at?" The shop went quiet, not empty, just paused. The bell didn't ring. The children didn't speak. Thomas's eyes lifted to the gloves before he could stop himself. Aaron followed the movement this time. Openly. The man noticed. "You don't have to answer," he said quickly. Thomas exhaled through his nose. "Everyone misses something." The woman nodded once. "Some people miss it louder than others." That earned her a look, measured, curious. "You two journalists?" Thomas asked. "No," the man said. "Just passing through." Thomas studied them again. "Not customers. Not locals. Bread's on the house," he said suddenly, pushing the loaves back toward them. The man shook his head. "We paid." "Doesn't matter," Thomas replied. "Take it." A silence followed, thick but not uncomfortable. The woman took the bread. "Thank you." As they turned to leave, Thomas spoke before he could reconsider. "You shouldn't read too much into what's on the wall," he said. Aaron paused. "Look back." "I wasn't," she said. "I was wondering what it cost." Thomas didn't answer. He didn't have to. The bell rang as they stepped out into morning. George and Aaron walked a few paces before either spoke. "That was him." Aaron said quietly. George nodded. "Yes." She glanced back at the shop. "He doesn't want saving." "No," George agreed. "He wants to survive." They continued down the street. Behind them, Thomas watched through the window until they turned the corner. Then he reached up without quite meaning to and touched the gloves. For the first time in years, he didn't pull his hand away immediately, and somewhere deep inside the leather, something that had been waiting began to listen. Thomas locked the door just after 8. The street had filled by then, voices, carts, the scrape of shoes against stone. He flipped the sign to close and leaned his forehead briefly against the glass. A habit, a pause he allowed himself before the second half of the day began. Inside, the bakery felt heavier now, warmer, as if the walls had absorbed more than heat. He turned back to the counter, gathering the slate, wiping it clean. Numbers erased too easily. Promises didn't. His wife moved behind him, stacking trays. She didn't speak at first. She didn't have to. "They weren't customers," she said eventually. Thomas nodded. "No, did they ask?" "Not directly." She dried her hands, looked up at the wall, at the gloves. "They always come back when things get tight," she said. "Men like that. Promoters. Memories. These weren't promoters." She studied him. "How do you know?" "Because they didn't want anything." She frowned. "Everyone wants something." Thomas opened his mouth to answer and stopped. The gloves shifted. Not visibly, not dramatically, but the leather creaked, soft and unmistakable, like a slow breath taken after years of holding it in. His wife froze. "Did you hear?" "I did," Thomas said. The room cooled suddenly, despite the oven still warm. Flour dust hung in the air, unmoving. Thomas stepped closer to the wall. The gloves were warm, not from the bakery, not from the sun. Warm in the way hands were warm before a fight. He reached out, The moment his fingers brushed the leather, a pressure bloomed behind his eyes. Not pain, memory, a crowd, a bell, the taste of copper. He pulled back sharply, breath ragged. His wife grabbed his arm. "Thomas." "I'm fine," he said too quickly. She didn't believe him. Neither did he. Outside, across the street, George and Erin stood still among the passing crowd. Erin pressed a hand to her chest. "There," she whispered. "Did you feel that?" George nodded. Yes. The gloves in his pocket were all he had brought aligned. Erin looked at the bakery door, then at George. "We're too late to stop it." George watched Thomas through the glass as the man steadied himself, one hand still hovering near the gloves. "No," he said quietly. "We're right on time." Inside, Thomas took a breath and did something he hadn't done in years. He untied the gloves and set them on the counter, not to wear, just to remember what it meant to choose. The world did not bend yet, but it leaned closer. They didn't plan it. That was the first thing Erin noticed afterward, that there had been no moment of preparation grand enough to justify what came next. No countdown, no warning that felt sufficient. They were standing across the street from the bakery, the crowd thinning as the morning moved on, when the weight returned. Not in a bag, not in a case, just the gloves, and this, in the air. George felt it first in his teeth, a dull pressure like the beginning of a headache. Erin fell in her knees, a brief, frightening weakness that made her grab his arm. "George," she said, "now." He didn't ask how she knew. The gloves grew warm in his hand, not burning but anchoring him, as if the ground itself had decided to hold on. The sound of the street dimmed. Voices stretched. Footsteps lost their edges. The bakery window blurred. Thomas was still inside, one hand resting near the gloves, his face unreadable. And then the world slipped. It wasn't like falling. It was like being unfastened. The street peeled away first. The stone, the noise, the people, folding inward as if distance itself had been reconsidered. Erin gasped, instinctively reaching for something solid, and found only George's hand, clenched tight around hers. "Don't let go," he said. "I'm not," she answered, though the words felt thin in her mouth. Light bent, not bright, not blinding, but deep layered, like looking through water that remembered other skies. Erin's stomach lurched. Her ears rang. For one terrifying second she felt split, as if part of her was still standing on that street, while the rest of her was being carried somewhere else without consent. She cried out. The sound didn't travel. George pulled her closer, bracing himself as the pressure peaked. The gloves pulsed once in his grip, hard, then went still. The world snapped back into place. Not the same one. The air was thicker, colder. It smelled of coal smoke and damp wool. Erin staggered as her feet met uneven ground, stone, not pavement. George steadied her, heart racing. They stood in a narrow alley, brick walls rising on either side. A single bulb flickered overhead, weak and yellow. Somewhere nearby, a radio played, tinny distant, cutting in and out between static and a man's voice announcing boxing results. Erin's breath came fast. "Where London," George said, though the word felt different here. "Just earlier." She looked around. The clothes on a man passing the alley mouth were wrong. The cadence of his steps. The way he didn't look at them at all. "How much earlier?" she asked. George didn't answer. He was staring at the suitcase. Slowly, carefully, he opened it. The gloves lay on top now. Not warm, not glowing, but alive in a way Erin couldn't explain without sounding foolish. She pressed a hand to her chest. "I felt that." "The pull," George said. "No, the choice." They shared a look, something sober passing between them. A door slammed nearby. Laughter followed. Rough male careless. Erin flinched. George closed the suitcase. "We should move." As they stepped out of the alley, the city revealed itself in fragments. Posters peeling from walls, men in caps and heavy coats, a line of people outside a butcher's shop. Faces set in familiar post-war weariness. A fight poster caught Erin's eye. Friday night, one last match, names half torn away. Ink smeared, but the image was clear enough. Two men squaring off, fists raised. Erin swallowed. George. He saw it too. They didn't need the names. The gloves and the suitcase shifted. Not demanding, inviting. Somewhere not far from there, a man was waking up sore and uncertain, unaware that the choice he thought he'd already made was about to be offered back to him. One last time. George tightened his grip on Aaron's hand. "This one," he said quietly, "won't be gentle." Aaron nodded. "I know." And together, they stepped fully into the past, as the present loosened its hold behind them. They walked without speaking for several minutes. Aaron needed the time. Her body was still catching up, as if her bones had been rearranged and asked, politely but firmly, to accept it. The air felt heavier in her lungs. Every sound seemed closer, sharper. The scrape of shoes, the cough of an engine, the bark of laughter spilling from a doorway. "This isn't like before," she said at last. George glanced at her. "No, it's louder," she added, closer to the skin. "That's the era," he said. "And this one." They turned onto a wider street. A pub stood on the corner, windows fogged from breath and smoke. Men crowded near the door, sleeves rolled up despite the cold, voices rough with drink and opinion. A radio crackled somewhere inside, the same voice they'd heard earlier now arguing with static. Aaron slowed. She watched a man shove another, not playfully. Watched the second man shove back harder. No one intervened. No one needed to. "This is normal," she said. "Not a question." "For them," George replied. They moved on. Posters clung to brick walls like tired warnings, fights, ration notices, dances canceled and rescheduled. The city wore its history openly here. Nothing had been smoothed over yet. Aaron stopped again. "I don't think I can just stand and watch this," she said. "If it turns ugly." George didn't sugarcoat it. "It will." She met his eyes. "Then don't lie to me later." "I won't." They reached a narrow street where the noise thinned. Ahead, a building with high windows breathed heat into the cold, steam curling from vents, the rhythmic thud of something heavy hitting something else. Aaron knew before she saw it. A gym, not polished, not proud, just functional. A place that existed because men needed somewhere to put their anger. They stood across the street. Through the window, a shape moved, broad shoulders, taped hands. A man circling a bag, striking with restraint rather than hunger. Thomas. Aaron watched the way he held himself. Not young, not finished, carrying something he hadn't set down. "He doesn't look like someone chasing glory," she said quietly. "No," George agreed. "He looks like someone trying not to lose." The suitcase tugged, once. Subtle, directional. Aaron felt it this time without being told. She pressed her palm against the leather. "It wants us closer," she said. George nodded. "But not yet." They waited, long enough to learn the rhythm, long enough to understand that this story wouldn't be quick, and it wouldn't be kind. Across the street, Thomas stopped. He leaned forward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. For a moment, just one, he looked up, straight through the glass. Aaron's breath caught. He didn't see them, but he felt something. She was sure of it. George closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the city felt locked into place around them, as if the president had finally let go. "Welcome to it," he said. Aaron nodded. "Steady now. Let's do this right." The gym door opened. The noise spilled out, and the gloves, waiting in the suitcase, grew warm again. Chapter 25. The Man Who Stopped Fighting. Thomas Hale had not slept well since the gloves came down from the nail. He told himself it was the cold getting into the back room. He told himself it was the accounts, the bread order that came in short, the damp that crept under the door every autumn without being invited. He was good at telling himself things. But the gloves sat on the workbench now, and he was aware of them the way you were aware of someone standing just outside your field of vision. He worked through the pre-dawn hours, as he always did. Flour, water, salt, hands into dough, the rhythm that had replaced the other rhythm, the one his body still remembered without permission. When the bell above the door rang at 6:10, he did not look up. "We're not open yet." "We know," said a woman's voice. The door was unlocked. He looked up then. The two strangers from the day before, the man with the broad hands, the woman with the sharp eyes, standing just inside the doorway, not apologetic, not aggressive, simply present, the way certain truths were present. Quietly, until you couldn't ignore them. "You came back," Thomas said. "Yes," said the man. Thomas set down the dough. He wiped his hands slowly. "Why?" The woman glanced at the bench, at the gloves. "Because yesterday you put them down," she said. "And that matters." Thomas looked at her steadily. "A lot of things matter. Doesn't mean they change anything." "No," the man agreed. "But some things matter because they already changed something, and you haven't caught up with it yet." The room was quiet except for the low hum of the ovens and the distant sound of the city beginning its day. Thomas pulled out a chair, then pulled out two more, an act of hospitality so instinctive it surprised even him. "Sit," he said. "I'll put the kettle on." They drank tea at the small table in the back room, the three of them, while the bread rose in the pans and the morning stretched its gray light across the floor. Thomas spoke slowly at first, the way men spoke when they've been quiet for too long and weren't sure the words still worked. He talked about the gym, about coming up through the amateur circuit in the early 40s, about a coach named Dermot who believed in him before anyone else did, about the fights he won, and the ones he lost, and the one he didn't finish. "Not because I couldn't," he said. "I want to be clear about that. I could have gone back in." "But you didn't," George said. "No," Thomas turned the mug in his hands. "My son was born the morning of the rematch. Margaret had been up all night. I was in the car outside the hospital when my manager called." He paused. "I told him I wasn't coming." The kitchen was very still. "Just like that?" Aaron asked. "Just like that." A breath. "I don't regret it. That's the thing people expect me to say next. That I regret it, or that I don't, and then they decide what to think of me. But the truth is simpler. I made a choice, and the choice was right. But it was also a door closing, and I have never quite stopped hearing it." George looked at the gloves on the bench. "They're yours," he said. "Whatever they hold, it's yours too. Not just the grief of it, the whole of it." Thomas said nothing for a moment. Then, "Why are you two really here?" George reached into his coat and set the gloves on the table between them, not the ones from the wall. These were identical in make, in weight, in the particular way the leather had softened over years of use. Thomas stared at them. "Those are mine. Those are the pair from the rematch. I gave them to Dermot afterward. He died 6 years ago." His voice was careful now, stripped of performance. "How did you find them?" "They found their way," George said quietly. "They always do." Thomas reached out and touched the leather, the crack seam, the uneven stitching on the left. The gloves warmed under his hand. Not magic, not mystery, memory. "Dermot kept them," Thomas whispered. "He told me once that he was keeping them until I figured out what I'd actually won that night." He exhaled, something long held loosening in his chest. "I thought he meant to fight." "He didn't," Aaron said softly. "No." Thomas closed his fingers around the glove. "He meant the choice." He sat with that for a long moment, hands around the leather, the oven's breathing warmed into the room, the day assembling itself outside. When he finally looked up, something had shifted in his face. Not healed, nothing healed so quickly, but unlocked. "My son boxes now," Thomas said. "Saturday mornings. He's not bad." Aaron smiled. "Does he know where it comes from?" Thomas was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, he smiled back, the first real smile George had seen from him. "Not yet," he said, "but I think it's time I told him." They left the bakery as the street filled with mourning. Thomas stood in the doorway to see them off, the gloves in his hands, held not like trophies but like tools he had finally remembered the use for. He did not wave. He simply watched them go, and there was something settled in his expression that had not been there the day before. Aaron walked close beside George, their shoulders almost touching. "How much time do we have?" she asked. George felt the pull before she had finished the question. The same familiar pressure behind his ribs, the slight tilting of the world, as if gravity had remembered something. "Not long," he said. She nodded and took his hand without ceremony. They walked until they found a quiet street, an alley really narrow and overlooked, and stood together in its shadow. George opened the suitcase. Inside, the remaining objects lay still and quiet. The sealed letter, the broken bracelet, the music box without a key. He looked at them for a long moment, feeling the weight of their unfinished stories. But the pole was insistent now. "Not this time," he said to the objects, and he meant it not as abandonment but as promise. He would come back. The suitcase would call again. Aaron squeezed his hand. "Ready?" "No," he said honestly. She laughed, a real laugh, brief and warm. "Neither am I. Let's go home." The world folded, gently this time, as if it had grown accustomed to them. The alley dissolved into light and then into the familiar gray of Bethnal Green, the smell of coal smoke and bread, and someone's washing left out in the rain, and the sound of his own street in the early morning hit George like something he hadn't known he was missing. He breathed it in. Erin stood beside him, blinking, color returning to her face. "The same day," she said, checking the clock in the bakery window across the road. "Always the same day," he replied. She looked at him, really looked, the way she did when she wasn't trying to protect him from whatever she saw. "Are you all right?" He thought about it honestly. "I think so. Yes." She slipped her arm through his. "Come on. I'll make eggs." Chapter 26. What the Suitcase Knows. That evening, George sat alone with the suitcase. Aaron was in the kitchen, the radio playing something slow and almost cheerful. Tommy was at a friend's house. His mother had gone to bed early, not asking questions, which was his own kind of grace. The suitcase sat open on his bed, the remaining objects arranged in their careful silence. He had been sitting with them for nearly an hour, not touching, not willing, just present. He thought about Edmund Harrow, kneeling over a blueprint on a cliff that would one day hold a house never built. He thought about Eleanor Whitmore in her cream dress, standing upright for the first time in years, a silver clip in her hand, and something reignited in her eyes. He thought about Thomas Hale that morning, the way it held those gloves not as a burden, but as a bridge. 3 lives, 3 objects returned, 3 threads pulled taut and allowed to rest, and still a sealed letter, a broken bracelet, a music box that hummed a note no one could quite catch. George reached into the suitcase and touched the letter first. The wax seal was cold. The paper was thick, textured, untouched by time. Dated 1891, in a handwriting so precise it felt like architecture. He did not open it. He knew better by now. The objects chose their moment. He touched the bracelet next. The break was sharp and clean. The engraving at the center was almost illegible, but not quite. A word, worn smooth by being held too often, too tightly. He set it down. Finally, the music box. He lifted it and held it to his ear, as he had a dozen times, and waited. This time, something answered. Not a note exactly. More like the memory of a note, a frequency at the edge of hearing. The ghost of a melody that had been playing somewhere for a very long time, waiting for someone to be still enough to listen. George lowered the music box slowly. He understood, sitting there, that the suitcase had not come to him by accident. The objects had passed through many hands, many centuries, many people who had carried them without knowing why, until they arrived at someone who could carry them home. He did not know why that person was him. He was a baker's assistant from Bethnal Green. He was nobody's idea of a traveler in time. And yet here he was. He closed the suitcase gently. The latch clicked with a sound that felt patient. "Not tonight," he said aloud. The suitcase did not argue. It never did. George turned off the lamp and lay back on the bed, and for the first time in weeks, he fell asleep without being called anywhere. Just sleep, ordinary and deep, the kind that asked nothing of him. In the morning, the suitcase would still be there, and when it called again, he would answer. It happened on a Tuesday, which seemed right. Nothing extraordinary ever announced itself on a Friday. George was making tea. Aaron was reading at the table. The morning had the quality of an ordinary morning. Gray light, the kettle's slow complaint, the smell of toast that had gone a shade too dark. The suitcase opened by itself, not dramatically. The clasp simply released, one and then the other, with 2 soft clicks like a clock finding its second. Aaron looked up. George set the kettle down. They crossed to it together. The letter lay on top in the wax seal, intact since 1891, had parted cleanly down the center, as if it had been waiting for exactly this temperature, this light, this particular Tuesday. George lifted it carefully. The paper was cold and held its shape perfectly. He unfolded it once, twice, and read, "If you are reading this, then it has finally found someone with the patience to wait. I wrote this in the winter of 1891, not knowing who would receive it or when. I know only that it must travel, and that when it arrives, it will arrive correctly. My name is Clara Voss. I am 31 years old. I am writing from a house in Vienna that belongs to a man I was not permitted to choose. The bracelet in this suitcase was mine before it was broken. It was broken on the night. I understood that some lives require a different kind of courage and endurance. I left that house in the spring. I went north. I built something small and mine and imperfect, and I did not regret it. Though I was afraid every day for years, I am writing this to the person who carries the bracelet. If it has found you, then you are in the middle of something. I do not know what, but I want you to know this. The break is not a flaw. The break is where the decision was made. Keep it or return it. Either way, hold it as evidence that you survived the moment that required it. With love for a stranger, Clara." The room was very quiet. Aaron had read over his shoulder. George felt her exhale slowly. "She made it," Aaron said. "Yes," George replied. He set the letter down and reached for the bracelet, the broken ends, the worn engraving, and now, in this light, he could read it clearly for the first time. Not a name, a word, one word, engraved in letters almost too small to see. Enough. George looked at it for a long time. Then he placed the bracelet carefully back into the suitcase, resting it beside the letter. "This one doesn't need returning," he said. Aaron looked at him. "Why not?" "Because Clara already returned it to herself." He looked at the bracelet. At the clean break, the single word. She sent it forward, for whoever needed to read that word. Aaron was quiet for a moment, then softly, "Do you think she knew it would find you?" George considered this honestly. "I think she knew it would find someone," he said, "and that was enough for her." He closed the suitcase. 2 objects remained. Chapter 27. The music box opens. The music box opened on a night in November when the fog came off the river thick enough to soften the streetlights into smears of amber. George was alone. Erin had gone home to her parents for the weekend. Tommy was asleep. His mother had left a covered plate of stew on the kitchen table with a note that said only, "Eat something warm." He sat at his desk with the music box in front of him. He had not touched it. He was simply sitting with it, the way he had learned to sit with the objects, not forcing, not waiting exactly, just being present enough for the thing to decide. The hinge released with a sound like a sigh. The lid rose on its own, and for the first time he saw the inside. There was no mechanism, no barrel, no comb, no pins. The interior was lined with faded red velvet, and set into velvet was a single piece of paper, folded into a perfect square. George unfolded it. A single bar of music, 8 notes, written in pencil on manuscript paper, so old it had gone the color of autumn leaves. Below the staff, in a childish hand. "For whoever hears this, play it when you are ready." No name, no date. George stared at the notes for a long time. He could not read music, not properly, but he could feel the shape of them on the page, the way they moved upward then curved gently back. He picked up the music box and he hummed. He hummed the shape he saw on the page, uncertain, a little off, adjusting as he went. The music box vibrated in his hands. Not the humming, something else. A resonance in the wood itself, as if the box had been holding that frequency all along and his voice had finally given it permission. The note that emerged was clear and warm, and held for far longer than it should have. Then silence. George sat with the empty box in his hands and felt something complete. Not dramatically, not with any great revelation, but in the way that a book felt when you turned the last page and sat with it closed for a moment before putting it down. He did not know whose music box this had been. He did not know who had written those 8 notes. But he knew that he had been the right person to open it. that the note had been waiting for a voice ordinary enough to be honest, imperfect enough to be human. He set the music box aside. He went to the kitchen and ate his mother's stew, which was still warm, and outside the fog held everything it contained: the city, the century, the 10,000 ordinary lives moving through their ordinary days, with the patience of something very old and very sure. Chapter 28. What Remains. The next morning, the suitcase was lighter. Not physically, not in any way a scale would record. But when George lifted it, the weight was different. Resolved. The way air felt after rain had cleared it. He opened it one last time. 3 objects remained: the letter from Clara, the bracelet with its single word, and the music box with its 8 notes. These had been returned in the only way they could be, not to their original owners, but to the people who needed what they carried. The message, not the object. The meaning, not the thing. He looked at them for a long time. Then he closed the suitcase and carried it downstairs. Erin was at the kitchen table when he arrived, her hands around a cup of tea, looking at him with the careful attention she had cultivated over weeks of watching him come back, changed from places she could not entirely follow. "It's done?" she asked. "This part," he said. She nodded slowly. "What does that mean?" He set the suitcase on the floor between them and sat down. "I think Ian will come back for it," he said. "Or someone like him. Someone who knows where it needs to go next." He paused. "These things don't stop. They just pass on." Erin looked at the suitcase. "And you? Do you pass on?" George looked at her, at the particular quality of her attention, the way she sat with uncertainty without flinching from it. "No," he said. "I stay." Something eased in her face. "Good," she said, "because I'd find it very inconvenient if you disappeared into 1847 and never came back." He laughed, a real laugh, the kind that had been in short supply lately. And she smiled, and for a moment the kitchen was just a kitchen, warm and small and full of particular grace of staying. Life resumed its shape, which was a different shape than before. George still rose early and walked to the bakery, and came home with flour on his sleeves and the smell of bread in his coat. He still traded words with Liam, who still needed advice he would never fully take. He still exchanged quiet mornings with Erin over tea that was never quite hot enough and conversation that never quite ran out. But he moved through his days now with a quality of attention he had not possessed before. He noticed things more, not the grand things. He had always noticed those, the small ones. The way Mrs. Pembroke's dog pulled at its lead with a particular urgency of something that believed very firmly in where it was going. The way the lamplighter cycled home each morning, face turned into the wind, indifferent to being observed. The way his mother hummed a tune she didn't know she was humming, and how that tune was always the same one, and how he had never asked her where it came from. He began to ask. One evening, he found himself at the kitchen table with his mother, the photograph between them he had taken from the suitcase before returning it. He was not sure why at the time. Now he slid it across the table without a word. She looked at it for a long time. "Where did you find this?" she asked. "In a suitcase," George said. "It came to me." She was quiet for a moment. "Then that's me, before you were born, before your father, even." She touched the edge of the photograph with one finger. "I used to go to the cliffs at Dover. Every summer. I had a friend there, a boy who drew buildings in a notebook and told me the world was full of unfinished things." George went very still. His mother looked up. Her eyes were soft and a little distant, the way eyes went when they were looking at something that no longer existed except in memory. "Edmund," she said, almost to herself. "I wonder what became of him." George said nothing. He reached over and took her hand, and they sat together in the warm kitchen, in the ordinary evening, while outside the city went on, not knowing that some stories close in circles, so quiet you could only hear them if you stopped to listen. That was the first change. The second was that he stopped being afraid of the ordinary. Before the suitcase, ordinary had felt like waiting, like standing in a room where nothing happened, listening for the thing that would finally mean something. After, ordinary felt like the thing itself, the accumulated weight of small choices and unchanged habits, which turned out to be not a pause between stories but the story itself, running unbroken beneath everything else. Edmund had understood that. Clara had. Eleanor. Thomas. Each of them had lost something and had to learn, slowly, painfully, with no guarantee, that what remained after the loss was not less than what had gone. It was different. It was theirs. The suitcase sat in the corner of his room. He had not opened it again. He did not need to. He could feel when it was restless and when it was still, the way you could feel weather before it arrived. One morning in December, he came downstairs to find the front door slightly ajar. He opened it onto the street. A boy stood on the pavement, young, perhaps 16, with a particular quality of someone who had walked a long way and was not sure of his welcome. He had nothing with him, no bag, no coat heavy enough for the cold. He looked at George with a directness that George recognized, the look of someone carrying something they did not know how to set down. "Are you George Davis?" the boy asked. "I am," said George. The boy swallowed. "I was told. Someone said you might be able to help." George looked at him for a moment, at the hollow in his face that came from carrying something too long, at the hands that fidgeted with nothing, the way hands did when they missed the weight of something they used to hold. He stepped back from the door. "Come in," he said. "I'll put the kettle on." The boy came in. George closed the door on the cold morning and went to the kitchen, and the suitcase in the corner of his room shifted, just once, just enough, the way a compass needle shifted when it found its bearing. The next story was already beginning. George Davis put the kettle on the stove, and the kettle began to heat, and outside East London went on being exactly what it was, unremarkable, continuous, full of people carrying things they did not know how to name, quietly waiting for someone patient enough to listen. Epilogue. 3 months after Ian's return, George found himself walking along the Thames with Aaron, hands in his pockets, breath condensing in the cold air. The river moved dark and steady beside them, carrying the reflected lights of the city like scattered coins. "You're different," Aaron said. "I know." "Not in a bad way." He smiled. "I know that too." The suitcase was gone. Ian had taken it with him after a week, explaining that he needed to return it to someone else, someone who had been waiting longer than George could imagine. George hadn't asked where. He didn't need to. Some things, he had learned, were meant to travel. "Do you ever think about them?" Aaron asked. "The people you met?" George was quiet for a moment. "Every day," he said. "Not in a way that pulls me back. More like, they're part of me now. Edmund, Eleanor, Thomas, Clara, even the ones I only met through letters and notes." Aaron nodded slowly. "That's not a bad thing." "No," he agreed. "It's not." They walked in silence for a while, the city humming around them, ordinary and alive. "The other night," Aaron said eventually, "your mother showed me something, a photograph." George stopped walking. "Of her, on a cliff," Aaron continued. "She said it was taken years ago, before she met your father. She said she'd almost forgotten she had it." George felt something shift in his chest. "Did she say where it was taken?" "Dover," Aaron said softly. "She said she went there once, when she was young, just for a day. She never told anyone." The photograph, the one in the suitcase, the one of his mother on a cliff he hadn't recognized. George closed his eyes. He thought of Edmund Harrow, of the unfinished house on the cliffs, of the way time had folded around that place like a promise. He thought of his mother, young and free, standing in a place he would one day visit across a century. He didn't know how it connected. He didn't need to. Some things, he had learned, were meant to remain a little mysterious. "When I came home that night," George said slowly, "after I found the photograph, I wanted to ask her about it, but I didn't. I was too afraid of what it might mean." Aaron took his hand. "And now," he looked at her, at the steadiness in her eyes, the patience she had shown him through every impossible thing. "Now," he said, "I think I understand." He turned to face the river. "Some things are passed down without us knowing. Not just objects, not just stories. The weight of choices made long before we were born. The people who loved us before we existed." Aaron squeezed his hand. "That's a lot to carry." George shook his head slowly. "No," he said, "it's not carrying. It's knowing that we're part of something larger, that the ordinary days are the ones that matter most, because they're the ones we can actually live." He looked at her, really looked. "I used to think I was waiting for something extraordinary," he said. "Now I know that extraordinary is just ordinary, seen with the right eyes." Aaron smiled, that soft, warm smile that at first made him forget the cold mornings. "Come on," she said. "Your mother's making stew. And Tommy wants to show you his new aeroplane." George laughed quietly. "Is it glued together again?" "More glue than wood, I think." He slipped his arm around her shoulders, and together they turned away from the river and walked toward home. Behind them, the Thames continued its patient flow, carrying the lights of the city toward the sea. Somewhere out there, the Suitcase was still traveling. Somewhere out there, a compass was pointing north. A silver clip was catching the light. A pair of gloves was resting on a shelf, and a letter and a music box were waiting for the hands that would understand them. But here, in this moment, George Davis was home, and that was enough. Thank you for listening to What Remains. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please leave a like, subscribe to the Inktail Audiobooks, and share your thoughts, suggestions, or favorite moments in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. This was What Remains by Adeline Pierce. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you again soon on the Inktail Audiobooks.